It happened on Fifth Avenue. Book 6, Summer Kisses Series. By Melinda Curtis. Prologue. If there was one thing Dorothy Summer knew about growing old, it was that she never wanted to act her age. She may have lost all the color in her hair, gained more spots on her skin than a Dalmatian, and outlived her husband, but that didn't mean Dotty wanted to sit in her rocking chair with a bag of knitting. Regardless, age was catching up on her. Dotty blamed it on her doctor. Last month, he put Dotty on 2 new medications, one for her thyroid and one for dementia. She'd been sleepy all the time. And not just sleepy, but practically a narcoleptic. Dotty had been nodding off at the most inconvenient of times, just like an old lady. Last week, she'd been having dinner with her newly retired son Parker and his second wife Evelyn. Parker had left the table to answer his cell phone. Evelyn had excused herself to go to the ladies. And the next thing Dotty knew, she was drooling on her pearl necklace, forehead practically in her French onion soup. A week before that, she'd been sitting in a private suite in a bustling bridal salon while her granddaughter Kitty had a wedding dress fitting. They had the most comfy lounge chairs, the kind you could sink into and lean your head back in. Dotty had startled awake just as she'd been sliding from the chair to the floor, skirt riding up to her New York Yankee bloomers, the ones autographed by Aaron Judge. The bride, bridesmaid, and mother of the bride had made sure Dotty was okay. And then they joked about it the rest of the day, particularly about her choice of underpants. To which Dotty had said, "These bloomers are going to be worth something someday. You'll be sorry when I'm buried in them." She was a diehard Yankees fan and had called her lawyer the next day to put her wishes in print. But this age thing. Embarrassment aside, Dotty had a life to live, a bucket list of experiences to tackle, a social life to continue, and Kitty's Christmas wedding to attend. She had no time for these unexpected cat naps. What if she nodded off while driving a Formula One racer? What if she fell asleep while eating lunch at her tennis club with one of her oldest friends? She needed to do something to cut this napolepsy off at the pass. "Dotty, are you listening to me?" Across the tennis club lunch table from Dotty, Leo Abrams snapped his fingers. He was a big, raw-boned man, with thin, wispy white hair and bottle-thick glasses. He was a worse tennis player than Dotty. Not that they played anymore. Leo and his wife Mayim were one of Dotty and Ronald's oldest friends in the city. Leo had worked at Summer Diamonds from the day Ronald had started the business. Of course, Ronald had died long ago. But Leo and Mayim had kept to their first Monday of the month lunch date at the tennis club when they were all in town. Mayim had died a few months ago. And now, it was just Dotty and Leo. "Dotty?" Leo said again, flagging down the waiter. "Are you with me?" Dotty checked her chin for drool. "Did I snore?" "No. But you had that glazed donut look in your eyes." Leo held out his coffee cup for the waiter to fill. "You didn't have a word to say about me lamenting the fact that I have season tickets to the Yankees and the Met and no one to take with me." "That's because I was thinking about lane change monitors, like the one Tim has in his new car." Dotty pretended to hold a steering wheel, then turned it to the right. Beep beep beep. Warning. She jerked her pretend wheel back to its starting position. "A lane change monitor?" Leo frowned. "You don't drive." "But as you know, I drift out of my lane." Dotty dropped her head to her shoulder and fake snored. "Ah." Leo nodded. "Grief is the same way, isn't it? One minute you're fine and the next, loss sucks you into a deep hole." His gaze drifted toward the window and the blue-gray October sky. "Life should come with early warning systems. Maybe then, I'd have known when Mayim's time would come." She wanted ice cream and the Yankees were playing. "I griped about it and went down to the corner market, and when I came back, tears filled his eyes. She was gone. You and my turtle should talk." Dotty's grandson Garrett, who she'd nicknamed Turtle, hadn't dated at all since his fiancee's unexpected death 18 months ago. "What we need are crystal balls to apologize to the ones we're missing. And to make sure they're okay." Leo blew his nose in his cloth napkin. And again, Dottie's thoughts turned to Garrett, on the precipice of turning 30. There always seemed to be a sadness in his eyes, accented by those glasses he'd started wearing. Garrett was a skilled gem cutter, Leo took credit for that, and a jewelry designer extraordinaire, Dotty took credit for that. Although recently, Dotty had heard rumblings from her other grandsons that Garrett might have met his match in an extraordinary collection of pink diamonds that he was trying to turn into a one-of-a-kind piece of jewelry, something worthy of red carpets and royalty. "I've been trying to contact Mayim," Leo admitted in a downtrodden tone, bringing Dotty back to the present. "She left so many loose ends, both in life and in my heart. Like the fashion gala. Do I go? And if so, who do I take?" Meet Dotty extended her hand in the air as if she were in school and knew the answer to a hard question. She'd only gone once and something had happened. Whatever it was escaped her at the moment, floating just out of reach. Dotty lowered her hand because something Leo said finally sunk in. "You've been trying to contact Mayim? Did she leave a forwarding address? Did such a thing exist in heaven?" "Yes," Leo whispered, leaning forward. "I found a business card. I threw all of Ronald's business cards away. The same way she dumped her new prescription pills a few days ago. If this direct line to heaven is real," Dotty continued slowly, "I think I need to buy a service plan for Turtle. He hasn't been himself since Willa died." "I can fix that," Leo said, looking like a man with purpose. He held up his cell phone. "No need for a fancy phone plan. I found an app. It's pay as you go." "An app?" Dotty sked. "Kudos to you, Leo. I didn't think you were that good with technology. Weren't you the one who was forever losing his email password?" "Dotty," Leo extended his arm toward her and snapped his fingers repeatedly. "I was not dozing off. Was I?" Dotty wiped her chin, relieved to find it dry. "Listen." And she did, clapping excitedly when she understood Leo's communication plan. "Let's do it today. And take Garrett." After all, there was no time like the present to check another item off her bucket list and help a family member in the process. Chapter 1. Garrett Summer hurried down Fifth Avenue. He'd been summoned by his grandmother via text, asking him to meet her right away at an address he didn't recognize. Having come from Summer Diamond headquarters in New York City's Diamond District, Garrett navigated through the thickening, afternoon commuter crowd that mingled with the ambling shopping crowd, dodging people with their noses in their phones and those who stopped suddenly when something in a store window caught their eye. Tension hummed between his shoulder blades and stiffened his jaw. Over the past 2 months, he'd spent every spare moment after his regular work was done staring at a multi-million-dollar collection of pink diamonds and trying to come up with a design worthy of a haute couture dress. It didn't help that his 4 brothers kept breathing down his neck, counting down the days to the fashion gala, which had been postponed to October this year, and to Hollywood's award season, which kicked off in January. They needed a statement-making piece of jewelry to pitch to fashion designers for the upcoming formal events. And they had nothing. The fashion gala was now mere weeks away. The text from Grandma Dotty was almost a blessing in disguise. She tended to spend more time with family who went places, and Garrett was something of a homebody, so her ask was rare. Curious, he'd left his workshop in Summer Diamond's headquarters, eating a banana on his way over. He breathed the cool autumn air, and wondered if today was the day he'd finally be inspired to make something red carpet worthy with those pink diamonds. "You have arrived," a disembodied voice said through his earbuds. Garrett double-checked the address. Situated between a bank and a jewelry store, the unassuming glass door on 5 Sup Avenue led to a narrow hallway that ended at a small desk manned by an elderly security guard in front of a small elevator. Technically, the address was no longer in the Diamond District, but it was near enough that security guards meant valuable items, possibly gemstones or trade secrets, were in the floors above. "What is Grandma Dotty up to?" After entering, Garrett removed his earbuds, then signed in at the security desk and rode the tiny elevator to the 3rd floor. There was no security on this level. The hallway was just as narrow as downstairs, but the carpet was dingy and the floors creaked. It wasn't the kind of building the powerful Summers made a habit of visiting. Is there something I'm not seeing? Garrett rubbed his eyes behind his glasses. He'd only recently taken to wearing them all day, and his eyes were still getting used to them. Turtle. Grandma Dotty leaned out of a doorway near the end of the hallway, wearing a white tennis dress and a black sweater. Her short, white hair was windblown. You found me. Turtle. Garrett's jaw ticked. His grandmother had blessed him with that nickname because Garrett was cautious, slow in her words, when presented with anything new. Garrett frowned. What's going on? Does this have anything to do with your bucket list, Grandma Dotty? He'd heard stories about her ever-growing, do-before-I-die list from his cousins. Leo Abrams popped into the hallway behind Grandma Dotty, also wearing tennis whites. "Ah, you're here." His shoulders were bent forward, his glasses thicker than magnifying lenses, and his hands scarred from nicks and burns, a testimony to a long career in jewelry making. Will I look like that in 50 years? Garrett hoped not. Leo? His diamond-cutting mentor could be as flighty and unpredictable as his grandmother. Garrett slowed, taking in the simple sign on the door as he neared Andromeda. That told him nothing. What's going on? He repeated. We'll get to that. Leo extended a beefy arm, welcoming Garrett closer. Come in. Don't hesitate. How many times have I told you to trust your instincts? Too many. When it came to gems and jewelry creation, it was good advice. But this. Garrett came even with the office door and glanced inside the room in horror. Leo, my instincts are telling me to leave. A small speaker on an antique buffet played the sound of water gurgling. The walls had been papered with shooting stars. 2 purple velvet chairs bracketed a small end table and a wrought iron floor lamp with a black, fringed shade. A closer look revealed wind chimes by the closed window, small fairies stenciled on the inner office door, and a bowl of crystals next to the speaker. Garrett frowned. What is this place? The inner office door opened to reveal a woman. The room behind her was dark. But her silhouette. Willa. Garrett's knees threatened to buckle. But it was only an impression of his dead fiancé. The woman came into the light. Her blonde hair was thicker and wavier than Willa's had been. She was slighter of build with brown eyes, not blue. It was only the style of the woman's clothing, green boho skirt, white tank, a short, blue suede jacket, and long hair that gave the impression of Willa, Garrett decided. He drew in air. Calmed. Told himself Willa was gone, dead and buried. And then the woman before him smiled. Willa? Garrett held his breath, temples pounding, dredging up feelings of loss, of loneliness, of betrayal. All feelings connected to Willa. A thunder of hooves, or paws, interrupted his melancholy. A pony-sized white dog with black spots charged across the room and launched itself at Garrett. Giant white paws connected with Garrett's shoulders, knocking him off balance. He fell over backward onto the carpet. Oof! Without hesitation, the beast set about licking and snuffling Garrett's face, its large head dodging Garrett's slower defensive handiwork. Rocky! Willa's doppelganger rushed forward to the sound of tinkling bells. But Grandma Dotty and Leo stood in the way of her retrieving the beast. Love at first sight. Grandma Dotty chuckled, patting the dog's back, her face slightly out of focus. Now I know it exists. Turtle and Rocky have proven it. Becky didn't expect to be struck by Cupid's canine arrow, Garrett. Leo added his laughter to Grandma Dotty's. Love? Garrett grunted. Love would be giving me a little help here. You had me at hero, boy, Dotty went on, riffing off a line of movie dialogue, clearly pleased with herself. Here's looking at you, doggo, Leo added with equal enjoyment. Stop with the dad jokes, Garrett pleaded, still wrestling with over 100 pounds of Great Dane on his chest. Okay, you've had your fun, Willa gently chastised. She eased Leo out of her way. I'm so sorry. I left Rocky's lunch at home today. She pulled the Great Dane off Garrett. He's just a puppy and he can't seem to stop himself when he's hungry and smells food. You must have just eaten. A puppy? Garrett got slowly to his feet. The world looked fuzzy and his head spun. I'd hate to see what Rocky can do when he's full grown. Willa frowned at him, still holding Rocky's collar. Grandma Dotty handed Garrett his glasses. He slid them on. Clarity did nothing to improve Garrett's mood. Willa shooed the dog back to its bed in the dark room and took a moment to straighten her clothing and banish her frown before saying, "Sorry for the bump in the road. People are waiting. Please come inside and take a seat." "There are more people?" Grandma Dotty glanced out into the hallway. "Hello? I don't see anyone." "Leo, come." Willa ignored Grandma Dotty and pointed toward a chair at the inner office table, bangles at her wrists tinkling like out-of-tune bells. Leo obediently lumbered to his seat. Dotty, Willa guided his grandmother to a chair next. And then she turned to Garrett, smiling slightly, as if she knew the bigger her smile, the more she looked like his first love. Inexplicably, Garrett wanted her to widen that smile. He wanted to feel the glow of her welcome. He wanted reassurance that the past was forgotten. Except, she's not Willa. "Oh, look, Turtle. She's got a crystal thing," Grandma Dotty called. "Come see. It's round and it's called a," she made a sound of annoyance. "What is that word again?" "Ball," Leo supplied. "It's a crystal ball." "What?" Garrett froze in place. Only his eyes moved. There was indeed a crystal ball. It sat in the middle of a round table with a black, floor-length tablecloth. The chairs around the table were high-backed, made in a rough-hewn, almost medieval style. They looked uncomfortable. Thick, black curtains covered every wall. The only light in the room came from small, delicate strands of lights lining the top of the walls. "You brought me to a séance?" Garrett frowned at Willa. But despite his best intentions, he couldn't leave. There was Leo and his grandmother to protect from this woman. This woman? She's smiling at me the way Willa did the first time we met. Like she wasn't sure they'd hit it off, but she was willing to take a chance. He couldn't remember the last time a woman had looked at him like that. Leo sked. "Quit lollygagging, Garrett. This is why I call him Turtle." Grandma Dotty laughed as the owner of that crystal ball backed into the room, still smiling at Garrett, still gesturing he follow her in. "Turtle isn't a risk-taker like you and me, Leo," Grandma Dotty said. "True." Garrett heaved a sigh of defeat. "I'd much prefer to go back to work and stare at pink diamonds." But Garrett didn't feel comfortable leaving his grandmother to be fleeced by some charlatan performing a séance. So, he entered the room and sat next to Grandma Dotty. Willa shut the door behind him and took her seat across from them. "I'm Madame Andromeda." "Madame?" The M on the door stood for Madame? Garrett's jaw ticked. The woman couldn't have been older than he was. "Madame, my eye." He made a disapproving sound low in his throat, earning an elbow from Grandma Dotty. He never would have come if he'd known he was being brought to a psychic. He didn't believe in such drivel. And his family. The Summers, excepting Dotty, were a traditional bunch. They'd never approve. Whoever Madame Andromeda was, she wasn't averse to new methods of putting on a show. She tapped the screen on her cell phone and the soft sound of rain began to spill from overhead speakers. Only, that wasn't the only thing Garrett heard. The faint, regular beat of a drum reached his ears. Not a jungle drum. More like the drum beat made by a pop band. And then a female voice softly crooned, "Meet me at midnight." Garrett clenched his teeth, because there was something familiar about that voice. The melody built. I should know this song. Garrett struggled to place it. The song? The singer? And then it hit him. Lavender Haze. By Taylor Swift. The hair on the back of Garrett's neck rose. The Taylor Swift song had been released before Willa died and had immediately become one of her favorites. But Willa was gone. Killed while riding her motorcycle a year ago last June. There was no way this madam could know about Willa's taste in music. Grandma Dotty's head was cocked to one side as if she was listening to something other than the Rain soundtrack, too. Please lay your hands flat on the table, Madame Andromeda instructed in a wispy voice. Spread your fingers as wide as possible, like so. Then, extend your hands such that your pinky touches the pinky of the person next to you. Are we going to pinky swear something? Grandma Dotty asked in her outdoor voice. I never make a vow without knowing what I'm promising. No pinky swears. We're linking our energy. Madame Andromeda extended her hands on the table until her pinkies touched Leo's and Garrett's pinkies, fingertip to fingertip. Our energy? Garrett's pulse pounded double time, but not loud enough to drown out the music. You don't really read into my melancholia. Why was the Swiftie psychic playing this song? Madame Andromeda began swaying in her seat. And now, we'll summon our loved ones from beyond. Pass, Garrett murmured, earning a dark look from one woman whose pinky touched his, Grandma Dotty. This is not the time to run, turtle. I'm hearing things. Shoo. Just listen. But instead of listening, Garrett began to silently fume about con jobs and how technology could produce anything on demand, from a song to a replica of a person's voice. I'm going to call my channeling spirit. Her name is Sally. She's a little girl and likes silly things. And then Willa not Willa began to sing louder than Taylor Swift. There was an old lady who swallowed. I know this one. Grandma Dotty cried, eagerly joining in. I don't know why, her warbly voice twined with Madame Andromeda's richer one. Even Leo sang along as the verses moved from the fly to the spider to the old lady swallowing a bird. Garrett didn't sing. He sat silently, wondering how much this woman charged for the show she was putting on, why he'd been asked to come, and who in their right mind would put on a Taylor Swift tune and then sing over it with a gruesome camp song about eating inappropriate live things. Here comes Sally, Madame Andromeda said after the old lady swallowed the bird. Sally, who did you bring us? Where's Sally? Grandma Dotty whispered. She craned her neck, trying to see about the room, around the two men on either side of her and the madam across from her. She kicked her feet under the table. I want to see Sally. Over in the corner, Rocky, the giant, white dog, rolled onto its back and groaned. Is that her? Grandma Dotty looked in the Great Dane's direction. It's Mayim, Leo whispered. I smell her perfume. What scent is it? Grandma Dotty sniffed like Rocky when he'd attacked Garrett looking for bananas. Rose water? Sandalwood? Dove soap? White linen, Leonard whispered, closing his eyes. Do you hear that song? Garrett heard a song. Lavender haze, creeping up on me. Sing louder so I can hear, Mayim, Grandma Dotty cried. Madame Andromeda made a gentle shushing noise. Someone whispered in Garrett's left ear. I just want to stay. Garrett jolted closer to Grandma Dotty to his right, even though he knew the spirit of Willa wasn't trying to communicate with him. It was a hoax. There must be speakers hidden in his chair. Stereo speakers. Did you feel something, turtle? Who is it? Grandma Dotty lifted her hands from the table. Sally? Mayim? Willa? I bet it's Willa. Is she next to you? Grandma Dotty placed her hands on Garrett's shoulders and moved him to and fro, trying to see around him. Did she touch you? Is that why you startled? Is she cold? There's no one. Garrett took his grandmother's hands in his. But your hands are like ice. That's because Grandma Dotty paused, eyes widening. Ronald? Is that you? Grandpa Ronald was not here. No one from the afterlife was. Garrett scowled at Madame Andromeda. Shame on her for putting one over on two kindly old souls. But the madam had closed her eyes. Who is it, Sally? What are they trying to tell us? The table rose and dipped, like a boat in choppy waters. Is this really necessary? Garrett demanded, earning a shush from everyone. There's someone under here. Grandma Dotty scrambled to lift the black tablecloth, took a good gander beneath the table, and then bumped her head on the edge of the table as it came down. Ow. Are you okay? Garrett used his fingers to search his grandmother's head for lumps. I got the connection, his grandmother said sourly, brushing his hand away. I can hear you now, Ronald. Garrett cocked his head but didn't hear anything except Taylor Swift. I just want to stay. Don't worry, Madame Andromeda said in a disembodied voice. Don't feel guilty. I am at peace. Grandma Dotty and Leo seemed to settle and calm, as if believing the woman's words were truly coming from their loved ones in the afterlife. Garrett wasn't comforted. He grew angrier with every statement the so-called psychic made. A short time later, the trio stood on Fifth Avenue, which was much less crowded now as it was close to 6. By unspoken consent, they stopped and stared back up at the third floor. Garrett could just make out the outline of the wind chimes hanging in the window. That was amazeballs, Grandma Dotty said breathlessly as the autumn breeze ruffled her gray hair. And it was real. There were no wires on the table. I looked. She rubbed the back of her head. It wasn't real, Garrett insisted, earning recriminations from his grandmother and Leo. I smelled Mayim's perfume. I heard her favorite song, Leo insisted, beaming and rocking back on his heels. His happiness radiated from the soft wrinkles on his round face. She's telling me she's fine. Now I know where to come if I'm missing her or feeling like I let her down at the end. Garrett could relate to Leo's feelings of loss and guilt. That compassion may have even shown on his face because Leo laid a hand on Garrett's shoulder. You should download Madame Andromeda's scheduling app, Garrett, the older man said. She makes it possible to find peace. No, thanks. Garrett wasn't coming back. He couldn't believe Leo and Grandma Dotty had fallen for the woman's act. Sure, it was a good act. But an act, nonetheless. I heard one of Ronald's favorite love songs. Grandma Dotty stared up at the windows. Garrett shook his head. What song? His grandfather hadn't been alive when Taylor Swift made it big. I will always love you, Grandma Dotty murmured. He had a thing for Dolly Parton. But who doesn't? Me, included. And then her dreaminess turned into a frown. Except Heaven's record was scratched. It kept skipping toward the end on the I will always love you line. Over and over. What his grandmother described was exactly like the line Taylor Swift had repeatedly sang. I just want to stay. Like a recording on a loop. I don't want you to go there again. Grandma Dotty and Leo ignored him. No, Dotty. The song was My Heart Will Go On. Leo continued to smile like a love-struck fool. Mayim always did love Celine Dion. But, yeah. There was skipping on one line, there's nothing I fear. It was I will always love you, Leo. Grandma Dotty marched back toward the Diamond District and Summer Diamonds, dragging Leo with her. White linen and Celine Dion? She scoffed. The only thing I smelled was Garrett's woodsy cologne. I'm not wearing cologne, Garrett muttered. It was white linen and Celine. Leo insisted as he walked along beside her. I don't know why I put up with you. We're going to have to call a truce about this if you're going to take me to the fashion gala at the end of the month. Grandma Dotty elbowed her friend. Oh. I haven't agreed to take you. Leo replied with what sounded like fake outrage. And now, I'm not sure I will. Garrett was tempted to follow them, but he lingered. And as their voices grew fainter, movement in the building caught Garrett's eye. Madame Andromeda exited the first-floor elevator with that beast of a puppy dog. She stopped, gaze connecting to Garrett's. She wasn't Willa. But Garrett felt the magnetic tug of attraction anyway. It continued to be unexpected and unwelcome. Eyes lighting on Garrett, the Great Dane lunged forward, nearly jerking the psychic into a faceplant. Garrett took a step toward them, as if to help, before realizing they were fine. She was fine. What's wrong with me? I don't even know her. He couldn't answer. Growing up the daughter of a working psychic, Andromeda Rochelle avoided confrontation like she'd avoided COVID exposure during the lockdown. Given the chance, everyone wanted to appear clever and get in their digs. She found it hurtful. My mom says your mom is a quack. Elementary school. My mom says your mom is the evil. You must be, too. High school. You don't believe in that, insert expletive, do you? College. Does that mean your signature designs will be goth girl? Fashion school. So, when she saw Garrett Summer waiting for her outside her office building, when their eyes met, Andy hesitated, torn between excitement and dread. There's chemistry between us. Maybe he wants to ask me out. Romantic butterflies took flight in Andy's chest. She filled her lungs with air, forcing the butterflies to land. Because romance. That was wishful thinking on her part. More likely, he wants a chance to let me know what he thinks of psychics. The butterflies stitched their way across her insides. Tiny stitches. Taut stitches. Pulling everything inward. Into a defensive position. Rocky lunged forward, nearly appending her and undoing those stitches. And then they were on the sidewalk. Andy greeted the handsome man with a smile and a businesslike acknowledgement of Garrett. She would have walked off if not for Rocky anchoring himself to the sidewalk, sniffing his shoes and pants legs. She knew better than to try and interrupt Rocky mid-inspection. Contrary to his comments after Rocky decked him, Garrett didn't seem to mind her pup's attention. He leaned over to give the Great Dane a resounding thump on the chest, allowing Andy to have a good look at him in the early evening light. Garrett was tall with a long torso. And lean, like a vegan who needed to eat more calories. He wore khakis and a blue polo shirt with the Summer Diamonds logo on one side. His hair was a soft brown, his eyes intelligent and so dark behind those glasses of his that they seemed black. And loneliness. It clung to Garrett like a subtle ribbon of trim on a simple dress, apparent only upon closer inspection. She could attribute that to whoever he'd lost. What she couldn't explain was the roller coaster of attraction. With a mighty, total body shake, Rocky took a seat between them, inspection complete. I should go. Andy had dinner to make, household chores, design sketches to complete. And yet, she lingered. Garrett's gaze roamed over Andy's green boho skirt and her blue fringed suede jacket, taking inventory and finding her style as lacking as her temporary profession, if his smirk was any indication. I'm not interested in your poor opinion of me. She gave him a small smile, the one she reserved for grumpy cashiers at the grocery store. The smile she hoped said, names will never hurt me. How she wished that was true. Even her mother said Andy was too sensitive when it came to the opinion of others. Mom blamed that sensitivity on Andy's aversion to dating. Garrett stared at Andy's face and his expression changed from displeasure to wonder, as if he liked what he saw but couldn't understand why. As if he saw something worthwhile and wondrous in Andy that she didn't see in herself. As if I'm the answer to his loneliness. Her breath caught. This. The way he looks at me. That's what I'm reacting to. Andy's guard faltered and she almost let her smile grow. Almost. But she'd been hurt too often in her life to trust that feeling. And as it turns out, she was wise not to. Garrett seemed to fall out of his trance, shaking his head as if wanting to rid himself of cobwebs. Or his attraction to Andy. That was some show. Thank you. Heel, Rocky. Andy gathered her dog's leash, turned toward the corner, and wished Garrett wouldn't follow. Andy and the good-looking skeptic weren't on the same wavelength. He fell into step beside her. How did you do that? Back there, I mean. There was curiosity in his tone. Curiosity, not disdain. Don't be fooled. I'm a psychic. That was a lie. Even Rocky glanced up at Andy in shock. She gave the dog a pat of reassurance. She was only filling in for her mother until she recovered from a devastating car accident. There's no such thing as psychics, Garrett said without missing a beat. My guess is that Leo filled out an online form to make an appointment. He mentioned a scheduling app on the way downstairs after your show. You'd need basic info, like our names, plus the reason for our visit, to make contact with deceased loved ones. He was correct, not that Andy gave any indication one way or another. You must have Bluetooth speakers in each of those bulky chairs, Garrett went on. Although how you knew which songs to pick. Andy felt his scrutiny. And again, she kept her knowledge to herself. Those were her mother's trade secrets, after all. Garrett ran a hand through his short hair, teasing it up in front. And the table. The table was definitely on a riser, and there had to have been hydraulics shifting it from side to side. You should adjust it. You practically gave my grandmother a concussion when you brought it down. Yep. Sorry about that. I'd almost admire the effort if it wasn't for. Look. I'm kind of in a hurry. Andy stopped at the red light on the corner of 5th and 47th, the main Diamond District street where Garrett Summer Diamonds should veer off. But her non-believer didn't budge. Further complicating matters, Rocky stepped in front of Andy and then sat on Garrett's foot. Can we call it a day? I'm under a deadline. This last bit slipped out the way secrets sometimes crossed her mother's client's lips. Andy had a dress design to submit to the fashion gala board. She'd passed several hoops to get this far. Only a handful of new designers were chosen to produce haute couture for the event. All she needed was a unique, final design, a jewelry partner, and someone of note to wear the dress for the powers that be to approve her participation. Andy almost wished she did have the power of sight. That way, she'd know how to meet the last two criteria, a jewelry partner and a celebrity model. She'd been hopeful when she'd first seen the Summer Diamonds logo on Garrett's shirt about finally finding a jewelry partner. You're in a hurry? Garrett pounced on Andy's overshare. What psychic has a deadline? What human being nowadays doesn't? Andy countered, exasperated. She'd never had anyone leave a session and hound her like this. Most either found the answer they were looking for or understood that it was a show. The traffic light turned green and Andy inched forward, trying to pull Rocky to his position on her left. The big lug bounced in and out of the gutter to reach her side. Andy's foot extended from the curb and... Look out! Garrett shouted. He dragged Andy and Rocky back to safety as a bicycle courier with a large box on his handlebars whizzed past. South close. Andy's pulse thumped in her ears like the roar of the ocean crashing on the beach during a hurricane. This is how Mom got hurt. Except it had been a car, not a speeding bicyclist, that had struck her. Andy couldn't move, couldn't trust her legs. She stayed plastered against Garrett's surprisingly solid chest, not shrugging off his protective arm around her. At her feet, Rocky whined a little, straining to cross. But Garrett's grip was firm. Are you okay? Garrett's words were warm across Andy's ear. She nodded. She nodded too many times, if truth be told. But she was still shaken by her near miss. That was, Andy cleared her throat. Thank you. Maybe you should have seen him coming. Garrett's chuckle was deep and slow, as if he enjoyed laughing but seldom did so. You know, you being a psychic and all. Andy shrugged free of his hold and hurried across the street, dragging Rocky with her. You've had your fun. Now, it's time to say farewell before I label you a stalker. I'll leave you alone. Garrett was better at healing than Rocky was. But first, I want your promise that you won't accept any more appointments with Leo or my grandmother. Turtle. Turtle. A woman's thin voice cut through the street noise before Andy could deny his request. Oh, Madam Andromeda. You and Turtle. This is perfect. Wait for me. Dotty ran up to them on the far curb in her tennis dress and sneakers. Her short, white hair ruffled in the breeze. She grabbed hold of Andy's shoulder and Garrett's arm, leaning over to catch her breath. Phew. I'm so glad I found you both. Good manners kept Andy from walking away. Well, good manners and the fact that Rocky was administering his sniff test on Garrett's grandmother. The dog weighed more than Andy did, and Andy's record of winning leash tug-of-war wasn't the greatest. Turtle, Leo mentioned that Madame Andromeda is on a list, Dotty began, beaming at Andy. A federal watch list? Garrett teased. Did Homeland Security mark her as a flight risk? No, Dotty gave his arm a little shake when Andy was considering slugging it. She's on the fashion gala consideration list. Garrett frowned. As entertainment? Andy really didn't like Garrett, despite the underlying ping of attraction. She considered casting a curse on him. If only she was a real psychic with the ability to curse anything. Not as entertainment, Turtle. As a designer. Dotty released her grandson and took Andy by the shoulders. And Leo has just agreed to take me as his +1 to the charity event. Which means that I'm in need of a dress, and I believe you, my dear Madame Andromeda, are in need of an invited guest to dress. She was right on that last bit. Andy took in Dotty with a critical eye. Dotty was old money. Much like Andy, she was slight of build and challenged in the height department. She'd probably never worn 6-inch heels or strutted her stuff down a runway, bosom smashed to create tantalizing cleavage. In short, Dotty was no Giselle Bundchen. But beggars can't be choosers. And if you agree to dress me, Dotty continued, smiling joyfully, I'll pay you for the dress. And I'll promise that Summer Diamonds will create exclusive jewelry to highlight your design. She turned to Andy's enemy number 1. Won't you, Garrett? You're a jewelry designer? Andy blurted. Garrett said nothing. He was staring at Andy's face in that weird way again, as if they'd met before and she'd broken his heart. Go on, Dotty urged her grandson. Give Madame Andromeda your business card. While Garrett reluctantly dug out his wallet, Andy had the strangest feeling in her belly. Her mother would have called it intervention from spirit. Andy was more inclined to label it a combination of dehydration and low blood sugar. But the fact remained, regardless of Garrett being a pain in the butt, here was an offer Andy couldn't refuse. Refuse. Chapter 2. I'm home. Andy removed her shoes and placed her tote on a hook while Rocky charged into the apartment, skidding to a halt next to Andy's mother, the original Madame Andromeda. Welcome back. Mom sat in the corner of the couch, her broken right leg resting across the couch proper. She looked rumpled. Her thick blonde hair was in a loose top knot, her yellow-flowered top and blue-striped pants were wrinkled, not to mention she'd cut off a pants leg to accommodate her cast. Mom gave Rocky the love and attention he so desperately wanted before placing a final tarot card face-up on the small coffee table, completing a circular pattern. According to these cards, your day has been a roller coaster. Isn't that my everyday? It wasn't easy pretending to be Madame Andromeda during the day while Mom recuperated and managing her own fashion career aspirations at night. Andy perched on the arm of the couch. But today was different, Mom insisted. You met a man who can change your life. Don't you mean I met a woman who can change my life? Andy explained about Dotty Summer's request to design a dress for the fashion gala. Now all I need is an idea for her dress. A big idea. I was so sure it was a man. Mom stared at her tarot cards, biting her lower lip. Then she gave Andy a piercing stare. What about the jewelry? Dotty is from the Summer Diamond Summers, and Andy caught herself before she mentioned Garrett. There is a man. Mom crowed. A jeweler who could change your life. Andy shook her head. You mean a jeweler who can upset my life? Like Garrett Summer? Andy frowned. Garrett Summer was as stubborn as Rocky on the scent of a hot dog vending cart. After his reading, he'd been on the trail of the logistics behind the magic. And he'd told Andy not to book Dotty and Leo a second time. Who was he? Their keeper? Yeah, he was upsetting. But Andy recalled the tender way Garrett looked at her sometimes. Garrett wasn't all bad. He hadn't accused her of being a witch. And he'd been blessed with a deceptively strong frame, along with quick, hero-like reflexes when a damsel was in distress. I bet I'd feel just as safe in his arms if he had kissing, not rescuing, on his mind. Andy rolled her eyes at the romantic thought. The last person she should fall for was a skeptic. She entered the small kitchen and began taking out food to make dinner. Mom, I think your reading refers to my meeting a distinguished, older man who can boost my career. Your last client knew I was on the design consideration list for the fashion gala. The only way Leo Abrams would have known that was if Mom had told him. How do you know Leo? I met his wife years ago when I worked in wardrobe on Broadway, Mom said, a faraway look in her eye. Mayim was talented. She used to work at high-end fashion houses, including those designing for the fashion gala. And eventually, she became a client. Mom's gaze swung around to Andy. But back to the tarot cards. They show a love interest for you. And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be Leo. Love? Me and the skeptic? That's highly unlikely. Painful, even if history was any indication. Andy rinsed bell peppers and broccoli. Rocky was more smitten with Garrett than I was. Mom chuckled. You know what they say about protesting too much? Andy bit her lip, refusing to say more. And because she wasn't speaking, her mind drifted to the way Garrett had looked at her, seemingly with longing in his eyes. Maybe we met before in another life. Andy scoffed. She didn't believe in reincarnation. Rocky trotted into the kitchen, sat down, and placed a paw on his food dish, looking at Andy with sorrowful, big brown eyes. The puppy had been a gift from one of Mom's regular clients last spring. And even though Rocky was supposed to be Mom's dog, he'd decided Andy was his person. So, you did meet a man, Mom said, voice brimming with satisfaction. A man who gets under your skin. A man who might finally get you out of your shell. You wouldn't say that if you met Garrett. But, why are you doing a reading on me? Andy attacked the broccoli stems with no skill whatsoever. Cooking wasn't her forte. It's not like you have the powers of a real psychic. Her mother was just incredibly good at reading people. Calls are slow today. Since her injury, Mom worked a call-in psychic line to supplement their income. How did your last session with Leo and his friends go? Did their information on the app help? Yes. The app was programmed to recommend love songs based on a client's age and gender. Andy dumped broccoli crowns in a steamer basket. The two elderly clients will come back. Despite what Garrett wanted. Leo and Dotty were happy. But Garrett? No way. She'd be lucky if he still wanted to be her fashion gala partner in the morning. Mom chuckled and shuffled her cards. Now who's seeing the future? How did you invite yourself to dinner at my place? Garrett asked Grandma Dotty. He put stuffed peppers in the oven to roast. Do I need an invitation? His grandmother was rummaging through Garrett's junk drawer in the kitchen for some unknown reason. Her short, white hair was in need of a comb and her nosy attitude in need of an adjustment. I haven't been spending enough time with you, Turtle. You should be overjoyed that I'm here. So, you thought we should visit a psychic together? A pretty psychic who moonlights as a fashion designer? Garrett shifted to chopping vegetables for salad. You think Madame Andromeda is pretty? Grandma Dotty yanked a flashlight from the drawer, turned it on, and held it beneath her chin. Boo. She tossed the flashlight back into the drawer without turning it off. Did I scare you? No. You forgot to turn off the overhead lights first. He reached into the junk drawer to switch off the flashlight. And another thing you forgot was to tell me you wanted a chaperone at a psychic reading. You weren't my chaperone. You were my sidekick. You're a good man. You came running when your beloved granny asked to meet you right that second. His grandmother shut the junk drawer and pointed at an empty planter sitting on a table in the foyer. Didn't you used to have a plant growing there? Yes. A clipped reply. Garrett averted his eyes, chopping carrots into bite-sized slices. Did you kill it recently? Grandma Dotty asked. Is that why there's still dirt in the pot? No, and even though Garrett didn't want to remember, Willa's harsh words came back to him. You can't even nurture a plant. No wonder you can't love anybody. Grandma Dotty disappeared into his bedroom. I should get you a new plant. No. No? Grandma Dotty released a single-note hoot. Plants bring luck into a home. You should have a plant in your bedroom, too. Grandmothers aren't supposed to snoop, Garrett called, knowing full well that he couldn't stop Grandma Dotty when she set her mind to something. What makes you think I'm snooping? Something fell to the bedroom floor. And then she called back, Where's your shrine to Willa? I don't have a shrine. Garrett would always keep a place in his heart for Willa, inside where only he could see. Because Willa. He'd thought he'd met the one who checked all his boxes. Why hadn't he realized she didn't check one box? A deal-breaking box. You don't understand me at all." What Garrett understood now was that he wasn't good at reading people, and he didn't know the first thing about love. The sound of drawers opening and closing brought Garrett back to the present. He hurried into his bedroom, where his grandmother was tossing his room like a police detective searching for evidence. Garrett frowned. "Can I help you with something?" "Nope. I'm doing fine on my own." His grandmother poked around in his underwear drawer. "I'm giving your place the unexpected guest test." "I don't have unexpected guests." His grandmother was the first person to enter his apartment in months. Bachelors always have unexpected guests. Or have you forgotten that's how you found Willa? I met her at a lecture on historic jewelry made in Russia. We dated plenty before she came over here the first time. There had been nothing surprising or upsetting about the progression of their romance. It grew at a pace over 2 years that was comfortable for Garrett. It was all very expected. Until the end. Unlike his feelings for Madame Andromeda. By expected, you mean boring. Grandma Dotty sat on Garrett's bed, and then flopped onto her back, turning her head to and fro, gaze roaming. She pointed at the ceiling. "You've got cobweb streamers over by your closet." His bedroom wasn't large. In 2 steps, Garrett reached the closet and swiped the hanging, gossamer threads with one hand, wiping them on his slacks. "Why are you lying down? If you're tired, I can drive you home after dinner." Grandma Dotty rolled over and sniffed his bedspread like a hound dog, trying to catch the scent of an escaped convict. "I'm not tired. I'm making sure your place is ready for romance." She sat up, then pointed to a spot on the ceiling over the window. "There's the spider. You should open the window and set it free. Letting bugs live is supposed to be lucky." "I don't need luck." Garrett reached for a sneaker and tried to squish the compact brown arachnid. Thwack! The spider dropped behind his dresser and out of sight. "You've upset the spider." His grandmother looked under his pillows. "That spider's going to have a vendetta. I heard that if you wake up choking on a piece of dust, it's really a spider. You better sleep with your mouth closed." "Why?" "A spider with a death wish is bonus protein," Garrett teased. Hardy har. Grandma Dotty sat up straight. "Didn't Willa have a drawer here when you were engaged?" Garrett grunted, trying not to look at the drawer she'd used. Normally, he wouldn't answer such a personal question. His business was his business. But her sharp gaze felt like it came through a magnifying glass and was aimed toward a cut gem, intent upon revealing its imperfections. Relenting, Garrett shrugged. "I gave all Willa's things back to her family." "All her things? Are you sure?" Grandma Dotty moved to his closet and opened the door, glancing up at the top shelf, before winnowing through his hanging clothes. "I must be missing something." No one just erases someone they loved out of their life completely. You had no restaurant matchbooks commemorating dates in your junk drawer. Restaurants don't offer free matchbooks anymore. Plus, Garrett didn't smoke. And no framed picture of her near your bed. Because her blue eyes felt accusing. The sound of his apartment door slamming when Willa left the night she died echoed in his head. Were we really in love? He'd thought so. His throat felt tight, squeezed by a rough braid of guilt, regret, and uncertainty. "Don't feel guilty. I'm at peace." Madame Andromeda's words came to mind, accented by her soft, understanding gaze. "You and Willa took trips together to Antwerp and Africa." Grandma Dotty stood and turned in a circle, gazing around his bedroom. "And she was a citizen of the world. Are there no mementos of Willa here? No self-portraits or shelfies or whatever you call them?" "No. Now, you've had your fun." Garrett put his arms around Grandma Dotty's slim shoulders and led her back to the kitchen. She dragged her feet. "But I didn't check your bathroom." "There's no need." Garrett helped her sit at his breakfast bar, breathing in the smells of baked peppers and trying to find his equilibrium. "You'll only find my things there." "That's healthy, I suppose." Grandma Dotty frowned. "But you loved her. You must have something." Her eyes lit up. "What about Willa's engagement ring?" "The engagement is off." Willa had slammed the ring to the black quartz counter where Grandma Dotty was sitting. "The ring is in my safe at work." Garrett had been unable to bring himself to sell it. He designed it for Willa, spent weeks finding the right stone, making the perfect setting, and practicing his proposal. That ring reminded Garrett of all the mistakes he'd made when he'd assumed what he felt was love. If he ever entered another relationship, he was going to make sure they were both on the same page in all ways that mattered from the very start. "I'm glad you kept the ring, Turtle. You can show it to Madame Andromeda during our meeting tomorrow." Grandma Dotty plucked a carrot from the salad he'd been making, crunching as she spoke. "Maybe she can pick up on some vibrations from Willa. Then Willa can tell you it's okay to fall in love again. We're not showing Willa's ring to your psychic." This last bit came out with more fervor than might have been warranted. Garrett wasn't just nettled by all this talk about Willa. He was unsettled by the specter of Madame Andromeda. "All psychics are con artists, including yours. She's not my psychic. She's our psychic. Ours and Leo's." Grandma Dotty picked another bite of carrot from the salad bowl. "And on top of that, she's our fashion designer. We're going to see her tomorrow for a design meeting. And until the fashion gala, we're going to see her a lot." That's what Garrett was afraid of. Chapter 3. "I'm not showing her my jewels, Grandma Dotty." Garrett frowned at his grandmother and Madame Andromeda the next morning. He'd had time to think about the fashion gala opportunity last night, and he'd decided to put a stop to things, no matter the delay in the use of the pricey pink diamonds. Grandma Dotty harumphed. Her short, white hair curled at the ends, as rebellious as the look forming on her face. She wore white sneakers, a neon orange sweater dress, and matching lipstick, a statement she probably thought made her look fashionable. "I should have cancelled this meeting," Garrett said before an argument ensued. "Your psychic isn't someone Summer Diamonds should do business with." And yet, when Garrett stared at the psychic/fashion designer across the showroom table from him, he couldn't make himself see a thief. Yes, he saw echoes of Willa when he looked at her, but that impression was fading now. Now, Garrett saw a different woman. He saw a smart woman. She couldn't run a psychic business on Fifth Avenue if she wasn't on top of things. He saw a woman with talent. She'd made it onto the fashion gala consideration list for up-and-coming designers. That was a near impossible feat. He saw a woman he was attracted to. Thick, long blonde hair. Frank brown eyes. Gentle curves. An air of compassion. She was as alluring and mysterious to him as the facets in a shimmering sapphire. And all those positives. No matter how magnetic she was to him. His attraction reminded him of the mistakes he'd made with Willa, of the pain and the ensuing loneliness. And that was why he'd avoided looking at Madame Andromeda directly since she'd been ushered into a private Summer Diamond showroom with her pony-sized dog, who she'd managed to control when Garrett walked in carrying a caramel latte. Rocky stared at Garrett's coffee cup and then licked his chops as if he hadn't had a decent coffee in ages. "I should go," the psychic said, her tone soft and beckoning, drawing Garrett's gaze despite his best intentions. "Thank you for the opportunity, Dotty." Madame Andromeda might have used a bitter tone of voice. Garrett wouldn't have been surprised if she had, given his reception this morning. But she didn't sound bitter. And she looked almost as if she'd expected Garrett's rejection. "I am such a jerk." He dropped his head, staring at his sketchpad. "I refuse to let this chance pass me by." "Don't leave yet, Madame A." Grandma Dotty stood, muttering something about thick-headed jewelry designers, before leaving the room. Leaving Garrett alone with the psychic. "Don't look. Don't apologize. Don't risk it." Garrett sipped his latte. The dog fidgeted, making the metal tags on his collar clank. Somewhere in the building, someone laughed. "I understand where the psychic hate is coming from, Garrett," Madame Andromeda said softly, fingertips tapping the top of a closed leather folio. "I don't blame you for it." "She doesn't blame me for being a jerk?" Garrett didn't want to look at her face, afraid his resolve would soften. But her hands. They were slender hands accented with stylish costume jewelry, nothing too large or gaudy. They were hands made to wear delicate rings, small stones, curling metal, something as colorful and swirling as the green boho pattern on her skirt. I could design. But I have to wonder about, she shifted in her chair, disrupting his thoughts. Have we met before? No, Garrett lifted his gaze to her face. To inquisitive brown eyes, finely arched brows, and the slightest of smiles. If he worked with her. If he said something warm and witty, Garrett imagined that smile taking a firmer hold and her eyes softening. And if he looked long enough, the clasp he'd made around his heart after Willa's death would open. And sure, the aching feeling of loneliness in his chest would ease, but his heart would be at risk once more, as well as hers, since he was no good at loving someone. No. We haven't met before. And it's not psychic hate. If anything, I respect you for putting on a first-rate show. Garrett frowned, unaccustomed to explaining himself. You respect me? Madame Andromeda tilted her head. Then why do you look at me 1 minute with disdain and the next like? He scoffed, trying to make light of his fascination. Like you're a thorn in my side? She shook her head, sending waves of blonde hair cascading over her black, crocheted blouse. Like you care for me. She'd noticed? Annoyance filled Garrett's chest, straightened his shoulders. He pushed his glasses to the bridge of his nose. Look, Madame A. Andy. I go by Andy. She sighed. And even that small expulsion of breath tugged at him. This isn't going to work. Obviously. He scoffed. You can't give me a message from the afterlife one day and... Let's get one thing straight. Andy leaned forward, practically forcing him to look at her. The reason I make you uncomfortable is because you felt something real about what I told you yesterday during our session. Now, you can deny it all you want, but when you lose someone, especially unexpectedly, the void of their passing lingers. It drags at your thoughts and slows your journey forward. And until you resolve those feelings about their passing, you can't move on, especially if one of those feelings is guilt. Guilt. Blood roared in Garrett's ears. Even if I couldn't love Willa the way she wanted, I shouldn't have argued with her. Oh, yeah. He carried guilt. If he'd realized what they had wasn't true love. If he hadn't asked Willa to marry him. If he'd stopped her from leaving that night. Garrett? That soft voice. He blinked. Found he was staring at Andy. You sound like a therapist, Garrett grumbled. Not that I've ever gone. Not that I ever would. Now he sounded like an even bigger jerk. Which is what I used to say about going to see a psychic. So, I suppose I should never say never. He somehow managed to stop rambling. Almost, because he added, I don't usually talk about me. Insert mental eye roll. That's all right. She smiled as if she understood, as if they were friends. Would it make you feel better to know that I minored in psychology? I learned to be a good listener. When I say I don't usually talk about me, I also mean, like, ever. He should have stopped there. But he had to know about her college education. How many majors and minors do you have? 3. 3, he scoffed. She's just like Willa. Intelligent. Inquisitive. Psychology, theater, and fashion design. I suppose you have other disciplines you'd like to pursue. If so, she was just like Willa and he should show her the door before. No. I've found my calling. Andy quirked her brows. Have you found yours? He jerked his head in a nod, curious about her calling. I'm back. Grandma Dotty burst into the showroom before Garrett could ask whether it was a call from beyond Andy had found or a call to the red carpet. His grandmother panted a little, as if she'd hurried to return. I thought we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone turtle. His grandmother set Garrett's pile of rejected jewelry sketches for the pink diamonds on the table, the ones he kept in an ever-increasing stack on his workbench. Then she placed a small, black velvet-covered tray on the table with the pink diamonds themselves and Willa's sapphire engagement ring. Garrett's shoulders spasmed with tension. How did you get into my office? She'd have needed a keycard and a passcode. He tried to grab the engagement ring, but his grandmother was faster. And how did you get into my safe? I have my ways. Grandma Dotty smiled, handing the princess-cut, blue sapphire ring to Andy. That was Garrett's fiancee's engagement ring. I thought you could use it to channel a message for Garrett. Don't feel guilty. I am at peace. Garrett held his breath. Those were Andy's words, not Willa's. They shouldn't have any impact on him. But they do. It's a beautiful piece. Andy admired the engagement ring. But if Garrett was jilted, there's not much I can do with this. He wasn't jilted, Grandma Dotty said briskly. She died soon after they were engaged. I thought you knew that after yesterday. Andy shook her head and mumbled, Sally didn't tell me who he'd lost. Sally, Garrett pressed his lips together and stared at Rocky, who'd put his humongous white muzzle on the tabletop, still staring at Garrett's caramel latte. I don't want to pry. Andy set the ring on the table. Of course, you do. Grandma Dotty swiped the ring again before Garrett could get to it and handed it back to Andy. We want you to. We, Garrett muttered. His grandmother patted Garrett on the shoulder, the way she used to when he was a boy and had to stay at his seat at the table until he'd cleaned his plate. Andy passed the stone over the skin on the back of her hand before putting the ring on her finger and closing her eyes. That ring doesn't suit her. It was too large of a stone for those graceful fingers. Garrett drained his latte and tossed the empty cup in the trash. Sighing, Rocky moved his head into Andy's lap, looking glum. Look at that, Grandma Dotty pointed at Rocky and whispered, he senses her calling to the beyond. Garrett rolled his eyes. Do we need to sing about the spider again? Grandma Dotty gasped. I just remembered. There was a spider at Turtle's condo last night. I bet it was a sign from Willa. It wasn't a sign. Garrett stared at Andy, who held the ring as if it was a cherished object of hers. Did you wake up coughing, Turtle? Grandma Dotty demanded. Garrett was about to answer in the affirmative. He had, in fact, woken up coughing. But no good came of encouraging his grandmother. I woke up to my alarm clock, he said instead. Good. The arachnid still lives. It was a friend of Sally's, obviously, Grandma Dotty insisted. Wait until I tell Leo that all he has to do the next time he misses Mayim is look for a spider. Spiders aren't a sign, Garrett repeated, wishing the so-called psychic would stop this runaway subway train Grandma Dotty was riding. This ring has a mixture of feelings associated with it, Andy said softly. Lucky guess, Garrett muttered, thinking about her minor in psychology. Grandma Dotty shushed him, moving to stand next to his chair. Is Willa here? Now? No, Andy shook her head, eyes still closed, thick black lashes resting over rosy cheeks. But there's a feeling of regret, as if words someone didn't mean were spoken. And that regret is tarnishing the love this ring was initially offered with. Andy opened her eyes, met Garrett's gaze, and returned the ring to him. And since her words rang true, Garrett said nothing as he took the ring and laid it carefully on the velvet tray holding the collection of pink diamonds. Meanwhile, Grandma Dotty had shifted gears and was sifting through the sketches she'd taken from Garrett's workbench. What's this doing in here? She turned a photograph of Garrett and Willa at a cafe in Botswana toward him. Hang on. She brought the picture within inches of her face, staring from it to Andy. Do you know? I think Madame Andromeda looks like Willa. Grandma Dotty held the photo next to the psychic's face. They even dress alike. Boho chic. Garrett didn't need to evaluate the two faces side by side. He'd already noticed the resemblance. Andy took the photograph and studied it. It's uncanny, isn't it? Garrett felt the need to protest. I don't see it. This explains, Andy lifted that soft brown gaze to his. There was compassion there. Or perhaps pity. Garrett's shoulders tensed. He didn't want either from her. You weren't a twin who was separated at birth, were you? Adopted as a baby? Grandma Dotty asked, leaning forward and peering at Andy's face. That would explain so much. As your twin, Willa would have guided you to us. They don't look anything alike. Garrett knew his protests were a losing battle, but he refused to give up, even when Andy's expression softened further. The dog raised its head from Willa's lap and sent Garrett a sorrowful look, as if even he knew the truth. Grandma Dotty gave Garrett a side hug before sitting next to him. "You did keep something to remind you of her." "I think about Willa sometimes when I'm designing," Garrett admitted. He held out his hand, wanting the picture back, wanting his carefully guarded emotions no longer in the open. Willa had a good eye when it came to jewelry. Not that her picture seemed to have helped him overcome the block he had when trying to design a set of jewelry worthy of the pink diamonds. Andy slid the picture across the table to him with those delicate fingers of hers. "You must miss her." Garrett missed the feeling of believing he was in love. That innocence. That sense of being on an adult path. And since her death, he'd been a hermit. He supposed he only had himself to blame for feeling lonely. Oh, he had his cousins and his brothers, but they weren't close the way they had been when they were kids. And he and his brothers. They drifted apart, each in their own silo of operations within the company, which only made his creative block when it came to the pink diamonds that much harder to bear. He wasn't doing his part. "You need a new muse turtle." Grandma Dotty tapped his sketches. "These ideas of yours don't do justice to these stones." The pink diamonds silently agreed, staring back at Garrett without any sparkle or inspiration. "May I hold one?" Andy asked. If he let her, Garrett was agreeing to work with Andy. But perhaps this unorthodox arrangement was what he needed for inspiration. He nodded. "The largest stone has the most depth." It approached golf ball size. Andy reverently picked up the stone, holding it between her thumb and forefinger, turning it to catch the light. "It's gorgeous." Rocky perked his ears, leaned forward and sniffed in the direction of the diamond, then sat back and whined a little. Garrett sat up. "He won't try to eat it, will he?" "Not if it doesn't smell like food." Andy set the large stone back on the velvet, then reached in her yellow leather tote bag and gave the dog a rawhide chew. With the fashion gala just weeks away, she looked to Garrett. "We need to get going." Garrett nodded, admitting defeat. "If neither of you have ideas for our project, I'll spitball." Grandma Dotty rubbed her hands together, a glint in her eye. Rocky crawled under the table, filling the showroom with the sounds of slurping and chomps. The theme of the fashion gala is light through the darkness. Grandma Dotty smiled at each of them in turn. "I'm thinking survival. Camouflage material. Maybe some type of stylish bulletproof dress." Garrett knew better than to take his grandmother seriously when she was winding herself up. "But Andy." Her eyes widened. Or, Grandma Dotty rocked back in her chair. "I could be the ray of sunrise after a stormy night. At sea. No. On a spacecraft. No. In the underworld, rising triumphantly while brandishing my sword. There will be no swords." Garrett could only imagine the accidental bloodshed and lawsuits that would result. Nothing sharp either. But just think of the drama. "I've always wanted to wear armor." Grandma Dotty sighed. "Well, if you don't want pointy objects." Light through the darkness could mean a flower rising through a snowdrift under the moonlight. "How long have you been thinking about this?" Andy asked. "This isn't my first rodeo." Grandma Dotty smiled dreamily. "I've been pondering options since they announced the theme. Now, who's taking notes for our team?" Garrett and Andy pointed at each other. Smiled at each other. Forgot they didn't want to work together. Or at least, Garrett did. Light through the darkness could mean, after 30 minutes of brainstorming, Andy was out of ideas as to what the fashion gala theme could mean. But fortunately, so were Dotty and Garrett. Dotty was slumped in her seat, humming to herself. Garrett doodled on his sketch pad. Rocky was burnt out, too. He'd given up on his chew and was sprawled beneath the conference table snoring softly. "Perhaps we should call it a day," Andy suggested. It might help her think creatively as opposed to thinking about Garrett. He'd said he respected her showmanship as Madame Andromeda. Sure, it was a backhanded compliment. But she couldn't remember the last time a skeptic gave her praise. Hang on, Garrett said absently. What if light through darkness meant rebirth? His short brown hair stuck endearingly up in front where he'd been tugging on it, and his black glasses had slid down his nose. There are many symbols of rebirth. Butterflies, a phoenix, the sun, a lotus flower. The lotus flower. Suddenly energized, Andy flipped to a new page in her sketchpad and began to draw a dress. Flowers were my idea when we started this shebang. Dotty stared at the ceiling. Is it a good sign that there aren't any spiders in here? Yes, Garrett said. Nothing about his grandmother seemed to faze him except her ability to retrieve gems from his safe. If this works, you'll get all the credit for flowers as our theme, Grandma Dotty. If we keep to this idea, Andy said, doodling. The skirt can be made up of panels shaped like petals. She glanced at the stones Garrett kept on his side of the table. A contrasting fabric color would work best against the stones. Black or a deep purple for the dark. Perhaps white or cream for the light. Garrett sat forward, tapping the top of her sketchpad. If the skirt is supposed to be the petals, then my grandmother's head would be still attached. Dotty patted the top of her head. The flowers, stamen? Garrett looked to Andy for confirmation. Is that the right word? The center of a flower is where delicate pieces emerge. Like a jeweled headpiece. Inspired, Andy laid her hand on top of her own crown. Ballerinas often have a headpiece that resembles a flower. So, I'm to be a ballerina? Dotty clearly hadn't been paying close attention. That seems far too simple. Shouldn't the outfit be convertible when I reach the steps, bringing the light into, well, the light? Interesting thought. Andy took up her pencil again. If the basic dress is convertible, we might be able to remove a dark layer to reveal a lighter layer beneath. Or perhaps the dress becomes lit from beneath when she reaches the steps, Garrett said slowly, scrunching his nose in an endearing manner. Lit from beneath? Dotty scoffed. That sounds like a peeper's dress, and I want no part of that. Although, I always thought it'd be fun to be a Vegas showgirl. Can I have a feather fan? I bet you're both too young to remember Gypsy Rosalie. Garrett ignored his grandmother. Gone was that hint of loneliness. Gone was the suspicion he'd regarded Andy with at the beginning of the meeting. Now, his deep brown eyes sparked with excitement as he stared at Andy, setting off a distracting spark inside of her. Garrett's lips moved. He was speaking, but all Andy heard was her own inner voice. He has nice, kissable lips. Those lips stopped moving. Andy blinked. It took a moment more for his words to sink in. It would be more dramatic if the showstopper jewel was revealed when Grandma Dotty removes the dark layer. Yes. Andy jerked into action. Her pencil flew across the page, because it was a good idea. A slim-fitting, dark bodice, with a high, textured neck and long, fitted sleeves with a princess skirt of lotus petals, like a bustle. And then when revealed or removed, Andy sketched a companion idea. Underneath was a slim white dress. A simpler dress, shorter, although the skirt was still formed of delicate lotus petals. A dress and skirt that would give volume to the top layer. There'll be a dress that will let the jewelry be the star. I'd like some sparkly go-go boots, Dotty told Andy. Or perhaps tights underneath. Something to give my gams pizzazz. We'll think about that later. Andy looked across the table at Garrett's work. His pencil skipped from corner to corner. From a delicate, jeweled headpiece to petal-shaped drop earrings to a necklace with a large pendant, the large, pink diamond as the stamen surrounded by the full petals of the lotus flower. Garrett raised his gaze to hers, adjusting his glasses. They smiled at each other. And even though Andy suspected Garrett's attraction to her was tied up in her resemblance to his dead fiancé, she imagined he was beginning to see her for who she was. Done, Dotty said briskly. That wasn't so hard, was it? Next order of business, Chad, Garrett's oldest brother, led the staff meeting on the afternoon after the design session with Andy. Chad had been made CEO a little over a month ago after quitting. Or, as their father said in his retirement speech, had taken a leave of absence. Since then, Chad had instituted weekly meetings where they were all grilled about the business. He was clearly out to make a mark for himself. And that mark would first be made with those pink diamonds. No pressure. Garrett's neck spasmed because that's where he kept all his work stress. He had a different kind of tension in his chest. And that stress. He didn't want to put a name to it. But there was a face. An attractive face framed by blonde hair. Chad's gaze found Garrett's. Next order of business is the fashion gala. I hear we found a dress design partner, Garrett. Finally. Where are we on the pink diamonds? 3 other Summer brothers turned toward Garrett, Zach, Phil, Braden. I have some ideas. Garrett explained about his partnership with an up-and-coming fashion designer, carefully leaving out how they'd met, because that would cast doubt on the venture, and he'd bet that in Chad's eyes, in any straight-laced Summer's eyes, psychic dress designers were most likely taboo. Instead, Garrett briefed them on the Lotus idea, and then he showed his brothers his jewelry sketches and a photocopy of Andy's rough idea for the 2 looks Grandma Dotty would wear. Not that he mentioned her name. I like this. Who's wearing it on the red carpet? Zach was one of Garrett's youngest brothers. He worked as their customer service and social media manager. It helps to have a big-name celebrity, especially if the designer is new. We can build up the suspense for weeks before the event. Which would mean, Zach opened the calendar app on his phone. I'd need to begin posting next week. Garrett's neck twinged again. He didn't think anyone in the room would approve of their grandmother doing the modeling. Much as he loved Grandma Dotty, she had a habit of leaving a trail of chaos in her wake. And they all knew it. But Garrett refused to panic. Not yet, anyway. There was the possibility that Grandma Dotty would lose her enthusiasm to walk the red carpet. She ran hot and cold. And if she had something better to do, surely they could find someone to wear Andy's creation. So, Garrett put on his best poker face and tried to buy himself some. The designers got a lead on a new modeling talent. I'm told she's something of a spitfire. A new talent? Phil, their chief financial officer, adjusted the set of his round, wire-rimmed glasses. Then who's paying for the seats? Those run upwards of $50,000 each. Leo Abrams is taking our model as his +1, Garrett said quickly, rubbing the back of his neck, trying to ease his anxiety. This literally fell into our laps, and we shouldn't question it too closely. Our Leo? Chad stared at Garrett the way one does when suspicions are forming toward the words coming out of a once-trusted brother's mouth. I'm surprised Leo is going. It hasn't been that long since Mayim died. I'm as surprised as you are, Garrett admitted with genuine relief. There were too many ways his brothers could poke holes in this project. Leo was the safest hole to poke. But the longer the meeting went on, the more holes they'd find. I've got a lot to do. Are we finished? Yeah, Chad said, still looking at Garrett as if he suspected there was more to the story. I guess we are. For now. There's something you aren't telling me. Garrett wasn't surprised to have Chad visit his workroom after their meeting. The reason Chad was a good CEO was because he didn't take anything at face value. There are many things I can't tell you, Garrett countered, trying not to look guilty. Link size and design. How much rose gold I'll need. I'm thinking about changing the headpiece to something bolder. Chad came closer, glancing at the computer screen where Garrett was turning his scribbles into a 3D version of the necklace. Grandma Dotty was here today during your design meeting. Such an innocent statement. Garrett wasn't fooled. His neck twinged once more. He hoped his older brother hadn't seen him flinch. Grandma Dotty's been around here a lot since your collapse last summer, he said carefully. True. Chad straightened and looked Garrett in the eye. But why you? He knows. He knows Grandma Dotty is involved somehow. Garrett's mouth went dry. The entire scheme was going to unravel. I'll never see Andy again. Garrett managed to swallow, tuck away that unsettling thought for later review, and say, I think Grandma Dotty is worried about me because of Willa. She's decided I need her. We've all been worried about you because of Willa. Chad ran a hand through his hair. And I can relate to Grandma Dotty being your shadow. She spent time with me last summer after I had that health scare. He shifted his feet. Do you remember when we were kids and Grandma Dotty would try to play any sport we were in? He believes me? Relief made it easier to breath. Yeah. I remember. She'd try anything. Football, soccer, basketball, ice hockey. That's right. Chad smiled a little, just enough to put Garrett on guard again. To this day, she'll still try anything we show interest in: charity projects, health regimes, jewelry designing for the fashion gala. Garrett's mouth went dry. He knows. He knows. He knows. She likes the pink diamonds, Garrett confessed, sticking close to the truth. The safe in the corner caught his eye. Speaking of her involvement, can you bring in someone to change the combinations on our safes? Seems like Grandma Dotty knows my combination. And if she knows mine, she knows all of ours. Chad rubbed his temples. For a woman who's supposed to be in the early stages of dementia, she can recall a surprising amount of information. Chad, can I see you for a minute? Phil called from down the hall, saving Garrett from further inquisition. For the time being. You're going to need more oomph in that corset, Mom told Andy a few days after the meeting at Summer Diamonds. You think so? Andy pushed her little wheeled stool away from the dress form in the corner of their living room. She was using cotton to create Dottie's prototype dress for the fashion gala, using steel boning to create the corset. Her sketches were at a point where she needed to see if she could bring them to life, even if the fabric was wrong. These are Dottie's measurements. She's a senior citizen, right? There will be saggage. Mom held her hands in front of her breasts. It's a fact of life. If she's a C cup, you'll need to support her like she's sporting a D cup. Good point. Andy made a mental note to add more support at the breast level of the corset. There are so many ways this could go wrong. And the event is mere weeks away. Some designers had months to create a look. The best careers require bravery. Mom and her stock words of wisdom. No two paths are the same. Some are short. Some are winding. Mom was still in Zen mode and reading Andy like a much-beloved, often-read book. And didn't you say a few of your peers quit on their fashion dreams to get married and have kids? Andy nodded, mind wandering to a street corner in the Diamond District, a heart-pounding rescue, and a handsome man who continued to surprise her. Your journey is yours and yours alone. Mom's voice reassured. How many times have I heard you tell clients those same words with that same expression? Andy turned the dress form around so that she could fuss with the petal bustle in back. The material wanted to resemble a duck's behind more than a lotus about to blossom. Are you saying I'm bad at giving pep talks simply because I have nothing fresh to say? Mom arched one brow, a skill Andy would never master. Of course not. But everyone else. Stop right there. Mom held up a hand. Everyone? Really? Can't you see what's happening here? You're daunted by the timeline and unique quality of work you're being paid to do. Emphasis on you're being paid to do it. Plus, you'll be featured at one of the fashion world's most prestigious red carpet events. Can everyone say that? No, Andy said mulishly. Then enjoy your time in the sun. Immerse yourself in the creative process with all the joy you had when you first realized you loved to sew your own unique clothes. Andy nodded, doing her best to swallow her doubts. When is your next doctor's appointment? Next week. Mom patted her plaster cast. I'll either get a new cast or a brace. A brace. Andy spun around to face Mom squarely. You could go back to work with a leg brace. And Andy could stop being Madame Andromeda. There'd be more time to sew. Frankly, the logistics of getting from here to there and back are daunting. Mom sighed. And you know that traffic makes me jumpy now. Her mother had been struck by a taxi running a red light while coming home from work one day. Overall, she'd been lucky. But her leg had been broken in 3 places. She'd had 2 surgeries, a series of pins inserted into bone, a prolonged hospital stay, and now weeks of home rest. They still had rehab to tackle once her leg was free of casts or braces. I know I've asked a lot of you to take on the bulk of the business for me, but Mom's breath caught and tears filled her eyes. I'm afraid of the journey to the office and back. The best careers require bravery. Repeating her mother's words, Andy rushed forward to give her a reassuring hug. And by the time you're ready to go back, my first design will have debuted at the fashion gala. Cross fingers. Knock on wood. And trust things didn't fall through with Garrett and his grandmother. Hope that I don't disappoint Garrett and his grandmother. We're both going to be fine. Mom cleared her throat and tried to smile as if all was right with the world, but she didn't convince Andy. Tell me who you did readings for today. And don't leave out any of the good stuff, like their epiphanies afterward. Chapter 4. Garrett put his hand on the door handle of Andromeda's office a week after his first design meeting with Andy. What's the hold-up? Grandma Dotty crowded him. She wore a long black dress, a white feather boa, and rhinestone-studded white flats. She tossed the end of the feather boa over her shoulder, doing nothing to reassure Garrett that she'd be a good red carpet model for summer diamonds. Not 5 minutes ago, you were telling me to walk faster. And now, you're having second thoughts? Yes. And thirds. They should have held this meeting at Summer Diamonds. It felt more professional. And they would have held it there if the fashion gala project wasn't on Chad's radar. He was constantly asking Garrett how things were going. Plus, Zach was trying to create a social media teaser campaign and had been hounding Garrett to give him something to feature other than the pink diamonds themselves. Garrett wasn't used to talking so much during the day. Deception was exhausting. And then there was his grandmother's insistence on attending Garrett's meetings with Andy, putting him on edge. He didn't have much experience as his grandmother's keeper. He'd asked her to meet him here and had encountered her outside Summer Diamonds wearing that feather boa. What would she do during the meeting outside a professional environment? Even Garrett wasn't comfortable meeting around a table used for seances. This whole project is a risk. Grandma Dotty took both his hands in her small ones. Do you know what launches businesses to the stratosphere? Big risks. I learned that from your grandfather. Now, put on your big boy britches, turtle. And then she entered the psychic designer's waiting room. The second door was open, the one leading to the room with the round table and those bulky chairs that Garrett assumed were disguised speakers. Rocky trotted over to greet them. The tall Great Dane had Grandma Dotty in his sights today. Garrett purposefully hadn't eaten before the meeting to avoid being tackled. Rocky sniffed Grandma Dotty's sparkly shoes and then licked her ankles. Hey, we don't know each other well enough for that. Grandma Dotty danced away. What's gotten into you, Rocky? Did you just apply lotion? Andy appeared, wearing another bohemian skirt, this one in a red, flowery pattern. A twisted, red scarf circled her head, holding her blonde tresses away from her face. Bangles jingled at her wrists. Rocky loves scented lotion. I have no idea why. When he was a puppy, I went to get a pedicure, no polish, put on a pair of socks afterward, and when I took the socks off, he ate one of them. A sock? Garrett eyed the dog. Andy nodded. Licked it dry and tore it to shreds. Why didn't you stop him? Grandma Dotty asked, hiding behind Garrett. I was cooking dinner and he was very quiet. Andy gave the dog a friendly pat on the head. I had to tug the second sock from his mouth. Now, if he's quiet, I look to see if he's gnawing on something he shouldn't. She gave Garrett a friendly, open smile, a smile he felt like a bolt of electricity down to his toes. Did you bring your sketches? Yes, Garrett said eagerly, immediately regretting it. At this rate, he'd be asking Andy out when their meeting was through. And that wasn't professional either. They settled at the table where Andy conned her customers with so-called powers, each taking out their sketchbooks. Flinging her white feather boa over her shoulders, Grandma Dotty roamed around the room, followed by Rocky, nose to her skirt hem. Where did the crystal ball go? I put it away for this meeting, Andy said in a coolly efficient tone, perhaps suspecting Grandma Dotty was snooping. Garrett bit back a smile. He knew she was snooping. Where did you put it? Grandma Dotty poked around the black curtains draped over the walls. Oh, here it is. She lifted the crystal ball and rubbed a hand over it. How do I turn it on? Abracadabra? Hocus pocus? Garrett snorted, earning a shush from Andy. Rocky extended his nose to the crystal, then licked it. That dog is willing to eat anything. Smile strained, Andy held out a hand, silently asking for the crystal ball back. You don't turn it on. The spirits do. I jump-started it. Grandma Dotty cradled the ball with both hands. Look. The mist is moving. I am an old lady who swallowed a fly. She walked around the room, head cocked as if listening for someone to pick up the chorus. Sally? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Rocky paced beside Grandma Dotty, as if she'd called him to heel. He bumped into her leg, sending her careening against a curtained wall. Squawk. Screech. Electronic feedback filled the room. Everyone startled. Andy darted to her feet, reached behind a curtain and punched a console button, then turned toward Grandma Dotty. We're here to review the fashion gala designs, not contact the beyond. With what looked like restraint, Andy took the crystal ball from Grandma Dotty and returned it to its place behind a curtain. What was that sound, Andy? Grandma Dotty stood next to Garrett, Rocky sitting at her feet. The squawking, I mean. You turned on the speakers, but the receiver wasn't on. Here. With a few swipes on her cell phone, Andy had the sound of running water easing out of the ceiling speakers. Do you hear it? Grandma Dotty nodded, stroking Rocky's big head with one hand, tickling his back using her white feather boa with the other. But I'd much rather hear what Sally has to say about our venture. We're not here to talk to Sally, Garrett told his grandmother. We're here to make sure you have a great dress for the fashion gala. And that Summer Diamonds had a set of jewelry that would be a triumph no matter who wore it. You sound like my son Tim, Grandma Dotty said in a dour voice. She lived with her youngest son most of the time when she was in the city. This is a business meeting, Garrett explained. I'm allowed to keep you on track and ban spiders and spirits. Grandma Dotty huffed. Garrett indicated that Andy should kick off the meeting. I made a range of designs. Andy got right down to business before his grandmother caused more mischief. From the more classic to, well, the unexpected. Same, Garrett said, feeling on edge, hoping to please. He'd made his designs with Andy in mind, as if she'd be wearing the jewelry, not Grandma Dotty. I also sewed 2 different prototype dresses, just to see if I could pull off the petal bustle. Andy blushed. I hope you don't think that's putting the cart before the horse. That's very wise. Garrett was all for pre-testing to avoid failure. He'd played with a few different resin casts himself, melting down a lesser quality of gold to cast a few of the smaller, trickier pieces. Did you bring anything for me to try on? Grandma Dotty asked brightly. When Andy shook her head, she pouted. I'll settle for trying on one of your Madame Andromeda robes. She dug behind a section of curtain-covered wall and drew out a black robe that resembled something Harry Potter would wear to Hogwarts. In a blink, she had it on. The hem dragged on the floor as she walked around the séance table, humming about swallowing flies. Garrett caught Andy's eye. I'm sorry. Sally, are you listening? His grandmother continued her circle, passing Rocky, who hadn't budged from his seated position near her chair. Feel free to ignore her, Garrett said to Andy. She's not someone easily overlooked. But Andy seemed relieved to do so anyway. Let's start with the classic designs. She showed him a sketch of what looked like a bride's dress, except it was black. Garrett flipped through his 3D jewelry designs before showing Andy a lotus pendant and headpiece that was elegant but ho-hum. This is the literal translation of the lotus. Wow, you did this on the computer? I'm impressed. Andy smiled at him. I'm still in the dark ages with a pencil. I still sketch my rough ideas with pencil and paper, Garrett allowed in what he hoped was a calm voice. Inside, he was doing a happy dance because of her praise. Grandma Dotty slowed, peering at the ideas on the table. Those have both been done before. Silently agreeing, Andy and Garrett turned their pages over while Grandma Dotty returned to attempting to summon Sally, pacing and humming and nearly tripping over the black robe. Next, I tried to envision the dress with a steampunk vibe. Using a pencil, Andy traced the pointy edges on the petals of the skirt. The bodice would have more pieces, perhaps in leather. I suppose your work would fit this jewelry design. Garrett placed a 3D rendering in the middle of the table. His jewelry pieces now had straighter, sharper lines. Grandma Dotty barely looked at their work before pronouncing, "You can both do better." Again, Andy and Garrett silently agreed, neither interested in arguing for that particular interpretation of the theme. They flipped through their pages. Grandma Dotty continued to circle the table, to hum and study the ceiling. Garrett's hands were sweaty. He rubbed them on his slacks, hating that Andy's opinion counted so much to him. He hadn't been this nervous about a design since Willa's engagement ring. No matter how much he tried to deny it, Garrett wanted to vibe with Andy creatively. Andy eased a sketch before him. "I went a little Picasso here. The petals aren't the same shapes, angles, or lengths." She used her pencil to trace the angular, irregular lines of the skirt. "Granted, it's a little Harley Quinn. I appreciate your DC Comics reference." Garrett grinned. He pulled out a rendering he felt fit her bold creation. "I used a modern art style here with statement-making angles. There's a chain connecting the necklace to the earrings to the headpiece. You two are on the same wavelength." Grandma Dotty stopped pacing to cradle Rocky's head in her hands. "Don't you agree, Sally?" She cocked her head, as if listening. "The dog's name is Rocky." Garrett knew what she meant but couldn't resist the opportunity to tease her. "I'm talking to the Spirit Andy channels." Grandma Dotty sniffed. "There had to be some sort of divine intervention for you to create so similarly. Although I don't think those designs are right either." Garrett and Andy scoffed. "These are good," Garrett said, meaning it. "Yes, we're on the same wavelength, which is unexpected," Andy admitted. They smiled at each other, like coworkers who'd just solved the biggest of company problems. Except, the smiles continued for more time than was appropriate for work colleagues. Had he thought Andy looked like Willa? He couldn't see it now. And perhaps because of that, the loneliness inside of him receded. Given time, Andy could mean something to me. If I do love right this time. Garrett drew a breath, distracted by the idea. Rocky settled into his dog bed with a grunt, filling the silence. "Is this a date or a design meeting?" Twirling one end of her white feather boa, Grandma Dotty gazed at the stars painted on the ceiling. "If you want to go grab coffee, I'll stay here with Sally and the dog." Garrett and Andy scoffed once more. "Not happening," Andy told her. "It was worth a shot." "Turtle is a slow mover when it comes to romance," Grandma Dotty said. "You're off topic," Garrett chastised her. "Have I been sleepwalking?" His grandmother looked pained. "Did I blip?" They assured her she hadn't. Still standing, Grandma Dotty placed her hands on the table, spreading her fingers the way Andy had asked them to at their supposed seance. "What else do you two have?" "Just this kind of edgy, angular vibe." Andy turned a single sheet sketch toward them, revealing what looked like. Garrett didn't know what to make of it. The dress was black and fitted on top with long, close-fitting sleeves, also black. The black skirt had a long train and parted at the waist in front, revealing black leggings beneath. And in the back, the black petals were in bud form, waiting to bloom. "Is that a ducktail?" Grandma Dotty leaned forward, tapping the bud at the bum part of the dress. "It's a bustle, shaped like a lotus bud," Andy explained. "It's dark on one side of the petals and light on the other. When we remove the overdress, which is like a tight-fitting jacket dress, we reveal," she set another design sketch on the table. "A lotus in bloom." The lotus petals were now a pale pink with black edges and made up the miniskirt. "I like blossoming," Grandma Dotty gushed. "It's the right amount of drama for the fashion gala." "What about you, Garrett?" "I like it, too." Garrett felt excitement build. He sifted through his ideas and then laid a dramatically sketched design on the table. I was playing with this idea this morning, a pendant that has moving parts, so it converts from one look to another. At first, it looks like a black lotus whose petals are outlined with rose gold and filled with black onyx. Then, when we transition to the light version of the outfit, you open the overlay like a locket with a hint on the bottom. It swivels to become the black backdrop for the pink diamond pendant. He showed Andy a different drawing depicting the diamond pendant with black onyx petals behind it. And then another featuring a unique headpiece. The headpiece is more like a jewelry comb inserted at the back of the neck. The onyx petals are outlined with smaller diamonds, from white to pink on the tips. I didn't have time to draw the earrings, but I suppose they'd incorporate the black onyx as a petal. That looks exquisite. Andy gushed with praise that had Garrett smiling. I love it when a plan comes together. Grandma Dotty beamed at them, holding the feather boa beneath her chin and blinking coquettishly. Now, how quickly can you create this dress and jewelry? The clock is ticking. Something hooded Andy's gaze. I need to select the fabric, of course. I couldn't do that before the design was approved. I want to come along when you do that, Grandma Dotty said. I have a good eye for color. What's the matter, Andy? Garrett asked, in tune with her moods. She grimaced. I hate to ask, but I need money for the fabric and my time. I know what Garrett thinks about me, Anne. That was before, Garrett interrupted her. Before what? Grandma Dotty demanded, taking a seat next to him. Did you two meet without me? I know Andy reminds you of Willa, Turtle, and you said she was pretty, but we're a team. Garrett closed his eyes and wished he'd never answered his grandmother's text last week. I meant, before we started this project. Regardless, Grandma Dotty sounded more like herself, chipper and carefree. Not like a person who'd just spilled what Garrett thought of their dress designer. I'll write you a check, Andy. You don't have a checkbook anymore, Garrett reminded her, opening his eyes. Uncle Tim had taken it away recently after Grandma Dotty had made a generous donation to Cousin Aubrey's animal rescue organization. Turtle will write you a check, Grandma Dotty said without missing a beat. I don't have a checkbook either. Garrett gathered his sketches. I'll send you the money electronically, Andy. Thank you. Here's where you can send it. Andy scribbled something on a scrap of paper and handed it to him. What about you, Garrett? What's the next step for you? I'll create 3D images that I'll use to make resin comps. Andy shook her head, smiling a little. You lost me. I use a 3D printer to create a resin version of each piece of jewelry, Garrett explained. They'll be life-size. That ensures the stones fit. I'll make any adjustments needed to the design before using the refined resin pieces to create Delft molds, which we use to pour gold into. Garrett continued when Andy's eyes didn't glaze over, then I'll refine each piece of rose gold cast, put it all together, and mount the stones. He waffled. Well, sometimes I have to mount and remount stones depending on the fit of the pieces. I'm fascinated by your process, Garrett. I wish I could design a dress that way. I bet it saves hours and hours of time. How smart. How smart. Just 2 words of praise and Garrett was walking on air on the way back to Summer Diamond's headquarters. The afternoon breeze was brisk but refreshing with the autumn sun shining on them. You lost me a 3D printer back there. Grandma Dotty yawned. Then she startled, shaking herself. I didn't fall asleep, did I? I'm not supposed to do that now that I've stopped taking those sleepy meds. She'd stopped taking her meds? Garrett made a mental note to send his cousin Kitty, who was part of Grandma Dotty's care team, a note asking about her meds. Did you hear me? Grandma Dotty raised her voice until it was louder than the noise made by a passing bus. Yes, I heard you. I was thinking about something else. Phew. She looked relieved. I thought it was happening again. Wouldn't want to drift out of my lane the way Dolly Parton did the last time we were at Madame Andromeda's. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Repeat what? Garrett's concern for his grandmother increased. Nodding off. Repeating myself. Or not talking at all when I thought I had. Forgetting my bucket list. And Grandma Dotty's gaze darted around. Darned if I didn't just forget the other signs of loopiness. She grabbed hold of his hand with fingers that were tangled in the white boa. Your turtle, right? Your grandson. Yes. Garrett pulled her out of the flow of foot traffic and closer to a jewelry store window, feeling the pressure to replace her as a model squeezed his chest of air. How many fingers am I holding up? None. I'm holding your hand. Grandma Dotty gave his hand a good shake, one that included her white feather boa. Do you know where we are? Garrett demanded. Do you know who you are? I'm Dorothy Summer, she grumbled, glancing around. And I'm presently on Fifth Avenue. Garrett wasn't entirely reassured. Do you remember what we were doing before this? Yes. I was at Madame Andromeda's trying to channel Sally, Grandma Dotty said. She pressed her nose to the jewelry store's glass. I could have done it, but I was interrupted by, she frowned. We were looking at designs for the fashion gala. I could have channeled Sally if I had more time in Madame Andromeda's inner sanctum. Grandma Dotty moved her hands as if they were flowing over Andy's crystal ball. Or I could have channeled your grandfather. He came to me the other day, you know. It's all about time. Stop right there. Garrett hooked his arm over his grandmother's shoulders and urged her into a walk toward Summer Diamonds. I know what you're thinking. You're not going to break into Madame Andromeda's office and pretend to be her. If you don't remember, she's designing your dress for the fashion gala. You can't disrespect her like that. Pfft. I think my relationship to Sally gives me a pass. His grandmother was staring at the clouds. You know, I've always wanted to pick a door lock and channel a spirit using a crystal ball. Bucket lists are to be respected. This wasn't sounding good. Andy won't like it if you vandalize her things. Grandma Dotty harumphed. Vandalize? I'm always careful. Promise me you won't do anything like that until after the fashion gala. Garrett stopped and turned to face her. Grandma Dotty continued to stare up at the sky. The breeze ruffled her short, white hair and the feathers of her boa. Garrett bent his knees, crouching down to her level. Promise me. She rolled her eyes. Do I look like someone who would sabotage Summer? She frowned. Summer anything? Yes. He wouldn't put it past her to try anyway. Grandma Dotty huffed. Grandsons aren't supposed to take away all my fun. I'm only trying to keep you out of jail. Garrett straightened and started walking again, gently tugging her along. You wouldn't want to be in the slammer and miss the fashion gala, would you? I wouldn't. His grandmother looked lost. They rounded the corner on 47th. I know this place, Grandma Dotty murmured. She flourished her white boa and said in a stronger voice, I'm Dotty Summer. I've cleared my calendar to give you and Andy my undivided attention. We're a team. You, me, and Andy. Garrett frowned and started to chastise her again. Don't be so negative, she cut him off. Grandma Dotty took her thumbs and forefingers and used them to raise her eyelids. Open your eyes, turtle. I may be blipping today, but I know what I saw earlier with those sketches of yours. You two complete each other. It's rather sweet. We feed off each other creatively, Garrett allowed. And in other ways, Grandma Dotty told him in a superior tone of voice. You'll see. He wasn't going to enter into an argument. Can I get a cab for you? Garrett didn't want his grandmother coming inside Summer Diamond headquarters. If your memory isn't working right, you should go home and make sure you've taken the right pills and rest. I suppose I am tired. Grandma Dotty gathered the ends of her white boa and fluttered them on either side of his face. But you're giving me such a gift, Garrett. You can't keep the pink diamond jewelry, he said quickly, thinking of how she'd broken into his safe. We need to put it on display here after the fashion gala. The foot traffic would give them an uptick in sales. And then we'll sell it for a very large profit. Turtle, I mean you're giving me the gift of a shared experience. You, me, and Andy. Grandma Dotty turned and flagged down a cab with her boa. That's a gift more precious than your gemstones. Garrett was sure his brothers would disagree. Miss Andromeda. Andy turned, startled, not expecting anyone else after Garrett and Dotty had left. She'd been thinking about how well she and Garrett worked together. How Garrett's smile lifted her spirits and buoyed her confidence. Rocky gave a short woof and galloped to the outer office door. He greeted their visitor by standing on his hind legs and shoving his front paws on her landlord's shoulders. Somehow, Mr. Grimsky remained standing, possibly because this wasn't his first experience with Rocky. Rocky, down. Andy rushed forward before her dog licked her landlord's face and bald head clean. I'm sorry, Mr. Grimsky. It took her several tries to get Rocky off of him. And by then, her landlord's face was wet with dog kisses. Can I get you a towel? No need. He wiped his face with the cuff of his gray dress shirt sleeve. What I do have a need for is this month's rent. Oh, shoot. Andy didn't have enough in her bank account to cover it in full. Is it that time again? It's past time, Mr. Grimsky said with more patience than Andy deserved. Let's hope Mom is right and I'm a better designer than a psychic. I'll send the funds through tonight. Or just as soon as Garrett gave her the fabric money. A good portion of her mother's regular clients weren't coming in, preferring live sessions with Mom. And Mom's phone psychic sideline wasn't supplementing the difference in income completely. Miss Andromeda, her landlord, had a rather cold stare. I was under the impression that your generation had banking apps on their phones. Not me or my mother, Andy said too quickly and with forced innocence. I'm a bit old-fashioned. I'm afraid someone will snatch my phone. Despite it being 5 years old. That's why I have Rocky. Who is such a terrifying beast, Mr. Grimsky deadpanned. But he gave the dog a fond pat on the head. I could do a reading for you, Andy blurted, trying unsuccessfully to quell her panic. Free of charge. For the trouble you went to by coming to see me and being patient with the delay. If she had to guess, Mr. Grimsky was a 1980s love ballad, big hairband fan. What are you going to tell me, Miss Andromeda? Her landlord tugged down his shirt sleeves. That I'm about to come into a goodly sum of money, enough to cover the rent on your office space? Andy forced a laugh. My mom should hire you, Mr. Grimsky. He smirked. The rent will come through tomorrow, or you'll have to answer to my wife. No need to upset Mrs. Grimsky. She'd heard rumors about the landlord's wife from other tenants. Mrs. Grimsky was the kind of woman to change the locks on the doors without warning. And for a psychic not to have foreseen that coming. Well, if word got out, it'd be bad for business. Chapter 5. Garrett stayed late into the night at Summer Diamonds using a computer program to bring his ideas for the pink diamond jewelry to life in resin. He stayed so late that he didn't realize it was morning until Grandma Dotty showed up wearing blue jeans and a denim work shirt while carrying a tray with 2 coffee cups and a bag of bagels and cream cheese. Your coffee is cold, she said as she set a cup in front of him. I went by your apartment first, but your bed wasn't slept in. How do you know that? He removed his coffee's lid and placed it in a small microwave on a top shelf, setting it to warm. Your doorman let me in. She sipped her coffee. Ugh. Mine is cold, too. Why would Sammy do that? Because he knows me. Grandma Dotty put a hand over her heart, tone turning sappy. I'm your caring grandmother. Garrett scoffed. My nosy grandmother, you mean? That, too. She removed her coffee cup lid. If you hadn't been here, I was going to call Andy next. Why? Grandma Dotty leaned her hip against the workbench, watching Garrett closely. In case you were her unexpected guest last night. Garrett choked on a puff of air. We haven't known each other long enough for there to be any guesting. Guesting? I need sleep. Pshaw. I've seen the way you look at Andy and the way she looks at you. There should be guesting. And a proposal. And a wedding. And then... I'm not having this conversation. The microwave dinged. He took out his cup. Grandma Dotty handed him her coffee cup to heat next. I know you, turtle. You haven't dated since Willa died. And before you know it, all the good women will be gone. Even Sammy, your doorman, agrees with me. I'm going to tell Sammy not to let you in anymore, Garrett grumbled. Much less talk to you about my love life. Or lack thereof. Grandma Dotty scoffed. I would have picked your door lock if Sammy hadn't let me in. You don't know how to pick a lock. Did she? He realized that in his enthusiasm to create the jewelry, he'd forgotten to text Kitty about Grandma Dotty admitting she wasn't taking some of her pills. Although she looked clear of mind this morning. He decided she was pulling his leg about lock-picking. The microwave dinged. Garrett removed his grandmother's coffee, snapped a lid in place, and handed it to her. You've been watching too many crime shows on TV. I've moved on from those. Do you want to know the best thing about the internet? His grandmother opened her purse and produced a small bag. You can buy everything and learn anything. These are my lock-picking tools. She drew out what looked like a dental hygienist's cleaning kit. I couldn't sleep one night and binged lockpicking videos on social media. Garrett adjusted his glasses and glanced from the tools to his grandmother's rather superior-looking grin. Is that how you got in here this morning? Pfft, Grandma Dotty shook her head. I don't need to break in here. I have a key card, and the security alarm password. You remember the password? Even Garrett had to notate it in his phone because it changed so often. Turtle, I may be Dotty, but my memory is like and she frowned. What is that big gray animal called? An elephant? Garrett politely refrained from teasing her. Forgetting words was a symptom of dementia. I'm going to have to ask you to turn in your key and key card. How did you get them? A lady never tells her secrets. Grandma Dotty returned her lockpicking tools to their bag. Seriously? Garrett placed the bagels in the microwave next. You won't even tell your favorite grandson? I won't tell any of my grandchildren. She stuffed the tools inside her purse and glanced around, attention landing on his work. You've constructed the necklace with plastic. And the headpiece. That had been the biggest challenge. The petals were outlined in thin strips. Garrett's stomach growled, urging him to focus less on work and more on food. The next step is to make the molds, then cast the pieces. In rose gold. Grandma Dotty examined the main pendant components. Can I hold the blowtorch to melt the gold? No, Garrett had alarming images of his grandmother burning the building to the ground. She blinked innocent eyes at him. But fire. That's the best part of jewelry making. The best part of jewelry making is unveiling the pieces from the molds and seeing your vision come to life. Or perhaps revealing the pieces to Andy and seeing her approving smile. Stop that. Garrett couldn't afford to get caught up in romantic notions. The microwave dinged, a much-needed reminder of reality. Garrett removed the warm bagels and set them on napkins on the workbench. Grandma Dotty sat on a stool next to him and was quiet while they slathered cream cheese on their bagels. But she was never quiet for long. When you were a child, you were fascinated by how things worked. I was certain you were going to be an engineer at NASA. But then I worked here one summer and discovered this room. A magical room where metals could be melted, poured into molds, and transformed into wonderful pieces ready to cradle rare gems. She scoffed. I don't think you discovered anything. Your father always had a plan for you boys, the same as my Ronald had a plan for our boys. No matter how I came to this trade, I love it. And it makes me feel good because I'm a contributing family member. Like he mattered in the summer scheme of things, even if he and his brothers weren't as close as they'd once been. Do you really love your job? Grandma Dotty glanced around. There's no window in here. You can't see if the sky is a deep blue or a dark gray. You can't feel the sun's rays or listen to the rain fall. There's more to life than creating beautiful things that someone else will wear. Says the woman who wants me to create something beautiful for her to wear, he teased. You know what I mean. And he did. It was thoughts of Andy that had filled his head as he made resin pieces of the jewelry. It was the memory of the understanding in Andy's warm brown eyes that he was reminded of as he inspected the pieces in preparation for mold making. Grandma Dotty smeared the last of the cream cheese onto her bagel. I swear, Turtle, sometimes I think you know less about yourself than I know about Molly's cat. Garrett had been about to take a bite of bagel, but paused to ask, "Who's Molly?" "I don't know." Grandma Dotty shrugged. "Is this another one of those out-of-touch episodes?" He stared at Grandma Dotty's face, searching for signs of a drift from reality, but she still looked clear-headed. "If not Molly, whose cat are we talking about?" Grandma Dotty wiped her plastic knife clean before tossing it in the trash. "Hello, odd behavior. There is no cat. Follow along, Turtle. It's an expression. I don't know Molly or her cat." "I'm saying you know less about yourself then," she shook her head. "And they say I'm Dotty." Garrett's sleep-deprived head hurt too much to continue trying to unravel her logic. They ate the bagels and Garrett began making molds for each piece, losing himself in the work, not even noticing that his grandmother had left the room until he heard her triumphant shout. He wandered down the hall, stopping at Zach's open office door. "What are you doing in here? And how did you get in?" Everyone locked their doors at the end of a workday. It was standard operating procedure, along with securing each office's safe. His grandmother sat in front of the open safe in Zach's office, with what looked like a doctor's stethoscope hanging around her neck. Her cell phone lay on the carpet next to her, the screen frozen with an image of a safe door open. "This proves it. You can learn how to do anything on the internet. Wait until I tell Leo." At the far end of the hall, the elevator doors slid open, revealing Chad. Chad, who prided himself on the new level of security he'd installed last month. Chad, who was already suspicious about Garrett's tight-lipped answers to his queries regarding the fashion gala project. Garrett darted into Zach's office and silently closed the door behind him. "Shut the safe," he whispered. "Put everything back the way you found it. Don't you want to have a look?" Grandma Dotty seemed perplexed. "They say what you keep in your safe tells a lot about a person." She held up a small USB data stick. "What's he got on this computer thingy?" "Who's in there?" Chad called before Garrett had time to give her question credence. Footsteps approached, pounding on the hallway floor. And then there was a commanding knock on Zach's office door. Garrett shook a finger at Grandma Dotty, and then opened the door. "Good morning, Chad." "Whiskers. Great news." Grandma Dotty indicated the open safe with a flourish of hands. "You have a weakness in your security system." Chapter 6. Surprisingly, Garrett was waiting outside Madame Andromeda's office building when Andy and Rocky arrived for work Wednesday mid-morning. Wearing a lightweight black jacket, Garrett looked rumpled, as if he'd slept in his khakis and Summer Diamond's blue polo shirt. His short hair stuck up in front the way it did when something frustrated him and his glasses had slipped down his nose. But when his gaze connected with Andy's, it made the brisk breeze feel warm and tropical. Andy smiled. "I could get used to this." As soon as Rocky spotted Garrett, the Great Dane lunged forward enthusiastically, dragging Andy into a jog as they rushed to meet him. "Kind of like the way my heart reacts at the sight of him, with happiness-induced speed." Rocky stood on his hind legs and gave Garrett a standing hug before Andy could tug him back. "Did I miss a meeting?" Andy asked him, straightening the lapels of her blue wool jacket. "No. I just pulled an all-nighter working on the jewelry and I wanted to show someone." Garrett cleared his throat. "I mean, I wanted to show you." Touched, Andy's heart beat even faster, powering a smile that she was sure betrayed how much she'd already fallen for this man. A man she barely knew but felt as if she'd known all her life. Movement inside the building caught her eye. Mr. Grimsky exited the elevator and stopped to say something to the security guard. "Oh." Andy pushed Garrett back, moving out of Mr. Grimsky's line of sight. "Do you want to grab a cup of coffee? Or run with me to the corner because I didn't pay the rent last night because you didn't send me the money because you pulled an all-nighter?" Andy didn't wait for Garrett to answer. She hooked her arm through his and dragged him toward the coffee shop on the corner. "I did some work last night, too. I took pictures. I take pictures of everything. Did you take any? I'll show you mine if you show me yours." "Why do I get the feeling I'm being railroaded?" Garrett glanced back toward her office building, dragging his feet. Are we running from someone? A frustrated spirit or a fuming customer? If you must know, Andy didn't let his curiosity drag her to a complete stop. But she thought it best not to just blurt out her situation. I hesitate to tell you since it will only make you think worse of me than you already do. Catching sight of the hot dog cart, Rocky lunged forward, pulling against his leash the way Andy imagined sled dogs did when competing in the Iditarod. Andy trotted after him, towing Garrett along behind her. "Hey, Rocky!" Spiro, the hot dog vendor, called from the corner. The old man wore a brown apron and a big smile. Rocky bounded forward, tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. Luckily, Garrett grabbed hold of his leash and slowed him down until they reached the cart where Rocky sat politely at Spiro's feet. "The usual, Andy?" Spiro asked, giving Rocky a pat on the head. "A naked foot-long cut in pieces? I don't see how I can get away with anything less." Andy sighed, facing Garrett while Spiro prepared a hot dog without a bun for Rocky. She hated to look bad in front of the handsome jeweler. "I suppose you think I'm a horrible pet owner." Rocky is clearly the boss. Not at all. Surprisingly, Garrett smiled. In a way, his enthusiasm for life reminds me of my grandmother. "That's kind of you to say." Andy realized she still had her elbow linked with Garrett's. She tried to gracefully extricate herself. But Garrett laid a hand on her arm and kept her at his side. "We're partners in this venture. We have to tell each other the hard truths, like why we ran over here. I don't want to admit I'm struggling financially." Andy's phone buzzed, saving her from doing just that. It was the scheduling app. Her first appointment had cancelled. That didn't bode well for the rest of the day. "Bad news?" Garrett asked. "You could say that." She paid for Rocky's hot dog and then took the foil-wrap slices, moving toward the metal cafe tables outside the coffee shop. She took a seat, unwrapping the hot dog and touching it with her finger to see if it had cooled enough to eat. It hadn't. Rocky sat beside her, well-behaved for once, drooling. The hard truths. Andy raised her gaze to Garrett's when he sat across from her. "The truth is that I'm behind on rent." And before he could react, she rushed on. "I was counting on Dotty's dress money to help me cover it this month." Garrett's brows dropped to the top of his black glasses. It's hard trying to work a day job and establish a career in fashion. Why wasn't she telling him about her mother's accident? Anne. The corners of Garrett's mouth turned down. "I recently gave up a spot at a fashion co-op," she admitted. His frown deepened. "This is it. This is where I lose his respect and his opinion of me deteriorates." Instead of trying to salvage the situation, Andy dropped out her biggest secret, right there on Fifth Avenue. "I'm afraid I'm burning the candle at both ends. I'm afraid of disappointing you. And Dotty. And myself. And ending any hope I have of a career." Garrett said nothing. Funny how his nothing response made Andy blurt, "I'm hoping to have help at the office soon. And then I can devote myself 100% to me. This. The fashion gala. I need you to be 200% on the fashion gala dress," Garrett said in a low, gruff voice. "I will be," she promised, determined to live up to her word. She picked up a piece of hot dog and would have handed it to Rocky, but he lunged and took it out of her fingers, swallowing it whole. "Ouch. Rocky, I don't think you even tasted that." A waitress appeared and took their drink orders. And then they stared at each other in silence. Or at least, as much silence as there could be on busy Fifth Avenue. Garrett reached across the table for a hot dog slice and tried to feed it to Rocky without getting his fingers nibbled on. No such luck. Rocky repeated his gluttonous behavior. "I'm sorry we met under these circumstances." It pained Andy to admit that she and Garrett would be getting along better if he hadn't met her as Madame Andromeda first. "I won't let you or Dotty down. I'm sorry I didn't send you the money last night." His gaze drifted toward the street traffic. "I haven't been completely honest with my brothers about this project. They think we have an up-and-coming model walking the red carpet." And his attention swung back to Andy. "They don't know you're a working psychic." Andy felt a chill run through her. She tossed Rocky a slice of hot dog, saving her fingers because he caught it midair. Are you saying I could be fired? Is that why you didn't pay me? No. I was immersed in creating the jewelry and forgot. Garrett gave Rocky a pat. But another hard truth about our situation is, well, the other collaborations I've been a part of for the Fashion Gala or the Oscars had legally binding contracts with monetary penalties for non-delivery on either side. We didn't sign anything. I need you to follow through. My standing with my family is on the line here. I won't let you down. Andy took a moment to consider his words. But does our lack of contract mean you went behind your family's back? At his nod, her hand found his. That doesn't seem like you. And explained why he was touchy about the project. He nodded, staring down at her hand. I won't let you down, Andy repeated. Silence settled between them, leaving Andy to speculate about how his hand felt so right over hers. And about how his lips might just feel right over hers, too. Where do you get your rings? His question took Andy by surprise. They were my grandmother's. A serpentine silver ring with a small opal on one end. A gold Celtic ring. A cocktail ring featuring green crystal shards. She had good taste. And so do you. Garrett traced each band of metal before withdrawing to his side of the table. I like them. He was changing the subject. Andy couldn't let him do that. Back to you being rebellious and doing this behind your family's back. He sighed. The set of pink diamonds was purchased for this very reason. It's just that I couldn't decide how to set them in a way to make them fabulous. I was blocked. For far too long. He scrunched his nose. Andy recalled his dead fiance's picture hidden in a stack of his design sketches. And then you met me. Yes. Garrett's gaze was on Andy, but unfocused, as if he was seeing her, the woman he'd loved and lost. And then I met you. Andy tossed Rocky another slice of hot dog as their waitress brought their coffee orders. I'm assuming your brothers are on board, at least for now. But how long do you think that will last? Not long, Garrett admitted. That's why I want to move things along to a point where my family can't pull out. Given the gala is less than 2 weeks away, we might just make it. Andy put on a brave face. Do you think your grandmother is up to this? Sometimes she seems eccentric, he finished for her, adjusting the set of his glasses. I had it in the back of my mind to find an alternative model. I just haven't had time to look. A cold knot formed in her gut. Most professional models are at least a foot taller than she is. I need someone close to her height and build. The adjustments would be nightmarish. Hard, but not impossible for someone as talented as you. Squinting, Garrett rubbed the back of his neck and then took out his cell phone. I'll send you that money. Andy felt his attention shift from her, and the space between them widen. The warmth he'd greeted her with seemed ages ago. Can I ask you something? Sure. Garrett tapped his phone screen. What do you see when you look at me? Do you see her? Garrett's attention snapped from his phone to Andy. He opened his mouth. Closed it. And then opened it again. I don't think you want me to answer that question. I think I do. She tossed Rocky another bite of hot dog. I'll tell you after we make it through the fashion gala. If we make it through. Dotty appeared, taking a chair next to Garrett. Did someone forget to invite me to a design meeting? Never mind. I was struck by a thought this morning. We have to go on a field trip. This is just what we need, inspiration. Grinning, Grandma Dotty grabbed Garrett and Andy's hands, leading them toward the entrance of the New York Botanical Gardens. You two looked far too serious this morning. Garrett frowned. Serious was required with millions of dollars at stake. He wouldn't have allowed his grandmother to drag them here if Andy hadn't agreed. Their conversation at the coffee shop had seemed important, as if they were closer to, nearing the possibility of something more than a working relationship. It was that working relationship that made a personal one difficult. At least, until the fashion gala was over. And a success. There should be no conditions on love. But he and Andy weren't in love. They were in business together. Garrett couldn't afford to think and wish the things he was thinking about and wishing for. Andy had paid her rent with her phone once his funds showed up in her account. And then she'd left Rocky in Madame Andromeda's office while Garrett arranged a ride in the company car. Creativity feeds fun. Grandma Dotty dropped their hands and ran inside. First one to find a lotus wins. Wait, Garrett called, having missed snagging his grandmother's arm by a hair's breadth. We need to pay. Andy laughed. And laughed some more while Garrett paid for admission. She's something. Yeah. That something is unpredictable, something we don't need at the fashion gala. His grumpiness erased Andy's mirth. Meanwhile, he couldn't see Grandma Dotty anywhere. Leave it to my grandmother to get past security. She needs a keeper. Garrett sighed. His family would tell him that whoever was with her was her keeper. She's inside. She can't go far. Andy plucked the pamphlet with the map from Garrett's hand. We know where she was headed. Toward a lotus. She peered at the map. Oh. There are about 5 different places to find lotuses. The sound of his grandmother's infectious laughter echoed tauntingly. Garrett couldn't identify where the sound came from, but it seemed to echo. And twin with a child's giggle. This reminds me of when I was a kid, Garrett admitted, taking the map. We'd enter the gates and she'd bolt for the best attraction. I think she went down there, Andy pointed. We should follow her. No, he pointed at a section of the map. She'll find us if we head toward this purple lotus. He took hold of Andy's hand and led the way. What makes you so certain? This is the darkest lotus according to the pictures. Garrett opened the door to a greenhouse with an extensive water garden. Recognition dawned. And this part of the gardens has some of the biggest leaves. The better to hide in. Have you been here before? Andy touched a wide green leaf. Yep. I came here with my grandmother and brothers. We got thrown out. He glanced down at Andy's sweet face, mood lightening. She brought water pistols. We had an all-out war, ambushing each other from behind the foliage. Andy grinned. I love your grandmother. The only people who don't love her are administrators and security guards. Garrett led her to a bench practically hidden by the thick foliage in the curving garden. They sat facing a small pond with the purple lotus blooms. And now, we wait. If Andy hadn't flexed her fingers, Garrett wouldn't have realized he was still holding her hand. When he started to apologize and release her, Andy covered their hands with her free one. I know you don't believe in psychics. Her gaze was cast down. But do you believe in love at first sight? That's what he thought she'd been about to ask. Garrett's brain was locked up around the word no. But his heart was saying maybe. There was just something about Andy that called to something inside of him. That had called to him from the moment he'd set eyes on her. He cleared his throat. Love at first sight? I was going to ask if you believed in coincidence. Andy lifted her face, smiling ruefully. The fact that I resemble Willa. You don't resemble her. Not to him. Not anymore. Why don't I believe you? She whispered, a sorrowful expression in her brown eyes. And he would have been willing to let her believe that if her gaze hadn't dropped to his mouth. Garrett drew Andy's hand over his heart, eager to kiss her, ready to toss all his intentions to go slow and keep business separate from pleasure out the door. He leaned forward. She did the same. There was a rustling in the leaves behind them, followed by an all-too-familiar voice whispering, "Kiss the girl." Grandma Dotty. Garrett turned and found himself staring at his grandmother's partially concealed, dirt-smudged face. What the heck are you doing? He'd heard stories of Grandma Dotty following her instincts instead of protocol, but he hadn't experienced it since he was a kid. Yet here she was, playing army man in a public garden. If this was because his grandmother had stopped taking her meds. Garrett really needed to contact Kitty about her behavior. I'm the love fairy. Grandma Dotty backed deeper into the vegetation, disappearing from sight. Kiss the girl. Andy giggled. Don't encourage her, Garrett whispered. He stood, bending over, trying to spot his grandmother beneath the large leaves. You've had your fun. Come out, please. Before security noticed. Kiss the girl. That wasn't his grandmother. A little cherub in a pink dress with dark hair and loose pigtails scampered through the winding path to reach them. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. She giggled and then dove beneath the greenery. Lila Beth? A woman entered the chamber. She carried 2 coats under her arm, looking concerned. Did you see a little girl with pigtails come this way? Yes. Andy got to her feet. Garrett pointed to the large leaves. She went in there. I don't know what's gotten into that girl. The woman came to stand next to Garrett, who knew exactly what had gotten into her daughter. Lila Beth, get out here right now. There were whispers in the undergrowth. Grandma Dotty, you're getting Lila Beth in trouble. Garrett couldn't believe she was acting this way. Don't make me come in there. You sound like her parent. Andy smoothed her hair over one shoulder. We came to see. That nice little old lady is your granny? Lila Beth's mother asked. And she's army crawling in the bushes with Lila Beth? Apparently so. Garrett took out his cell phone, intending to document his grandmother's crime. A thin, elderly security guard entered the greenhouse and jogged toward them. I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Do you hear that, Lila Beth? Get out. Here. Now. Garrett liked her style. He raised his voice, Grandma Dotty. Dotty, you should see the lovely purple hues on this lotus flower, Andy said in a sweet, enticing voice. Wouldn't it be great if we could recreate that for your dress? Grandma Dotty stood, rising from amidst the broad, green leaves 10 feet back. Her blue denim shirt was streaked with dirt. Oh, I see it now, Andy. What a lovely idea. See, I told you this trip would be inspiring. She extended a hand beneath the leaves. Come look, Lila Beth. The little girl with pigtails came to her feet next to Garrett's grandmother. She was equally dirt-smudged. It looks like a purple-crowned Dotty. Now imagine it turned upside down as a skirt. Grandma Dotty ran her hands over her hips. Now, imagine yourself outside these grounds. The security guard waved them over. He was sweating, scalp shiny beneath his short, stringy white hair. Young man, Grandma Dotty led the way out of the undergrowth with careful steps that didn't break a single plant stalk. Don't belittle the experience. Young man? The security guard grinned. If I'm a young man, you owe me a dinner date, young lady. Kiss the girl, Lila Beth whispered, grinning so charmingly that everyone smiled, including her mother. And the single security guard. You don't have to report me, Dotty said to Garrett during the ride back to Madame Andromeda's office. It was a successful trip. While Garrett made sounds of frustration, Andy bit back the urge to smile. There was something about Dotty that was endearingly innocent. Like my fantasy of kissing Garrett. One supported by dear, sweet Dotty. Granted, she seemed to have gone off her dementia meds, which was serious business. But Andy knew the Summer family would get her back on track. Dotty and Garrett apparently had a large family, something Andy could only dream of. Thrown out of the botanical gardens, Garrett muttered. What happened to no blood, no foul? I didn't damage any plants. Dotty pleaded her case to Andy, who sat between Dotty and her grandson in the back of the Summer town car headed back to Fifth Avenue. And I'm awake. That's a win in my book. She blinked her eyes. You'd tell me if I was sleepwalking, wouldn't you, Madame Andromeda? Her name is Andy, Garrett said tightly. He turned his cell phone toward them, revealing a series of text messages. Kitty wants proof that you've been taking your meds. Dotty fell back in her seat and stared out the side window, mumbling, and I want proof that they work. You aren't taking your meds. Garrett tapped something into his cell phone. Your behavior lately proves it. Next thing you know, you'll be grounding me, Dotty said miserably. And all because I had a little fun. What happened to you, Turtle? Last time we were here. We got thrown out, same as this time. He rested his phone on his thigh. And then, I grew up. That's the surest way to get old. Dotty leaned her head on Andy's shoulder. What would Sally say? I'm Switzerland. Meaning Andy wasn't taking sides in this argument. But I think Sally would have had a good chuckle at the botanical gardens, just like Lila Beth. You won't be laughing if my grandmother acts up at the fashion gala, Garrett promised. Since that was true, Andy refrained from comment. Dotty blew a raspberry. The only reason you're mad is because you missed your chance to kiss Madame Andromeda, Turtle. Andy risked a glance at Garrett, whose hair stuck up in front and whose glasses had slid down his nose. She smiled, unable to stop it. Is that true? Are you mad because that kiss was interrupted? No. But Garrett whispered his response and his hand found Andy's. He wants to kiss me. A feeling of happiness settled over Andy even as she wondered about this connection between them, as if they'd known each other forever. But it was a melancholy wondering because she was certain Garrett had his feelings confused between his fiancée and Andy. No matter how badly I want to believe otherwise. Chapter 7. Later that day, after Grandma Dotty had been picked up by Cousin Kitty, Garrett's head pounded from lack of sleep. But he'd had a productive afternoon. He'd set the pink diamond in the base pendant for the fashion gala. Too bad none of his brothers were around to see it. So, he left work, the pendant in his jacket pocket, planning to admire it at home. He stepped out into the sunshine and brisk October air. He should have turned right. Right led to the subway train that would take him home. But he stood there, soaking up the sun's rays, breathing in the crisp air, and remembering his grandmother's words before the day went sideways. There's more to life than creating beautiful things that someone else will wear. He'd almost kissed Andy today. Instead of turning right, Garrett turned left toward Fifth Avenue. And when he reached that venerable street, he turned left again, heading toward Madame Andromeda's office, intending to show Andy his progress on the jewelry. It was stupid, really. He was a grown man. He didn't need validation or kisses from a woman he barely knew. But I want both. And so, he signed in with the security guard downstairs and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. But when he got to the office of M. Andromeda and raised his hand as if to knock, he hesitated. And while he paused, the door swung open. Oh! Andy gasped. Paws galloped across the carpet. Rocky launched himself at Garrett, planting his feet on Garrett's shoulders. Garrett stumbled back, head and shoulders hitting the opposite wall in the hallway. Rocky! Andy cried, rushing to Garrett's rescue. It was too late. Rocky had licked his face clean. I had a sandwich before I came over, he admitted when all 4 of Rocky's paws were on the floor. My bad. I'm so sorry. Andy stood before him in her paisley skirt and white peasant blouse, blonde hair tumbling neatly over her shoulders. And she was smiling, despite her apology. That smile brightened Garrett's day the way the autumn sun had. Gentle. Welcoming. Rejuvenating. He was no longer tired. Were you going somewhere? He asked, smiling in return. He slipped a hand in his jacket pocket, fingers closing around the large pendant. Andy shook her head. I'm expecting a client soon. The last one of the day. Oh. Garrett's spirits sank, disappointment dragging down his smile. Their time together was limited. I wanted to show you my progress on the necklace, but it can wait. A phone pinged. Andy removed a cell phone from her skirt pocket. My client is running a little late. Come in and show me. I'd love to see. She turned and headed toward her inner sanctum. Rocky sat guard at the door. Garrett found himself following Andy, removing the pendant from his jacket pocket and placing it on the table. It's just the pendant forming the center of the lotus flower, surrounded by smaller petals. I haven't made the overlay or the larger petals. But, he floundered. You wanted to share it with me. Andy touched the pink diamond. It's beautiful. Did you make this since I saw you last? He nodded. My assistant made the lotus filigree while we were out this morning. I set the diamond this afternoon. It's fabulous. I never did show you my prototype dress. Look. Andy opened the photo gallery on her cell phone, revealing pictures of a dress on a headless mannequin. I made a mock-up dress out of some cream taffeta I had lying around. This will be the final look, representing light. She scrolled through a few more pictures from different perspectives. I've been working on the overlay using stiff black cotton. The bustle. It should look like a lotus bud. And it's giving me trouble. She turned up her nose. I'm taking Dotty fabric shopping tomorrow. Hopefully, we can find something with weight and structure for the real thing. She looked into Garrett's eyes, mouth set in a grim, determined smile. I won't let you down. I'm sure you won't. Garrett liked her like this. Energized. Excited. The headpiece is challenging, too. They smiled at each other. Two designers able to share their excitement about, and obstacles involving, creation. You look tired. Andy raised her hand toward his face, hesitated, and then placed her warm palm on his cheek. You look beautiful, he thought. Like you had the time of your life sewing last night. That sounds better than tired. Her gaze drifted to his mouth. I can think of something else that sounds better than tired. Kisses. Garrett leaned forward, intending to taste those lips. The sound of the elevator opening down the hall had them both jerking apart. Garrett gathered the pendant and carefully tucked it back into his jacket pocket to the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. I don't want you to feel like I'm kicking you out. But Andy was pushing Garrett toward the open door. Skeptics aren't good for business. Rocky gave a soft woof before galloping down the hall to greet Andy's client. Watch out, Garrett warned, hurrying to the door to help, if needed. Sit, Rocky. Leo stood in the hallway, holding a dog biscuit in the air. Rocky skidded to a stop and sat, trembling a little. Good boy. Leo gave Rocky the dog biscuit, then smiled at Garrett. A second visit? At least, I'm not the only returning customer from our group. I was feeling lonely last night, so I made an appointment. Garrett stared at the woman he'd almost kissed. Leo is your next client? She nodded, cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. He shouldn't let attraction to her distract him. He shouldn't have kissing on his mind. There was millions at stake. And now this betrayal. Garrett lowered his voice to a whisper. Didn't I tell you not to take an appointment with him again? The blush in her cheeks faded. Mr. Summer, Andy said in a cool voice. The terms of our collaboration didn't involve any of Madame Andromeda's dealings. Goodbye. Men! Andy had been fuming about Garrett since she'd told him off nearly 2 hours earlier. And as soon as she walked into her apartment, she continued to vent her frustration, hanging her tote noisily on the wall hook, kicking her shoes beneath the foyer bench, struggling with the zipper on her jacket. Growling! Rocky trotted over to the couch, crawled up on the cushions and laid next to Mom's leg brace, head lowered as if he assumed Andy's grumblings were aimed at him. I sense a tall, handsome man didn't behave the way you expected today. Her mother set a smooth river stone she'd been holding on the coffee table. Can't it be all men misbehaving? Andy stomped past and into the kitchen to wash up and start dinner. It could. But generally, when someone says, men, with that much venom, it means the singular. Mom laughed. I learned that early on in my psychic days. So, is it that handsome jeweler you can't stop talking about? Oh, I can stop talking about Garrett. Andy lathered up her hands, recalling the surprised look on Garrett's face when he'd recognized Leo in the hallway, and the subsequent frown. He's insufferable! Mom made a supporting sound of agreement. Telling me who I can and can't have as a client when he doesn't have any right to. Andy rinsed her hands, recalling the disapproving expression on Garrett's face when he'd faced her. The next thing you know, he'll be telling me I can't design Dotty's dress and be Madame Andromeda. He's full of it. Mom made another sound of agreement. It's like all the good stuff comes out when we work together. Andy dried her hands, recalling the way they'd nearly kissed today, twice. She gave herself a good shake. He said he respected my show. But the moment I put on another show for his friend, that's when he treats me like one of those hustlers in Times Square. Andy tossed the kitchen towel on the counter. I am not a crook. Nope. And I can stop talking about Garrett Summer anytime I want. Andy snapped her fingers. Of course, you can. Except, Andy drew a deep breath. Blew it out. Turned to face her mother as the truth hit her. I can't stop talking about him. Or thinking about him. Mom nodded. I know. And I'm so disappointed in his reaction today. Now that her anger was beginning to fade. I know, Mom repeated. What does that mean? Andy asked in a whisper. That you've got it bad, Mom said simply. And the only way to get past this is to open up yourself to him. And him to you. Andy bit her lip, but the question in her head demanded to be voiced. What if I do that and... Then he doesn't deserve you. Garrett opened his apartment door and stared at the person who'd interrupted his brief, early evening nap. Did I invite you to dinner? He knew he hadn't. But after what happened with Andy, he wasn't in the mood for company. Move aside, turtle. Grandma Dotty elbowed her way into his apartment. She'd showered and changed clothes since he'd seen her last. And she carried a bag that emitted the most wonderful smells. The kind of smells that would have Rocky tackling her. I invited myself to dinner. His grandmother set the bag of food on the kitchen counter, then tugged off her blue tracksuit jacket, tossing it over Garrett's empty planter in the entry. Leo called me. And I'm upset. Because he went to Madame Andromeda without you? Garrett unpacked the food. No. Because you did. She poked his arm. She's our psychic. She poked his arm again, harder this time. The only reason I can think of that you'd go without me is to ask her out on a date. Grandma Dotty paused, watching. Waiting. Garrett pursed his lips. He'd been close to asking her out. Or I might have if we'd kissed and Leo hadn't shown up. A man had to draw a moral boundary somewhere. But his grandmother would argue that answer coming and going, so Garrett reached for his serious, professional persona. I'm not seeing Andy for psychic readings. I don't believe in that stuff, and neither should you. You're evading. His grandmother scoffed. You two can't keep your eyes off each other. You should have kissed her during our field trip. She unpacked the bag of food. Slow as a turtle. That's my Garrett. That stung more than it should have. I went to show her the progress on the pendant. Now, I'm disappointed. She poured them each a glass of orange juice. Shouldn't I be at all these design meetings? If you agree, you can come fabric shopping with me and Andy tomorrow. Yes, I'm inviting you, turtle. You need all the help you can get. I shouldn't. I mean, I won't be there. But you want to, she sing-songed. He opened a cardboard to-go box. Waffles? We're having waffles for dinner? Grandma Dotty scratched the back of her head. I could swear I ordered truffles with Alfredo risotto. Garrett opened another box. These are baked potatoes. Potato. Alfredo, he opened up the cups, which were very cold, and swiped a finger over the top layer, taking a taste. And then he grinned. Gelato, risotto, oh, how he wished Andy was here to enjoy this moment. You ordered everything wrong. This is why you need to stay on your meds. This can't be my fault. Grandma Dotty scowled fiercely. I distinctly remember saying, I'll have the waffles with potatoes and gelato, which? Wait. What did I just say? Garrett grinned. I thought Kitty took you to the doctor's office. She promised me you wouldn't be breaking into any more businesses or going Rambo in the botanical gardens. We stopped by the doctor's office and confirmed my appointment for after the fashion gala. She squared her shoulders, looking determined. Do we need to order again? I can do it. I swear. Pills or no pills? Did you take pills today? He demanded. Yes. Grandma Dotty lifted her chin. We picked up a new prescription at the pharmacy. Pills, Kitty swears, won't have me nodding off. I just hope they prevent me from misordering dinner. Fair enough. I'm okay eating waffles if you are. He inventoried the cardboard containers. There's enough food here to feed at least 2 more people. There was another knock on the door. Please don't tell me you invited Andy. But Garrett didn't sound convincing, even to himself. I'll get it. Grandma Dotty darted to the door, the way one does when they're excited about greeting guests. Garrett followed, trying to smile in a way that was equal parts apology and enthusiasm. He shouldn't have bothered. It was Leo. Spirit sinking, Garrett retreated to the kitchen. He didn't want Leo and his grandmother to believe Andy's performance was real. The more they paid for a session with her, the more likely that was to happen. And if Leo and his grandmother became that gullible, there was no telling what con artist would take advantage of them next. Why couldn't Andy understand that? Garrett rubbed a hand over his chest, not liking the ache there. Not liking the realization that he was putting conditions on Andy. Love didn't thrive with conditions. Even he knew that. Garrett pressed his hand more firmly over his heart, which wanted what it shouldn't, even if deep down he knew Andy was a good person. My person. If only. Hey. Leo interrupted Garrett's muddled breakdown. He gestured at the spread of food, frowning slightly. I thought we were having truffles with Alfredo risotto. No, Leo, Grandma Dotty said in her most serious voice. I said we're having waffles with potatoes and gelato. She turned her back on Leo and winked at Garrett. Garrett laughed. And he couldn't stop laughing. Because despite his heart trying to race ahead to something new and scary, some things never changed. So, he laughed. Until Grandma Dotty hugged him and said, I know it hurts, Turtle. And that stopped him. Because pills or no pills, she probably did. Chapter 8. This is so exciting. Dotty clung to Andy's arm, pausing just inside the fabric warehouse to look around with wide eyes. Andy's client had picked her up in a town car with a private driver. She wore a ballerina outfit, having claimed to need it for inspiration. Her tulle tutu was black, her unitard a soft pink, and her shoes black basketball high tops. Dotty tiptoed forward, bringing Andy along with her. I always dreamed I'd shop with a designer for fabric for my fashion gala dress. Dropping Andy's arm, Dotty pirouetted away. The last time, I wore a dress off a rack. Of course, it was a designer rack. But still. Isn't this exciting? It is. Andy moved toward the fine fabric section of the warehouse, thinking that she'd be more excited if Garrett hadn't crossed a line yesterday. Our goal here is twofold: find the fabric and don't get lost. The warehouse was large. My grandson has been telling stories about me, Dotty muttered. Don't believe Turtle. I can't remember the last time I got lost. Considering Dotty had dementia, Andy could believe it. What she couldn't believe was that she'd fallen for Garrett. She was of half a mind to give him the cold shoulder for the rest of the fashion gala project. Andy stopped at the end of 2 wide aisles. There were bolts of fabric stacked together on shelves 10 feet high. And bolts of fabric scattered in bins in between the shelves. At the other end of the aisle, finer fabrics were displayed on rolls. This aisle and the next aisle are where we're browsing, Andy told Dotty. We're looking for something dark and something light in color and fabrics that have weight to them. Nothing too thin. Hey, I found you. Garrett appeared at Andy's side in khakis, a green summer diamond polo shirt, and blue sleeveless sweater vest. He adjusted his glasses and then gave Andy a tentative smile. I didn't know you were coming, Andy said as Dotty danced toward another aisle, waving at someone, and then disappeared from view. I hadn't planned on being here, but, Garrett lowered his voice. I didn't want to leave you alone with my grandmother unchaperoned. She's back on meds, but that doesn't mean they've had time to work. Plus, his gaze searched Andy's. His smile gained strength. Plus, I wanted to apologize and explain about yesterday. Really? She smiled back. Gone was the annoyance that he'd tried to tell her how to run the Madame Andromeda business. All she could think about was the fact that he'd wanted to kiss her yesterday. And she'd wanted him to kiss her. But here they were, smiling at each other like fools when there was work to do. Yes. I shouldn't have told you who to accept business from. Garrett fidgeted. That was wrong, and I'm sorry. My concern was more that Leo and my grandmother are too trusting and gullible, not just toward what you do but… And then, he grimaced. This isn't coming out right. No. It's not. As apologies went, his was sucking. Auntie crossed her arms over her chest. Regardless of my feelings toward Leo and my grandmother's judgment, he started again. Your business is none of my business. I'm sorry. Relationships, the good ones, don't come with conditions. Andy nodded. I accept your apology. Thank you. Garrett gave her a warm once-over. You look pretty today. Thank you. Andy smoothed her sophisticated cream silk blouse over her cream silk pants. She'd gone for New York City chic this morning. Do I look like a successful fashion designer? You always do. It was just the right thing to say. Andy beamed at him. Shall we start? Garrett dove right in, not waiting for Andy. We're going to start a pile of possible fabrics, he told the fabric clerk, a young woman wearing a blue apron, its pockets brimming with order pads, scissors and tape measures. Can we have a corner of your table? Of course. Andy laughed. You've done this before. Garrett gazed at the bolts of fabric. I've come to places like this from time to time with other designers when we've collaborated on a dress and a piece of custom jewelry. Dottie's laughter drifted to them, twined with that of a young child. Joyous. Delighted. Dottie never seemed to doubt herself, no matter what the situation. She followed her heart. Can I do the same? Andy gazed at Garrett, not quite ready to seriously shop. I think your grandmother makes friends wherever she goes. For good or ill, that's true. Garrett spared Andy a warm gaze. Grandma Dotty will have their life story and birthdays by the time we leave. All their pertinent details and hard truths, Andy murmured, mind spinning. She and Garrett needed to share pertinent details with each other if this attraction was to turn into something with a future. But Garrett was often stingy when it came to personal details. You've been engaged, she blurted, inwardly cringing because she hadn't eased her way into the personal stuff. Garrett pulled out a bolt of black organza and held it to the light. This one has a reddish hue to it. Possible? Possible. Andy took the bolt from him and laid it on the cutting table corner. Is your fiancée not a topic of conversation? Well, other people talk about her. Garrett reached to the highest rack and drew out a black satin. Not enough structure. Andy shook her head, returning to his vital details, ones he guarded so well. But you don't talk about your fiancée. Because you have unresolved feelings over her death? You're just going to cannonball into this conversation? Garrett frowned at Andy, but it wasn't the fierce frown he'd given her yesterday or when they'd first met. I am. Andy gathered her courage and gestured to and fro between them. Because this could be something more than a professional relationship between us? Doubt made a question of what should have been a statement. You feel the same way, right? The timing is all wrong, Garrett said instead of answering. Andy ran her hand over several bolts of satin. I get the feeling that you'd always think the timing is wrong. You're cautious. Turtle, he murmured, turning to face her. Yes, I'm cautious. I'm cautious, too, Andy admitted. Dottie and the child in the other aisle laughed again. We fought the night Willa died, Garrett admitted when the laughter dissipated. He ran his hand along the bolts of fabric, stopping at a pink umber. Without waiting for Andy's approval, he backtracked to put the bolt on their consideration pile. Technically, we broke up. She left her engagement ring on my kitchen counter and went for a ride on her motorcycle. Andy was too busy listening to Garrett to pay attention to fabric. But one word stopped her, motorcycle. I didn't have you as the type to date a biker chick on my bingo card. Garrett scoffed. Willa wasn't in a motorcycle gang. She was nomadic. You who, Andy? Dotty stood in between the racks, peering at them in between a pile of fabric bolts. I followed a little girl named Livy in this glorious fabric cave. Well, hello, turtle. I didn't see you come in. You shouldn't be in there. Garrett gave a wearied sigh. Give a shout if you can't find your way out. Worrywart. Dotty disappeared. Her laughter mingled with that of a young girl. Wait for me, Livy. Garrett and Andy browsed a few more feet without speaking. Andy should have focused on fabric selection, but she was fascinated by Garrett and his choice of fiancé. Andy was the farthest thing from a daring, motorbike-riding woman. I think you need to paint a picture for me. Do you own a motorcycle? No. Never. He shivered dramatically. I work with my hands and eyes. I'd never risk bugs, rocks. He shifted his glasses up his nose. I have responsibilities. My family expects more from me. It's okay to say you don't like roller coasters or motorcycles. No one's going to take away your man card. Andy wrinkled her nose. But I'm not getting a picture of Willa. Why did she ride a motorcycle? Dotty's laughter drifted back to them. Garrett stared up toward the fabric on the top shelf for what seemed like several minutes before speaking. Willa was a student of the world. She had a degree in archaeology, in world history, in Egyptology, in linguistics. She spent a good deal of time studying in third world countries, where a motorcycle is common transportation. Andy nodded. She was a female Indiana Jones. That sounded really cool. Much better than a fake psychic or wannabe fashion designer. Andy could never compete with that. A female Indiana Jones. Garrett smiled at Andy. She would have liked to hear that. Common sense told Andy to leave it at that. But she'd made a lot of character observations since she'd taken on the role of Madame Andromeda and had developed an easygoing we shouldn't have. Garrett paused to test the elasticity of a reddish-black jersey fabric, more focused on the task at hand than she was. It started out innocently enough. I wanted to buy a house. And so, I asked Willa where we should buy a house and when. And when we should fill it with kids, and how many. Garrett shoved the bolt back where it belonged. I'm the third of 5 kids. I have enough siblings and cousins to field a baseball team. I want a big family. Me, too. Being an only child sucks. I'm guessing Willa didn't want a family. How simple it sounded when Andy suspected it had been anything but. Garrett nodded. Willa didn't want a house. Or kids. She wanted to continue pursuing more degrees and seeing the world, traveling for months at a time. After being together for a few years, I felt convenient. It felt as if there was more to the story, but Andy didn't press, choosing instead to validate. You were hurt. Andy's heart went out to him. Garrett nodded. It's funny how you don't see things clearly until it's too late. His voice was deep and each word dropped slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. She was everything I'm not. We used to joke that being opposites was what made us work so well. But then it turned out that we wanted opposite things and didn't work at all. At least, not the way love is supposed to work. I don't think anyone knows the way love is supposed to go, Andy said slowly. Isn't love different for everyone? It's not one size fits all. Garrett's eyes widened, as if this was a revelation. Andy wanted to give Garrett a hug. She fought the impulse for a moment and then gave in, wrapping her arms around his waist. If life is a rope, it tangles along the way. I hope Willa's knot is loosening inside you. Garrett stiffened, grunted, and then eased out of her embrace. It is. Really? Andy stared deep into those nearly black, guilt-ridden eyes. Every time her name comes up, a shadow casts a cloud on your expression. He didn't argue. He didn't have to. They both knew it was true. What about you? Garrett retrieved a bolt of pinkish-white silk for Andy, having panicked when she hugged him earlier because the impulse to tilt her face up to his and kiss her had been strong. She saw things in Garrett he wasn't comfortable admitting to himself, much less anyone else. Willa had taken him at face value. Being with Andy was like being seen for who he really was, deep down in his quiet places. Was that love? He felt like he was falling. That's the last thing I should be doing. Andy stared at him with those perceptive, pretty brown eyes, shaking her head. We're going to pretend you don't need to talk about Willa anymore? Yep. He should look away. Why couldn't he look away? Andy touched his arm, which only made him want her to wrap her arms around him. Garrett, pretending you're fine won't help you move forward. But it's kept me standing thus far. Garrett managed to smile, managed not to grab onto her as if she was a life preserver tossed nearly out of reach. What about you? No history of a failed romance in your past? No devastating turn in the road that sent you down a completely different career trajectory? I've never had a great, heartbreaking romance. Andy turned away from him and passed her hand over the bolt of silk. She held it at different angles, as if checking how the color changed in the light. I suppose the most heartfelt drama I had was my dad. He left long before I learned to walk. And Mom's Broadway job as a costumer wasn't paying the bills to support both of us. She'd always had a talent for reading people. And she decided to start a side business, palm reading. One thing led to another, and Madame Andromeda was born. She named the business after you. This was a revelation Garrett hadn't expected. Grandma Dotty and a toddler girl with blonde curls danced past their aisle, twirling and leaping like ballerinas. Given they both wore tutus, Garrett supposed that wasn't as unusual as one might think. So, there was a hole in my life where Dad should have been. But I've had heartbreak in other ways. Andy's expression turned pained. As soon as kids knew what Mom did for a living, I was teased, ridiculed, and bullied. I know I should let it roll off my back. But it's hard. And it makes you more guarded and uncertain. Garrett smoothed her hair over her shoulder. I know a little bit about teasing, being a nerd. But nothing like what you've gone through. But, if that's what you've gone through, how did you end up taking over your mother's business? My mom was in a serious accident last summer. She was crossing Fifth Avenue when a cab ran a red light and struck her. She was thrown 40 feet and Andy swallowed thickly, smiling bravely. She was really banged up and broke her leg in 3 places. I was so grateful she didn't. I'm so sorry. Impulsively, Garrett drew Andy into his arms and held on. She's all you had, and you almost lost her. At the end of the aisle, Grandma Dotty and the little girl danced back the other way. They looked as if they'd known each other forever. And that was the way Garrett was feeling about Andy. She felt right in his arms. Mom's hoping to receive a settlement that pays her medical bills, but in the meantime, she didn't want to let her business go. Andy's voice was muffled as she spoke into Garrett's chest. And so, enter me, coming to the rescue until she can work again. Andy stared up at him. I'm her temp. Meet someone who'd never done a reading for anyone until a few months ago. Funny how she'd never made clear that she hadn't been working for her mother temporarily. Garrett saw her differently, not as a polished showman, but someone who did what had to be done for her family. A class act. It seemed natural for Garrett to lower his head and kiss her, as if he had every right, as if they knew each other well enough to exchange a kiss after sharing their secrets. She must have felt it, too. Andy's lips were warm and welcoming. She melted into him and deepened the kiss. This is right. Something in Garrett's chest shifted and settled, like he'd been fighting a diamond in its setting, and suddenly it just fell into place. Andy is right for me. Garrett's mind had been drifting aimlessly along a river of kiss-induced pleasure, but now it jerked back into life. You can't even nurture a plant. Willa's words. Spoken with hurt and anger. Spoken with a truth that resonated with Garrett. We need to slow down. I need to be sure I can love her right. With effort, Garrett eased out of the kiss. Considered apologizing. Rejected apologizing. Continued to rest his hands on Andy's waist. Thought about kissing her again. Rejected kissing her again. For both their sakes. Andy eased back, giving Garrett a regretful smile while still being in his embrace. You didn't mean to do that. Garrett stopped himself from admitting that if given a chance, he'd kiss her again, longer this time. He ended up shrugging, which made him angry with himself. I don't usually do things I don't want to, he ground out. But he floundered again. It's hard for you to accept me as Madame Andromeda. Even part-time. Her fingers gathered into fists, clutching his green sweater vest, as if she didn't want her profession, no matter how temporary, to stand between them. No, Garrett ground out. It's a timing thing. Not to mention I don't seem to be good at relationships. According to Willa. Andy's gaze accused so many things. And there's my resemblance to Willa. Garrett frowned. There is nothing about you that reminds me of Willa. Andy raised her brows, challenging that statement. You are you. He brought her close again. Not Willa. Not Madame Andromeda. She laid her head on his chest. And yet, I feel as if there can be no us until you let Willa go. Truth pierced Garrett's heart, drawing out a gasp for air. He gently backed away from her and cast about for another topic of conversation. What did you do before your mother's accident? Andy gave him that look, the one that said she knew that he was veering away from important topics and that she'd go along. For now. I was trying to launch my own fashion line. She seemed to realize her hands had fisted in his sweater vest and his hands rested on her waist. She let them fall to her sides, brushing his hands away from her hips. I'd sold a few ready-to-wear fashion items to grocery stores through a female-owned co-op in Brooklyn, but my fashion career was going nowhere. So, you set aside your dream to keep a roof over your mother's head. She drew a deep breath. For family. I put my dreams aside for family. And she sounded as if she'd do it all again. So would I, if our situations were reversed. Garrett blinked, falling a little harder. They both believed sacrifices had to be made for family. Andy ran her hand along the bolts of fabric beside her, not looking at him. Do you know what people really want when they come to a reading? To speak to lost loved ones? Grandma Dotty's laughter filled the air. Andy shook her head. The people who seek out Madame Andromeda want someone to listen and validate their hopes and fears. They want to feel closer to a loved one, and perhaps find a path to forgiveness. Andy looked his way from beneath her thick lashes. All my mother does, all I do, is provide a vehicle for self-reflection. Don't feel guilty. I am at peace. I did feel closer to Willa the first day we met, Garrett said slowly. Thank you for admitting that. Andy gave him a bright smile that lit up her entire face, a smile that lit him up inside. But, Garrett sighed. But the truth of the matter is. You're right. Until I heal the knotted wound left by Willa, I have no business falling in love with anyone. No matter how tempting it was. And until we finish the fashion gala, it doesn't serve either one of us to explore what might be. It was the right thing to say. So, why did it feel so wrong? Chapter 9. Have you heard my grandmother recently? Andy shook her head. Garrett hadn't seen Grandma Dotty dance by recently, nor had he heard her laughter. Worry kept interrupting his thoughts. He and Andy had barely spoken after he'd set boundaries. And he still had regrets about that. Because of that kiss. Because of how they seemed to design along the same lines. Because of how they both put family first. They were down to their last few choices for fabric, having discarded many options as either being too flimsy for the way Andy envisioned the dresses or not the right color. There was a small pile of fabric bolts left to go through, but Garrett had a feeling that Andy wanted to make the final selections on her own. It's never good when my grandmother is quiet. The same way it isn't good if Rocky is quiet. Garrett hoped Grandma Dotty hadn't wandered off to another part of the store. Or worse, made an Insta-friend and gone off for a coffee with said stranger. Garrett hurried off, down the aisle, around the corner. Surprisingly, he found Grandma Dotty right away. There was a display of stacked, uncovered green foam at the end of a nearby aisle. Grandma Dotty lay on a 6-inch thick foam slab while a little girl in a pink tutu napped on a set of outdoor chair cushions next to her. A little blonde girly girl. Someday, Andy will have a daughter just like this. Will she be mine? Thoughts like that weren't productive. He reached Grandma Dotty at the same time as a weary-looking, pregnant woman pushing a double stroller. This ballerina is mine. Garrett gestured toward his grandmother in her pink unitard and black tutu. Is the other ballerina yours? He gestured toward the little ballerina dressed all in pink. The woman nodded. She had a baby sleeping in the back stroller seat and bolts of calico fabric in various shades of blue stacked on the stroller's hood. Thank you for watching, Livy, Dotty. She moved slowly toward the stack of cushions where her daughter was sleeping. I'll get her. Garrett picked up the little girl, threaded her legs into the stroller, and settled her in the seat. All without waking her. Too bad they don't make strollers for grandmothers. They do. It's called a wheelchair. Grandma Dotty sat up. And you won't find me in one. She scooted toward the edge of the green foam pads. Barbara, tell Livy when she wakes up that I had a wonderful time playing with her today. She's a dear. I think so. The soon-to-be mom of 3 whispered before pushing her stroller toward the front of the store. I'm recharged. There's nothing like a bit of play to give a woman her second wind. Grandma Dotty accepted Garrett's help getting to her feet. Despite the fact that she danced around the store for over an hour, she looked refreshed and her gaze was clear. Perhaps the medicine was doing the trick. Why did you come today, Turtle? Shouldn't you be at your workbench? I should. Garrett's neck twinged. It's important to get a swatch of the dress fabric. I could have delivered it to you. Grandma Dotty studied him. You like Andy. Don't make this more than it is, he told her, as well as reminding himself. With us, it's got to be business first. At least, until after the fashion gala. And then, he needed to let Willa go. The Summer men are so predictable. Grandma Dotty laughed, grabbed hold of his hands, and spun him in a little circle, hopping up and down until he was laughing, too. And then she stopped. Turtle, it's all right to admit you're intrigued by someone. It's all right to follow your heart sometimes. But not all the time. Garrett slipped his hands free. Not when the family business is at stake. She danced around him. You've had your heart locked up tight since Willa died. This is like your heart's spring emergence, like our lotus flower design, light through the darkness. And the darkness is my guilt. He drew a deep breath. Could he let it go? Don't feel guilty. I am at peace. But that was Andy telling him what he wanted to hear. Or, what he needed to hear. Grandma Dotty came to a stop in front of Garrett. Do you know what Leo did after we met Madame Andromeda the first time? Garrett shook his head. Enlighten me. He took her arm and led her back toward Andy. He went bowling. First time he'd been bowling since Mayim died. Grandma Dotty hip-checked Garrett. Pay close attention to what I'm saying. Leo felt guilty because he wasn't there when Mayim passed, it being so sudden and all. And just feeling close to her at Madame Andromeda's made him believe he had permission to live again, to smile again, perhaps even to love again. Garrett's gaze betrayed him, straying toward the aisle where he'd left Andy. And you want me to do the same? She nodded. But you didn't love again after Grandpa passed away, he gently pointed out. Grandma Dotty's soft expression didn't change. I considered dating again, but I had a great love for decades, and I have a wonderful family to show for it. For me, living, no holds barred, was more important, even if people find me too extreme. She fluffed her black tutu, smiling to herself. And unlike you and Leo, I'm not carrying regrets about Ronald's passing. Do you know what people really want when they come to a reading? They want to feel closer to a loved one, and perhaps find a path to forgiveness. Those were Andy's words. Is that all I need? Permission to forgive myself for my mistakes? He'd like to believe that. He could believe that, given more time. Garrett took an easy breath. He wouldn't have explored these feelings without Grandma Dotty barging into his life, dragging Andy along with her. I owe them both that walk on the red carpet. Garrett drew an easy breath before realizing his grandmother was grinning at him. When did you become so heavy-handed with your romantic advice? Heavy-handed? Moi? Grandma Dotty chuckled. You can say whatever you want as long as my words of wisdom work. I'd like the chance to dance with my great-grandchildren before I die. By the way, fingering the black ruffles of her tutu, his grandmother got a faraway look in her eye. Do you know I never had the chance to perform Swan Lake? I'm sure they have a senior production you can audition for somewhere. Perhaps at a retirement center, he teased. Retirement center? Grandma Dotty snapped back to the present, frowning. She turned her head as if something caught her eye. Hey, there's Andy. She ran on her tiptoes in those black high tops of hers to Andy's side. Honey, can we avoid funeral black? It's so cliché and… Ooh. Look at this one. She passed her hand beneath the black material with a red sheen. This one is darkness. I'm not sure. Andy tucked a lock of blonde hair behind one ear, biting her lower lip and looking endearingly uncertain. I've got it bad. Garrett walked slowly to join them. You should contact Sally. She'll know what to do. Or, Dotty grabbed hold of Andy's hand, turning it palm up. I can tell from the lines on your hand that this is the fabric we need. Garrett scoffed, joining them at the cutting table. Grandma Dotty held onto Andy's hand when she tried to tug it away. Hear me out. You're left-handed. And the lines on your dominant hand show your lifeline, your love line, and your major decision line. It was Andy's turn to scoff. Grandma Dotty tapped Andy's palm. Your major decision line drops off here, but only because you haven't taken enough risks toward the life you want most, just like Turtle. She glanced from Garrett to Andy, smile all-knowing. You both know it's true. She glanced away. Then suddenly brightened. Oh, look. It's Belle. She hurried toward a toddler wearing a yellow princess dress. Andy and Garrett exchanged glances, and then they both stared at their palms. You know what she said is true, Andy murmured. Who would have guessed it? Guessed what? Andy's grin sparkled. Your grandmother has the sight. Garrett didn't believe that for a minute. And speaking of minutes, the day was ticking away. If this is the dark, there's only one decision left to make. Choosing the fabric for the short dress? Yes. Garrett deepened his voice to an ominous tone. Sally's telling me this is the one. He tapped a cream-colored bolt of fabric. Andy stared at him with that spark of warmth he liked. You'd make a horrible Madame Andromeda. You have too much dramatic flair. But she smiled when she said it. And he smiled back. There's my ray of sunshine. Mom greeted Andy warmly when she returned from fabric shopping. She sat sideways on the couch with her leg propped up across the cushions. Rocky lay beside her cast, his legs dripping over the side of the couch cushions. Something must have gone right. Mom intuited. With the dress or the man? Darn, Mom is good. Andy ignored her mother's question anyway. I found the right fabric. I found the right man, too. Garrett was smart, witty, creative, and sensitive, blaming himself for his fiancee's death. He'd held Andy tenderly when she'd talked about her mother's accident. And he'd kissed her with feeling afterward, as if there was more between them than attraction, more to be explored when they had the luxury of time. She liked to think it wasn't her resemblance to his dead fiancé driving his feelings for her. But she wasn't entirely certain. Except he'd been emphatic when he said, "You are you." Our girl is lost in thought, Rocky, Mom said, giving the Great Dane a pat. Already busy planning out her fabric cuts. Yes, Andy allowed absently. Or that's what you would be doing if you weren't silently swooning over that man. Andy brought herself completely into the present, taking in her mother's knowing smile. There you go again. You know I'm not a client, right? Right. But someone did call in with a last-minute appointment for this afternoon. Mom checked the time on her phone. You have just enough time to change and get to the office. Andy bit back her disappointment. She'd really wanted to get a start on the dresses. I suppose the show must go on. Don't be glum. I could do a card reading for you, Mom offered, reaching for her tarot deck on the coffee table and then pausing. How about a palm reading? Maybe that will clear your mind when it comes to one handsome jeweler. Andy laughed. What's so funny? Mom asked. I already had my palm read today. Both she and Garrett. I was told to take more risks. Mom chuckled. That's exactly what I would have told you. Andy's cell phone rang. She stared at the display, beginning to tremble. What's wrong? Her mother asked. It's one of the organizers of the fashion gala. Andy had filled out her paperwork and included her dress designs along with Summer Diamonds as the gem sponsor and Dotty's name as her model. What do you think they want? To congratulate you? To give you details about the event? Mom pointed at the ringing phone. Answer the phone and find out. Grandma Dotty wanted to accompany Garrett back to the Summer Diamond office. And because Garrett was lost and thought about his feelings for Andy and guilt toward Willa, he let her. He shouldn't have. Grandma Dotty had purchased a yard of sheer black fabric because Andy had told her she might walk with a veil in front of her head on the red carpet. And since his grandmother draped the fabric over her face when they arrived, despite Garrett's protests, she'd turned heads in the retail portion of the store. It wasn't often that a woman in a pink bodysuit, black tutu, sneakers, and veil walked amongst New York City jewelry shoppers. Unless they were intent upon robbery. Garrett had hold of her arm in case she tripped, which worked for a time. But when they exited the elevator on his floor, Grandma Dotty bolted, bumping into the security guard's desk and then the wall. Are you all right? Garrett lunged forward and brought her to a stop. I'm fine. His grandmother shrugged off his hold and proceeded down the hallway with her arms out to either side, hands touching the walls, like a ballerina mummy. I have to be able to do this on my own. There are no walls or handrails on the red carpet, Garrett whispered, hovering at her heels, ready to catch her. What's this? Chad stuck his head out of his office. Grandma Dotty? Why are you here? And why is your head covered? Whiskers. Grandma Dotty stopped in front of Chad and peeked from beneath her veil. I'm part of the fashion gala project with Turtle. When you say part of, what does that mean exactly? Chad asked, looking over their grandmother's head toward Garrett. I'm the star, of course, Grandma Dotty said. Chad scowled at Garrett, whose neck cramped. So much for hoping he'd make it to the night of the fashion gala without being discovered. Before Chad could say a word, Zach appeared in the doorway to his office and snapped a picture of Grandma Dotty with his phone. Who's that? Grandma Dotty turned toward the sound. She found Zach's head with her hands and gave his face a rub down. I can tell by a crook in your nose that you're jelly bean. I'm not a jelly bean, Zach said, turning his head to and fro in an attempt to rid himself of her touch. Chad and Garrett chuckled. Of all the brothers, Zach protested his nickname the most. Chad stopped laughing first, silencing Garrett with his hard gaze. I suppose I deserve that. And I don't have a crook in my nose, Grandma Dotty. Zach caught her hands and brought them down. What's this about the fashion gala? Nothing. Garrett hurried to his grandmother's side and then removed the lace over her head. The static cling left her short white hair standing on end. It's time you went home. Not just yet, Turtle. Madame Andromeda said I had talent. I want to test it out. Grandma Dotty grabbed hold of Zach's hand, peering at his palm. Jelly bean, you have a very short love line. I love everyone, Grandma Dotty. That's why I'm in charge of customer service. Zach smoothed their grandmother's hair down, hit Garrett with a disapproving frown, and then disappeared into his office and closed the door. Then locked it. Who is Madame Andromeda? Chad asked. Turtle's girlfriend. I saw them kissing at the fabric store. Grandma Dotty scurried over to Chad and claimed his palm. She uses a spirit to channel her contact with the beyond. We used Sally today to pick out fabric for my fashion gala dress. She's going to make the dress for me too. Your fashion gala dress? Is this spirit of yours or Madame Andromeda making the dress too? Chad may have spoken to Grandma Dotty, but he was staring at Garrett, dark eyebrows lowering dangerously. Oh. Spirits don't design haute couture. Grandma Dotty snatched her makeshift veil from Garrett, tossed it over her head and torso, and then flapped her arms as if she had wings. Madame Andromeda is making my attire. Chad smirked at Garrett. And are you going with Leo Abrams? What a clever boy you are. Grandma Dotty flew down the hall without bumping anything. I bet you also knew that I'm wearing the pink diamonds to the event. Garrett imagined steam rising from Chad's ears. The jig was completely and totally up. Garrett's shoulders sank. Grandma Dotty, I'm going to get a car to take you home. Chad signaled to the security guard to do his bidding. And then he crooked his finger at Garrett. I need to see Turtle. Alone. He disappeared into his office. See you later, Turtle. Bidding Grandma Dotty goodbye, Garrett dragged his feet toward his eldest brother's office, closing the door behind him. Chad, it's not what you think. Oh, I think it might be close to what I think. Chad sat down behind his desk, looking like a stern principal about to sentence a student to detention. You're mixing business with pleasure, which is a no-no. Not to mention, your new girlfriend is a psycho. Psychic. And the spunky runway model you told us about is our beloved yet dotty grandmother. The 80s are the new 50s, Garrett tried to joke. It's not like she'll stand out for all the wrong reasons. Hanging his head, Chad sighed wearily. I mean, Garrett hastened to add. I hope she won't stand out for all the wrong reasons. Chad's head came up and he fixed Garrett with a hard stare. And if she's asked about her designer, what is she going to say? That a psychic designed her dress? You have to admit that's press-worthy, Garrett murmured. This is a disaster, coming and going. Chad placed his elbows on his desk and clasped his hands firmly in front of him, knuckles white. The reputation of Summer Diamonds. We could be the laughingstock of the industry. Dating a psychic? What's gotten into you? When Garrett didn't answer, Chad heaved one of his put-upon sighs. Are you all right? I know, I don't ask you that enough given how you lost Willa. That's gotta be hard to work through. And you carry it around like an overloaded backpack on a long hike. Garrett sat back. I do? Chad nodded. Everybody in the family knows you do. But you've always been the one to work through things on your own. You are working on it? I'm trying to unravel these knots inside, yes. Garrett used Andy's metaphor. Now, getting back to business. Chad drew a breath and became the CEO of Summer Diamonds once more. You couldn't clue me in that you were dating the fashion designer? I'm not dating Andy. Garrett went on the defensive. Grandma Dotty didn't see, but he couldn't lie. Well, she did see us kissing. But it was only one kiss. And I'd never tell Grandma Dotty this, but Madame Andromeda, Andy, isn't a real psychic. She just plays one on TV? Chad quipped, dropping his clasped hands to the desktop with an ominous thud. Something like that. Garrett sighed and pushed his glasses higher up his nose, not that things looked any brighter. We should look for a legitimate dress designer as quickly as possible. Chad's cell phone lit up with an email alert. He stared at it and then washed a hand over his face. And a professional model. You do know that Grandma Dotty stepped on the fashion gala organizer's toes, literally, 10 years or so ago? Even if I'd allow this to move forward, Wendy Winter might not approve her to attend again. Was that regret in Chad's gaze? What if Garrett began carefully. What if we let things ride, just for a week? I'm sure Andy or Leo, or even the event committee, can help us find a model if it comes to that. But Grandma Dotty is just so happy. Chad said not a word. He took his responsibilities as the new CEO of Summer Diamonds very seriously. His silence was a rejection of Garrett's idea. I should let it go. But Garrett couldn't. Think about it, Chad. We could be lauded for our bravery at using a model of a certain age. He was grasping at straws now. And besides, do you really want to be the bad guy who tells Grandma Dotty she's not walking the red carpet? If you're certain they won't let her in, we'll know soon enough and she'll have no one but herself to blame. Chad wiped a hand over his face and relented. I need to see your work in progress. Come on down the hall. I've got most of the rose gold pieces done. I started on the onyx front, so I had to remove the large center stone from the pendant. Garrett stood and led his oldest brother out the door, down the hall, to the safe in his office where the office door was ajar and the safe door hung open. Garrett's blood went cold. He conducted a quick inspection of the safe's contents, but his worst fears had come to pass. The necklace and the center stone are gone. Grandma Dotty. Chad bolted out of the room and toward the security guard, who was stepping out of the elevator. Where is my grandmother? I tried to escort her to a car, Mr. Summer, the security guard said apologetically. But she insisted on walking and then bolted out of the elevator. She's a fast one. Chad swore. Which way did she go? Garrett asked. The man pointed in the direction Garrett had suspected. Toward 5th Avenue. And Madame Andromeda's office. Chapter 10. Wearing a flowing skirt and blouse, Andy completed the programming for the reading, and then opened up the inner office door to greet her next client in the waiting room. And he wasn't alone. Andy gasped. Rocky came to stand beside her, sniffing tentatively. A middle-aged man wearing a wrinkled gray business suit flinched when he saw Andy. But his main attention was focused on an elderly woman wearing a pink bodysuit and a black tutu with about a yard of black fabric draped over her head. Dotty? After the call from a representative of the fashion gala, Andy needed to have a hard conversation with Garrett and Dotty, one she wasn't relishing. But now wasn't the time. I am light through the darkness. Raising her hands to hold the fabric away from her face, Dotty drifted forward and into the reading room before Andy could dismiss her. Rocky followed Dotty, sniffing the air tentatively. Is now a bad time? Henry Kouser asked, taking a step toward the outer door. He'd become one of Andy's regular customers last summer and was as jumpy as a chicken after evading a hawk, even before seeing Dotty. I can reschedule. Pay me no attention, Dotty said in an ethereal voice. She sat at the table, unwittingly taking Henry's seat. The music had been programmed for Henry, Love Will Keep Us Alive. Rocky sat near Dotty, staring at her with worshipful, hungry eyes. Andy quickly weighed the importance of every penny she could earn as Madame Andromeda against the potentially disastrous situation with Dotty in attendance and against Henry's timid nature. He could use a little shaking up. This is unexpected, but could be something positive for you. Decision made, Andy ushered Henry into the inner sanctum and closed the door behind him. She positioned Henry on the far side of the table from Dotty. The spirits are already active. There's no need to join hands to gather our energy. Andy quickly toggled through commands on her phone, lowering the lights. She started the gurgling brook soundtrack and added music in Henry's chair. And then Andy settled into her own seat, snapping her fingers to catch Rocky's attention. The dog ignored her. He licked his chops and continued to stare at Dotty. Please don't let her have food. Maybe she'd put on scented lotion. Sure, that was it. I hope. Henry shifted in his chair, reminding Andy that she needed to begin. Andy jumped right into singing about the old lady swallowing the fly. Dotty joined in with her warbly voice, and after a moment, so did Henry, which he'd never done before. Maybe this is a good thing. Here comes Sally, Andy said before they'd finished singing the first verse. I met someone this week, Sally, Henry said, softly. And then in a louder voice, I swiped right, just like you told me last time. Is she the one? Her client was panicked, talking out of turn, and throwing Andy off her rhythm. Don't you worry, Dotty murmured, swaying back and forth in what Andy imagined was in time to the song playing from her chair's speakers. Still staring at her, Rocky made a grumbly noise deep in his throat, inching forward. She does have food. Andy started to sweat. I thought so, Henry said, relief in his voice. She's the one. Sally is cautioning you not to propose, Andy said quickly. Henry had a tendency to jump the gun. Be patient. Let things develop at their own pace. Now I've found you, Dotty murmured. Swaying with delicate movements, Dotty rolled up the fabric draped over her face to reveal a gleaming, rose-gold necklace in a familiar lotus design minus a large pink stone in the middle. She tossed the ends of the black fabric over her shoulders. She's having fun with this. Andy didn't feel the same. And she felt worse when Dotty reached into the bodice of her pink bodysuit and removed the large pink diamond. And Garrett. If he knew she'd taken his work, he's probably having a heart attack. But that was the least of Andy's worries. Rocky was fixated on the pink diamond as if it was a hostess pink snowball. Forget Garrett. I'm going to have a heart attack. My biological clock is going tick-tock, Madame Andromeda. Henry leaned forward. Tell me what I can do to win Charlene over. Climb the highest mountain, Dotty murmured, still swaying, holding that stone in front of her like a candle that could light the way home. Rocky's eyes were glazed over, as if Dotty had put him in a trance. Yes, yes. I must prove I'm worthy of winning her heart. Henry nodded vigorously, clearly having bonded to Dotty as his spiritual guide. But, how? When we're hungry, Dotty murmured, raising her hands as if she were feeling the forces from beyond. Rocky's eyes tracked the diamond's progress. Of course. Cook her dinner. Henry grinned. I didn't take cooking lessons for nothing. Sally suggests something light, like fish. Andy gripped the table, ready to use it as leverage to lunge for the diamond, if need be. I was thinking steak and lobster, but you're right, Sally. Henry bounced in his chair, nearly beside himself. Love will keep us alive, Dotty murmured, arms still raised. Rocky whined softly. I've got a date tonight. Henry stood and hurried toward the door. I know I'm cutting this short, but I've got to run. I need fresh fish and vegetables. Don't forget the flowers, Dotty said, arms lowering, hands moving within striking distance of Rocky's muzzle. And flowers. Henry opened the inner door and dashed across the waiting room. He yanked open the door and nearly ran into someone else coming in. Garrett. Andy got to her feet. Grandma Dotty. Dodging Henry, Garrett stomped inside, slamming the door behind him. Just in time. Dotty tossed the diamond like it was a dollar store tennis ball, stopping Garrett in his tracks. I'm famished. I bet you're hungry, too. Aren't you, Rocky? Channeling spirit is exhausting. Still holding the gem, she moved her hands toward either side of the Great Dane's face, as if to cradle his muzzle. No! Garrett cried, giving Dotty pause. But it was too late. Rocky lunged for the gem in her hand. And then, swallowed it. No! Andy wailed, watching her dreams go down her dog's gullet. Rocky belched. Garrett's stomach plunged 3 flights, all the way down to the ground floor. I'm lucky Chad isn't here to see this. Andy and Grandma Dotty looked from the dog to Garrett. And back again. No one spoke. Rocky stood and shook himself as if he just giddily ran through sprinklers in Central Park, not gobbled up a gemstone worth millions. Oops, Grandma Dotty said, getting slowly to her feet. She faced Garrett, blinking wide eyes innocently. This is almost worse than the time my coat was nicked and it had my engagement ring in it. Is it? Garrett asked in a hoarse voice. Or the time I accidentally threw away great-grandmother Summer's pearl necklace. Grandma Dotty glanced at Andy. How was I to know she'd tucked it in a paper napkin along with her loose dentures? Garrett removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This is nowhere near as bad as the time you left your real ruby slippers in a taxi. Or the time you loaned a diamond brooch to a jewelry thief. Or the time. I get the idea, Turtle. You're upset. Grandma Dotty got down to her knees in front of Rocky. Why on earth would you swallow that, dearie? Rocky sneezed. Grandma Dotty wiped her face with the ends of her makeshift veil. Because I used glue to hold the stone in place because some of the prongs weren't situated correctly. She calmly gazed up at Andy. It fell out on the way over, which is why I wisely tucked it into my bra. Wisely? Garrett felt a low, primal growl gather in his throat. It's completely understandable that Rocky would eat it, Grandma Dotty went on. My son Tim used to eat paste as a bedtime snack. He said the aroma is the best part. Rocky didn't just eat paste. Garrett couldn't squeeze all the outrage from his voice. He ate several millions of dollars. Chad is going to kill me. Don't worry, his grandmother stood and patted Garrett on the shoulder. It'll come out the other end. Why, I remember one time that your father swallowed a black pearl your grandfather had brought home to show me. Gobbled it up as if it was one of those candy kisses. He couldn't have been more than 2 at the time. But that came out in the end. All's well that ends well. This is not ending well. Garrett closed his eyes and counted to 10 before he allowed himself to speak. I need everyone in this room to swear to secrecy. We will not tell Chad or anyone else about this. I'm calling the vet. Andy punched her cell phone screen. That stone is larger than a golf ball. It's not going to go through as easily as a sock. They all stared at Rocky, who'd started to pant. Garrett could relate. He wasn't feeling so great himself. Andy moved out into the waiting room to talk to the vet. Surely, he won't need surgery? Grandma Dotty went over to the big dog and stroked his back. There, Rocky. You'll be all right. But will I? Garrett stared at the panting canine. I've never wished for a dog to throw up the way I'm wishing Rocky would right now. It is an unusual circumstance, Grandma Dotty sighed, looking down at the necklace she wore. If only you'd positioned the prongs better, Turtle. Then the diamond wouldn't have fallen out when I tried to set it. At the very least, you should have super glue in your desk drawer. Garrett frowned at his grandmother, not wanting to hurt her feelings. She was, after all, not quite right in the head. He needed no more proof than her pink bodysuit and her black tutu. And yet, it was hard to hold on to his temper when millions of dollars had just disappeared before his eyes. Grandma Dotty, as the person who stole the necklace, it should be your job to retrieve that gem, no matter what end of Rocky it comes out of. My job? She stared at Rocky in horror. Much as Garrett wanted to scare some sense into her, he couldn't let his grandmother believe that. No. It's going to be my job. And when I get that stone back, I'm changing the combination of the safe in my workroom and confiscating your safe-cracking stethoscope. I've got to go. Andy came back in the room, burgundy skirt swishing around her ankles. They want to see Rocky right away. I'm coming, too, Garrett told her. I'm not letting that dog out of my sight. You should take your grandmother home, Andy told Garrett when they'd been sitting in the veterinarian's exam room for several long minutes. She's tired and hungry. Dotty sat on the floor with Rocky's head in her lap, and her own head tilted back on a waiting room chair. She was staring at the ceiling and humming to herself. Garrett was leaning against the wall near Andy, staring at Rocky as if he couldn't be trusted not to sneak off with his precious pink diamond. Garrett? Andy prodded his leg. He grunted, which she took to mean he wasn't leaving. It shouldn't be long now. To induce vomiting, the vet had given Rocky hydrogen peroxide when they'd been shown to the exam room. We'll get the diamond back and no one will be the wiser. But it makes a great story, Dotty said in a dreamy voice. Great stories get retold every day on social media. And on the red carpet. Rocky, Summer Diamonds, and Madame Andromeda could be famous. No one will learn of this, Garrett said in a clipped voice. I swore you both to secrecy. Many times on the way over. Andy didn't want to point out that they hadn't sworn the veterinarian staff to secrecy but thought better of it. Speaking of red carpets and bad news. Garrett caught Andy's eye, gestured toward his grandmother, and then shook his head as if he knew what Andy was going to say would upset Dotty. Are you a mind reader? She asked. Dotty glanced at them each in turn. What can be worse than this? Dotty, Andy bent to take hold of the old woman's hand. I'm sorry, but the Fashion Gala Committee won't allow you to walk the red carpet with Rocky, Garrett cut Andy off, frowning fiercely. Oh, that's too bad, but Dotty stroked one of Rocky's ears. Did I miss that as part of the plan? I hate to admit that I don't remember. That had never been part of their plan. Andy gave Garrett a come clean or else look. He shook his head. And Garrett earned a reprieve because Rocky chose that moment to heave. All over Dottie's tutu. After Garrett had retrieved the pink diamond. After Andy had been reassured that Rocky was okay. After Dottie had been safely delivered to her doorstep. Garrett insisted upon seeing Andy and Rocky home. The Great Dane lay across Andy's lap in the back seat, looking like he regretted swallowing something without at least ensuring it was food first. Perhaps he'd learned to be more cautious about what he ate. Andy certainly hoped so. "You don't have to drive us home," Andy told Garrett for what felt like the 10th time. "I'm doing this for Rocky," Garrett replied. He put the diamond and the necklace Dottie had pilfered in his jacket pockets and kept touching his jacket pockets as if needing reassurance they were still there. It wasn't Rocky's fault he swallowed a diamond. Andy nodded. "But I'm sorry he did. I'm signing him up for puppy school after the fashion gala. If they made it to the fashion gala." Which, given her call from the fashion gala committee earlier that day, seemed highly unlikely. "He's going to dwarf every other puppy in class," Garrett predicted, attempting to smile. They really had nothing to smile about. They'd been avoiding the topic that needed to be addressed. But as the car approached Andy's neighborhood, she couldn't postpone it any longer. "You stopped me from telling your grandmother that she won't be allowed on the red carpet." Her gaze swung around to Garrett. "If you knew that, why did you let her hire me to design a dress? I've wasted weeks. The committee gave me a handful of days to find another model." Although they'd told Andy she could walk the red carpet herself, she knew she lacked the chutzpah to pull off the required panache. Garrett sighed, moving his hand toward Andy's. She drew her hand over her heart, out of reach. "This is no time to get sentimental. My career is at stake." Garrett leaned against his door, studying her. "I just heard about my grandmother's unfortunate history at the gala today. If I'd have known, don't you think I'd have told you? Or at the very least, stopped the process before it ever got off the ground?" "Yes." Andy gave a stilted head nod. "But leading her on doesn't serve any of us." Garrett removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "She took Rocky's stomach upset hard and You didn't want to bring her down further than she was," Andy guessed. "No," Garrett slid his glasses back on. "It's bad enough that I lost my temper with her. We'll tell her, soon. I'm not going to lie to her." Rocky groaned and Andy softened her tone. "Dottie wouldn't want us to lie to her." "She wouldn't," Garrett agreed ruefully. "But I wouldn't put it past her to show up on the red carpet if we told her she couldn't go. She's resourceful and..." "You're not seriously suggesting that I disregard the committee's orders?" Andy's voice cracked and something inside of her unraveled, something perilously close to her heart. "You have your family's established reputation to stand behind. But I have nothing to shield me. You know that Wendy Winter can make or break a career. This is her event." "Andy," Garrett reached for her hand again. Andy fell back against her door, more out of reach than ever. "I thought you'd abide by their request, Garrett. I thought we'd still collaborate," he finished for her, nodding. "Perhaps you even thought that my grandmother's dear friend Leo would sponsor whoever we found to model so they'd have a seat inside without you or I paying 50 grand. Don't make me sound so cutthroat." Andy felt the car slow, saw her apartment building ahead. "We're in the same boat." "We're not." Garrett stared at her, regret in those dark eyes. "I know that. Financially, this is a blow to you if Summer Diamonds doesn't provide you with jewelry. But you have to know. You must know. I protect my own. My grandmother invested in you because she has an opportunity, perhaps one of her last, to attend an exclusive event she adores. I thought that we could weather this storm professionally? To make an old woman happy? Impossible. One kiss doesn't mean I'll risk my entire career for your grandmother," Andy whispered as the car came to a stop, feeling sick inside. "No matter how much I like her. And you. I'm sorry." And the worst of it was that Garrett looked sorry as he said those words. But the only person who'll wear those pink diamonds is my grandmother. This is our stop, Andy said, trying not to cry as she urged Rocky to his feet and helped him out the door. And the worst of it was, this was truly the end of the line for him, Andromeda, fashion designer. Chapter 11. Garrett entered the conference room at Summer Diamonds on Tuesday morning after Rocky had eaten the large pink diamond, sweating. All eyes turned toward him. Chad suddenly looked very much like their father, dour and gloomy. But his other three brothers. They know about all the things he'd been hiding from them for weeks. It was time for Garrett to come clean. The fashion gala doesn't want Grandma Dotty to walk the red carpet. Garrett led with what was arguably the worst news, laying the pink diamond on the conference room table, which was none the worse for being swallowed and regurgitated. Chad nodded, perhaps sympathetically. He couldn't know that last night Garrett's heart had been broken by Andy because he'd chosen family over a second attempt at love. Let's pivot. Who do we know with her same height and build that can step in? It's not that easy. Garrett continued, having lost sleep over all the iterations needed to save the fashion gala for them. Leo refuses to take anyone but Grandma Dotty. And? Chad prompted. Andy refuses to dress Grandma Dotty for fear her career will be railroaded by Wendy Winter and the rest of the fashion gala committee. Garrett's voice sounded cold and impassive when in reality he felt a combination of complicated emotions: sadness, frustration, heartache, understanding. The room was silent while Garrett's brothers took in the catch-22. I'm fine with us finding a new model for the event, Zach said. You're fine disappointing Grandma Dotty like that? Garrett demanded, frowning. And continuing to frown when all four of his brothers nodded. Tell Grandma Dotty she can't walk the red carpet even though she's the one who found a ticket to the event, hired a designer, and helped the creative process? They nodded again. A noise at the conference room door had Garrett turning around. Grandma Dotty stood next to Kitty, tears in her eyes. And then she spun away, running off in her long, black fringed dress and classy black wool jacket. Cousin Kitty scowled, entering the conference room and closing the door behind her. Gentlemen, you should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm not ashamed, Garrett said in a loud voice. I told Andy last night that we wouldn't let anyone but Grandma Dotty wear the jewelry to the fashion gala. The conference room erupted with protests, Chad's being among the loudest. You fired our designer? Bravo. Kitty came to stand beside Garrett. They were outnumbered in their support of Grandma Dotty, but at least Garrett didn't feel alone. You should go find her, Kitty. Not until we make this right, his cousin said in a firm voice. Chad asked for quiet. This may be a family business, Garrett, but it's a business first. You had no right to fire our designer. Garrett's laughter was harsh and condemning. Yesterday, you were ready to fire Andy because she also works as a psychic. And now, you're defending her? My issue with Andy was her lack of experience, Chad said carefully. Plus, the fact that you'd kissed her. Bravo, Kitty said again. Everyone's been worried about you, Garrett. I'm fine, Garrett insisted. But Grandma Dotty. We all know Grandma Dotty is a risk, Zach said. A risk? Garrett scoffed. Just last summer, we all sat around this table complaining that Dad didn't take enough risks. His gaze found his number-crunching brother. Phil, tell our CEO Chad that the majority of millionaires are over age 50. His gaze found Zach's. And Zach, tell Chad that social media influencers over the age of 50 exist in the luxury and fashion space. He pointed at Braden, who was in charge of sales. Braden, which age demographic spends the most per purchase in our showroom? When no one answered Garrett, he shook his head. Done with them. No one should tell us who we can and can't have represent Summer Diamonds on the red carpet. And no one else is wearing these pink diamonds at the fashion gala, not as long as I'm the one making the jewelry. The room fell silent. Come on, Kitty. We need to find Grandma Dotty. Garrett and his cousin left the men to process his words. But his grandmother was nowhere to be found. Andy should have been happy. Her mother's leg cast had been removed. She wore a walking brace and was going to return to work next week. The dresses for the fashion gala were coming together nicely. The fabric was perfect. The lotus buds and petals were finally taking shape. Those were incredible wins. But she had some nearly insurmountable obstacles to overcome. The fashion gala committee had approved Andy modeling her own design and were working on finding a sponsor to buy her a seat. Without a seat, all her sewing would be for naught. They'd told her she could buy her own seat for $50,000. That wasn't an option. And without Dotty wearing the dress on the runway, she had to repay the $50,000 she'd been given to make the dress. Andy had applied for a small business loan, but even the loan officer said her chances were slim. And then there was Garrett. Or the lack thereof, in her life. He'd understood her reason for refusing to dress Dotty for the event, but he'd put his grandmother's happiness above Andy's career. That was crushing. A small voice inside her head whispered, he chose family. He wanted me to choose his family, as if I was a Summer. It was hard to hold a grudge about that. She and Rocky rode up the elevator to Madame Andromeda's office to prep for a reading. After a night's sleep, Rocky showed no lingering effects of the swallowing and regurgitating a large gemstone. His appetite had returned in full. The elevator doors slid open at the third floor. Rocky lifted his head and sniffed the air. And then, he bolted forward, yanking his leash from Andy's hand as he galloped down the hallway. Rocky! Andy ran after him. Her dog disappeared into the office, which seemed impossible. The door should have been closed. Locked. Hello? Andy came to stand in the office doorway. Come in. Come in. It was Dotty, standing in the inner office. She wore a long black dress with fringe on the bottom and at the seams under her arms. She'd wrapped a black scarf around her head like a turban and wore a pair of wire-rimmed glasses with purple frames. Amazingly, Rocky sat in front of the old woman as if he was the best-behaved dog on the planet. Dotty? How did you get in here? Andy asked. Dotty extended a hand toward the table behind her. Sitting on the black tablecloth in front of the actively smoky crystal ball was what looked like a set of lock-picking tools. Andy pinched herself. This could not be happening. Little old ladies from old money didn't break and enter. Or at least, they weren't supposed to. But Dotty, she was always doing the unexpected. Which makes a good model. Andy gave her head a little shake, reminding herself of the marching orders the fashion gala had given. No Dorothy Summer on the red carpet. She turned to the problem at hand, her unexpected guest. Dotty, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm expecting a client. I am Madame Andromeda, Dotty said in a disembodied voice, creating a name that was a clever take on Dorothy and Andromeda. And there are people waiting to talk to you, Andromeda Rochelle. Garrett? Andy breathed, peering behind Dotty. Taffy, Madame Andromeda corrected. She was a beloved dog of mine. She never led me down the wrong street. Dotty raised her hand, which held a faded yellow leash, and shook it, rattling the metal dog tags. She won't let you go astray either. Andy shook her head, moving closer to Dotty. I can't let you walk the red carpet, Dotty. I'm so sorry. I just don't have enough power in the fashion industry. They'll blackball me. Dotty jingled her dog tags again, neither smiling nor frowning. Andy was close enough now to see that Dotty had a dog biscuit in her other hand. That explained Rocky's good behavior. What it didn't explain was her presence. The notes of a song drifted to Andy from the reading room. I've been changed, for good. The words and melody clicked immediately. Is that from the Wicked soundtrack? That wasn't in her pre-programmed list of songs. Dorothy Summer had broken into her mother's office, tamed Andy's dog into submission, and figured out how to work the sound system in the reading room. I've misjudged Dotty. Andy sucked in a breath. Was she here to argue? To tell Andy what a coward she was? Madame Andromeda is only here for your reading, Dotty said in a reassuring voice. At the other end of the hallway, the elevator doors slid open. Most likely, her appointment was arriving. Taffy thinks you should talk to Garrett, Dotty said, fully committed to her role as a psychic in voice and demeanor, the same way she'd been fully committed to sneaking up on Andy and Garrett at the botanical gardens. Possibly the same way she'd commit to walking the red carpet. Garrett took a stand for you, refusing to finish the jewelry if his brothers chose another dress designer. Regret clawed its way up Andy's throat. Garrett is too good for me. You're too good for me. That's not true. Dotty shook her dog tags once more. Taffy says you should never make choices based on what others might think. Taffy recommends you go with your heart, even if you have to stand alone on the red carpet. Madame Andromeda, a tentative voice asked from behind Andy. She's ready to see you now, Dotty said, no longer Andromeda but Dorothy Summer once more. I was just leaving. She gave Rocky the dog biscuit, slid her lock-picking tools into her purse, grabbed a black wool jacket, and then walked out. Have a nice day. Have a nice day? Andy's day was ruined. What kind of person crushed someone else's dreams because she wasn't brave enough to stand up to the establishment? A coward. That's who. Garrett spent the day searching for his grandmother. He wasn't alone. His brothers and cousins had been recruited, too. But no one found her. Garrett opened the door to his condo and stopped. The light was on in his bedroom. It hadn't been on when he left this morning. Grandma Dotty? Garrett closed the door and shed his jacket. No one answered him. He hurried into his bedroom and discovered his grandmother laying on his bed, staring blankly out the window. I've been looking for you everywhere. Everyone has. We're all worried sick. I didn't want to be a bother, she said in a small voice. Her wool jacket lay over her like a blanket. She pulled the collar up to her chin. But now I realize that's all I am. That's not true. Garrett sat on the bed next to her. Even you didn't want me to walk the red carpet. Her gaze flickered toward Garrett, full of hurt and disappointment. No one likes to be lied to. I'm sorry, Garrett said, meaning it. I should have been truthful about my reservations. I don't usually carry the responsibility of these events on my shoulders. And every time you did something outrageous, I worried you might be too unpredictable on the red carpet. I suppose I should believe you since Spider Willa is over your window again. She nodded toward the window. I'm losing myself, Garrett. The medicine makes me a sleepy, elderly matron with no personality. But without it, I have no filter. And now, I realize how much I've embarrassed you all, Andy included. That's not true, Garrett said softly. Was I embarrassed by you wearing a tutu to the fabric warehouse? Maybe not. She sniffed. You were embarrassed by me sneaking up on you in the botanical gardens. I was embarrassed that we got thrown out. And if that wasn't the whole truth, at least it was enough of the truth. I wasn't embarrassed that you broke into Madame Andromeda, although I did apologize. That was about all he'd said to her after arriving at her office after Grandma Dotty made her exit. She sniffed again, as if she'd been crying before he arrived. Garrett rubbed her shoulders. Do you know what I'm going to remember about you when you're gone? I know it won't be my strut down the fashion gala red carpet. Grandma Dotty pouted. I'm going to remember how you followed your heart and had no filter on your search for joy. Garrett smoothed her short white hair over her head. I'm going to remember how you pulled me out of my funk after Willa died and reminded me to honor her with a life well lived, not a life tempered with regrets and guilt. He had a lot of time to think as he raced around New York City searching for her. He was going to accept the idea that Willa was at peace. He was going to embrace the idea that love looked differently each time. He'd loved Willa as best he was able back then. He'd started to love Andy. But once again, he'd come to an impasse. He'd chosen family. Andy chose her career. History had indeed repeated itself. Tears tracked down Grandma Dotty's cheeks. Don't stop there, Turtle. I'm enjoying a preview of my eulogy. It'll be a long, long time before I have to deliver it. He chuckled. But when I do, I'm going to admit that I think of you every time I see a spider. And I'm going to remember you strutting down that fashion gala red carpet on Leo's arm wearing jewelry you helped inspire me to design. Chad will never allow that. He will. Or Garrett planned to quit. Tomorrow, we're going to call around and find you a dress to wear. Something that lets that pink diamond shine. But it will never shine as brightly as you do. Oh, Turtle. His grandmother sat up and wrapped her arms around him. I should turn down your offer. But you won't. And no one will think any worse of you because of it. Garrett held her close. She was a gem and he didn't want to imagine life without her. I'm sorry Andy and my brothers weren't brave enough to support us. Me too, Grandma Dotty sighed. Can I ask you something? Of course. She released him, wiping away her tears. Did Sammy let you in? Garrett grinned. Or did you pick my door lock? Grandma Dotty gave him the most mischievous of her grins. A lady never tells. Chapter 12. Your designs are fabulous, Mom told Andy the day before the fashion gala. I'm so proud of you. The two of them stood in front of the dress forms that served as a home for the two dresses Andy had made. Rocky was sprawled out on the floor at their feet. Despite Dottie's advice, Andy hadn't seen Garrett or Dottie in over a week. She hadn't reached out to Garrett to apologize for leaving him in a lurch or to see how he and Dottie were faring. She got a sick feeling in her stomach every time she thought about doing so. But she couldn't bear to contact them and be shunned. Yes, she was a coward. Tomorrow's the big day. Mom hugged Andy. And after that, I promised to go back to work. She was getting good at walking in the leg brace with a cane. She and Andy had walked down to the subway station and back during rush hour to combat any car accident PTSD Mom might have felt. She'd probably never completely be comfortable crossing the street again, but at least she knew what it felt like to be in crowds and traffic again. What's wrong? You should be happy. The problem is that I'm the model. Andy fiddled with the bustle on the black overdress. What if I trip over my own 2 feet? What if I can't pull off the drama of light through the darkness? Andy. Mom took her by the shoulders. Ever since you and Garrett had a falling out, you haven't been yourself. Why can't you let Dottie walk the red carpet? I've never known you to be a conformist. Or a follower. Why are you towing the line now? Mom, you're mistaken. You're the one who isn't a conformist. You've never cared about being blackballed. Not when they barred you from membership in the Parent-Teacher Association because you earned a living as a psychic. Not when the powers that be barred you from having a booth during the Easter weekend farmers market. Not when. I get the idea, honey. Mom drew her into a hug. I've always been happy doing things my way. And if someone doesn't accept me, warts and all, then it wasn't where I was meant to be. But you've always cared what people think. You've always stayed silent rather than rock the boat. Mom held Andy at arm's length. But if you want a career in fashion, you need to speak up for yourself and forget what people think of you. You're probably never going to design something that everyone in the world wears or loves. But you're going to bring joy to those who do wear your creations. Don't compromise before your career has even begun. Andy nodded, teary-eyed. Take a risk, Mom said gently. Isn't that what the palm reader told you? Andy laughed. It is exactly what she said. She being Dottie, who was just as nonconformist as her mother. But it's too late. By now, Garrett will have found something else for Dottie to wear. And whatever had been brewing between them had been lost, out of reach forever. It's not too late. Mom grinned. Let me call Leo. Leo, you look very James Bondish, Garrett told his former mentor, who was wearing a black tuxedo. His brothers all agreed. All his cousins agreed. Garrett tried to hang onto his smile. A part of him had hoped when this day came that he and Andy would have reconciled in some way. In a good way. Everyone had gathered in the Summer Diamond conference room to watch the fashion gala red carpet show. They'd all worn suits and formal dresses for the event. The jewelry Garrett had created for the event sat on a black velvet tray on the table waiting to be placed on Grandma Dotty. Yes, their grandmother was going to crash the red carpet on Leo's arm. Yes, they were all worried about what would happen. And yes, Garrett was anxious to see where Andy had netted out. But the reality was that she'd made her choice. And he'd promised himself that when tonight was over he'd move on. And Grandma Dotty, Garrett kissed her cheek. "You look like a Bond girl." "And my dress has pockets," Grandma Dotty said. She looked fabulous in a classic black dress with white inserts. And if it wasn't a showstopper in terms of the fashion gala's theme, the dress allowed the pink diamond jewelry to shine. Leo's phone rang. "I've got to answer this." With a nod to Grandma Dotty, he left the conference room. "I want to take a moment to thank my grandchildren for believing in me." Grandma Dotty moved through the assembled family members, hugging and kissing them. Especially Whiskers, who may say he likes to take risks, but really doesn't. Chad muttered something that sounded like a rebuttal. "Look who I found." Leo returned, grinning. "Well, maybe not found. I invited Andy and Madame Andromeda to join us tonight." Chad frowned. "I thought Andy was Madame Andromeda." Garrett shushed him, eagerly awaiting Andy's appearance. She entered the conference room, carrying 2 very large garment bags over her shoulder. A middle-aged blonde woman followed Andy in. She walked with a cane and carried the back end of the garment bags. Leo performed the introductions. For those who don't know, Andy designs as M. Andromeda, and her mother does psychic readings as Madame Andromeda. There were varied reactions in the room, ranging from mild frowns to disapproving glances. Summers being loyal to their own and knowing Andy hadn't been brave enough to back Grandma Dotty modeling. Garrett didn't care what his family thought. He stared at Andy as if she was the source of all his happiness. She wore a simple black evening gown. Her blonde hair was held in an intricate bun at the nape of her neck. And the way she looked at him. Like he was a top-grade diamond in a tray of rough-cut stones. There's still hope. Garrett's practical side surfaced. There was only hope if she'd come for the right reasons. "Andy, what are you doing here?" "Isn't it obvious, Turtle?" Grandma Dotty ran her fingers over Andy's blonde hair. "Give the jewelry to Andy. She's going to wear it with her dresses on the red carpet. This will make your career, dear." "No," Leo said. "No," Andy shook her head. "Absolutely not," Madame Andromeda said, taking a seat with a weary sigh. Garrett's family listened intently to the drama unfolding before them. Chad might have made a strangled noise. "I insist, Andy." Grandma Dotty cradled Andy's face in her hands. "This is your moment. I'll have others." Chad definitely made a strangled noise, earning a frown from Garrett. "I'm confused," Garrett admitted. "Leo, why did you invite Andy here?" "I asked to see Dotty. I'm the one who's going to have other moments." Andy hugged Dotty while looking at Garrett. "I was hired to provide you with a creation for the fashion gala, Dotty. I went back on my word, but I couldn't live with myself. I'm here to throw my full support behind you." "But what about Grandma Dotty being banned from the red carpet?" Chad asked, earning what sounded like a building mutiny from the gathered Summers. "We'll see how far she and Leo can get," Andy said with surprising backbone. "You are going to crash the party anyway," Garrett reminded his grandmother. "Only now, you'll crash the party with a one-of-a-kind dress." Grandma Dotty turned to Chad. "What do you think, Whiskers?" Chad knew when to admit defeat. "A wise man reminded me that I've been waiting for my moment, for our moment, to take big risks on the red carpet." Chad gave Garrett an understanding smile. "Big moments don't come along often and they aren't without risk. I say we go take advantage of this moment with Grandma Dotty front and center." That earned him a round of applause. "All we need is a dressing room," Andy grinned. Garrett led them to the private showroom where this journey had officially begun. And then he went up to his workshop, returning long before the ladies were ready to leave. Zach was taking photos of the pink diamond jewelry and posting online. Chad was pacing. A buffet of food had arrived and the rest of the family were filling their plates. Garrett dropped a hand on Chad's shoulder. "Thank you. It'll be fine." It sounded as if Chad was trying to convince himself. "Of course it will," Garrett reassured him even if he had doubts of his own. Several tense minutes later, the women appeared. Garrett placed the jewelry on Grandma Dotty and then stepped back, barely listening to the praise his family gave. Grandma Dotty looked like the grande dame of the haute couture red carpet. This was indeed her moment. Her white hair was slicked back. The headpiece sat above the nape of her neck, jeweled pink and white lotus petals glistening on delicate rose gold. The top half of the dress was a sleek black satin with that hint of red when the light hit it properly. It was tight-fitting, from the sleeves to the bodice. The onyx and rose gold ear-rings hung from her ears like dark petals. The lotus bud bustle thrust out nearly 2 feet from Dotty's tush. The black petals were tightly closed but hinted at the soft pinkish cream on the reverse side. The black skirt parted in front to reveal matching leggings. That skirt flowed into a long train behind her. And the piece de resistance? The necklace chain was formed by rose gold petal links that held a 5-inch wide lotus with black onyx petals. That lotus sat up nearly 3 inches, a smidge higher than the circumference of the pink diamond hidden beneath it. Grandma Dotty was humming, seemingly lost in thought and not paying attention to the conversation and praise around her. Garrett felt as if he should recognize the tune that had her enthralled. But he didn't. Not until his grandmother began to sing, "The Old Woman Who Swallowed a Fly." Andy's mother chuckled, recognizing it, too. A smile grew on Andy's face. Sally's coming. She joined her in song, as did Leo. And Garrett. Garrett sang, even if the rest of his family weren't in on the joke. His siblings and cousins probably thought they'd all lost their minds. "Dotty," Andy said in that dreamy voice that was supposed to indicate something out of this world was happening. And there was something out of this world occurring because Andy was giving up a safe journey toward a career to something riskier. Giving an old woman an experience of a lifetime. And Garrett loved Andy for it. Love drifted over him like a comfortable blanket, filling him with warmth, wrapping around his heart with a feeling of welcome. It was unexpected, this love. It came out of the blue, this love. It settled inside of him as if it was here to stay. He touched his interior jacket pocket, feeling a reassuring solidness. He'd hoped Andy would come around. He'd vowed to be prepared if she did. "Dotty, Sally is here," Andy said softly. "And she believes you should jump rope on the red carpet." "No," Grandma Dotty's eyes grew very large. "No," blurted Chad. "She'll break a bone," Leo added. "And what that means is," Andy smiled tenderly at Garrett's grandmother. "Sally wants you to go to the fashion gala and have the time of your life. Because Sally loves jumping rope." Grandma Dotty nodded. "I get that." "Yes," Andy confirmed. Garrett wanted to hug Andy. He took 2 steps toward her. Andy held up her hand. "We've got to get Dotty out the door. I've got an SUV waiting." Garrett patted his breast pocket again. He could wait to talk to Andy later. "There are some good vibes going on in here," Andy's mom said in a voice more mystical in tone than Andy's. "Something special is going to happen tonight. But the true magic, that's going to come tomorrow when new opportunities present themselves." "We should have consulted a psychic sooner," Braden quipped. But no one laughed. Chapter 13. "I'm nervous," Andy admitted on the short drive to the Met. "What if they don't let us out of the SUV?" "We'll be fine," Leo reassured her. "I've never seen anyone turned away before." It would be my luck to be the first, Andy thought. Garrett had arranged for a large SUV, which was good. It fit Leo, Andy, her mother, Grandma Dotty, and himself. His large family remained at Summer Diamond headquarters to watch the televised broadcast. The driver lined up in the queue of slow-moving vehicles. Andy's security badge got them into the drive-up line to get on the red carpet. "Pinch me, turtle." Grandma Dotty sat sideways facing Garrett with her lotus bud bustle aimed at the door. She glowed. And that glow refused to let Andy have any regrets over her choice to rebel against Wendy Winter and the gala committee. "I can't believe this is happening." "Maybe you and Andy can pinch each other," Garrett suggested with a tender smile. "It's the chance of a lifetime." "Madam Andromeda?" Leo said from the very back seat next to Andy. Yes, Andy and her mother both answered. Mom from the front seat. "I mean, my Madam Andromeda." Leo pointed to Andy, smiling apologetically at her mother before turning toward his seatmate. "Since you gave your dress to Dotty, I'd like to give you my ticket." "Oh, no, Leo." Andy waved his gesture away. "You'll get in trouble." "Indulge me. One of my oldest and dearest friends is braving the fashion gala committee tonight," Leo said staunchly. "Dotty may not get to the steps. She may not get in the door. But I've made up my mind. I don't want to be a part of something that bans people because a toe was trod on." And then he smiled. "Besides, it's really a rather dull affair." "Why did you go all these years?" Garrett wondered aloud, looking at Leo over his shoulder. "Because it made my wife feel as if she belonged, which was important to her." Leo handed his pass to Andy. "But now, I feel Mayim telling me to let you gals have the limelight. You might find it fun the way Mayim did. Even if I'm blackballed and turned away?" Andy asked nervously, her stomach wasn't handling the stress well. "No one's going to be blackballed," Garrett said sharply. "You have to act like you belong on that red carpet. Don't slink across it." Garrett's right. "There are good vibes in this group," Andy's mother said in a firm voice. "This night is going to be incredible for all involved." "Thank you." Andy leaned over and hugged Leo as they inched forward in line. "I'm going to make Mayim proud." Leo smiled. "All you have to do is look at Dotty to know you already have." Their SUV eased closer. An aide wearing a headset opened Dotty's door and demanded, "Who's in here?" Andy was so surprised, she didn't answer. "Andromeda, designer," Leo said in a sturdy voice, without any hesitation. "And her model, Miss D." "It's no one," the aide said into her headset in a snooty tone. And then she gestured for Dotty to get out. "Hurry up. We still have VIPs waiting to get to this point. Welcome to the fashion gala." Dotty chuckled good-naturedly. If it was filled with characters of this woman's ilk, Andy wouldn't mind getting tossed out. Garrett ran around the vehicle to help his grandmother out of the SUV. Andy scrambled over the back seat and down through Dotty's door, feeling like an imposter in the sea of press, real designers, and movie stars. The red carpet ahead was filled with slow-moving occupants. Cameras clicked and flashed at a blinding pace. "They're telling us to leave." Garrett kissed his grandmother's cheek and then stared at Andy. "You're incredibly talented. And now, everyone's going to see it." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, then handed her what seemed like a stack of 3x5 index cards. "I had these made for you. For both of you." Andy stared at what he'd given her. Each card contained notes on Dotty's outfit and jewelry, as well as a credit to Leo and Summer Diamonds for their sponsorship. And on the back he'd printed, Andromeda Fashion. Andy's heart thumped in her chest. Her contact information was underneath her brand. And in the corner of the card was a crystal ball with a lotus flower inside of it. "Garrett did this for me." Tears filled Andy's eyes. She turned around to thank him, but the SUV that had carried them here was gone. Along with Garrett. And she hadn't even told him. "Thank you. I'm sorry. I love you." He was the kindest of men. So talented. So loyal. So understanding. Garrett understands me. Why else would he have printed these cards? His heart must have told him she wouldn't let Dotty down. He'd trusted his heart. The way I'm going to trust mine. Aides bustled forth as the next black SUV pulled up. Dotty was standing very still, as if she'd turned into a mannequin instead of Cinderella at the steps of the ball. "Ma'am." The aide tugged at the sleeve of Andy's dress. "You need to move toward the next station." Andy nodded, blinking in wide-eyed wonder at the spectacle ahead. "Don't stand around gawking. You need to move along. Have your security clearances ready." The woman gave Andy a shove, turned, then screamed excitedly into her headset, "I have eyes on Ryan and Blake." Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively? Andy was tempted to stop and people watch. But the aide scowled at her, so she turned away. "Okay, here we go, Dotty." Andy made sure her model's outfit hung properly. "You'll walk slowly toward the steps." "Thank heavens, I don't see Wendy Winter anywhere." "Let's do the transition on the third step." "Okay?" Dotty nodded just as the crowd around the barriers began to scream with excitement. One of the city's most popular celebrity couples was getting out of their SUV. Andy and Dotty needed to move. If they didn't, they'd either be trampled or attract attention and be identified as party crashers. "Let's go, Dotty." Andy tried to shoo her model along. Dotty's gaze was vacant, her feet unmoving. "This is bad. Very, very bad." Blake Lively was out of her SUV. Several people scurried around her, fluffing her large, black dress, touching up her lipstick, fiddling with a lock of blonde hair hanging over her cheek. "Dotty." Garrett's grandmother was humming. "Is she having a breakdown? Please, don't let her be having a breakdown." And then Andy recognized the tune. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. "That's right. That's our song," Andy tried to be reassuring. Dotty's gaze met hers. "Sally doesn't want me to jump rope on the red carpet." "No?" Andy gestured that they move forward. "I could swear that's what she told me. Or what she would have if Sally was real." "No. Skippers are party crashers." Something wild flashed in Dotty's eyes. "Sally wants me to strut down this red carpet slowly as if you and I deserve to be here." She poked Andy's arm. "She wants you and me to show the world that you're never too old or too much of an unknown, that you can't have a seat at the fashion gala." Did Dotty really believe in Sally? Or was she just using Sally references to gather her courage? "I don't care which it is as long as she gets a move on." "Okay?" And then Andy repeated with more confidence, "Okay. We deserve to be here." And darned if she didn't believe it. "I hear Sally in my head." Dotty grabbed hold of Andy's hand. "She wants to know why you never sing the song to the end." Behind them, Ryan Reynolds took his wife's hand. They were running out of time. "Why don't I sing the song to the end?" "Because the song is too long." And Andy always got the larger animals mixed up. Did the horse eat the cow or vice versa? And clients, who? Clients wouldn't put up with waiting all that time for a reading to begin. "We're going to sing it in its entirety now," Dotty told Andy. "As we walk the red carpet. And Sally's going to make sure nothing happens to us. But we have to sing all the verses." "Right." Andy's heart was pounding and her courage failing. At this point, she'd try anything. There was an old lady. Dotty took a step forward, a swing to her movement. "Who swallowed a fly?" She took another step. From a few feet back, Andy matched Dotty's stride for stride. An aide in a plain black dress ran up to Andy, demanding one. With the card in hand, the aide ran to the announcer's booth at the base of the stairs. Dotty kept moving slowly, pausing to sing a bit of the song for Sally under her breath before moving along. Andy expected security to appear at any moment and drag them off. No one did. They moved closer and closer to the grand steps. through the verse about swallowing the dog. Closer and closer. Through the verse about swallowing the cow. Step by step. Verse after verse. Andy ran out of cards to pass out. And then Dotty scaled those steps that led inside the Met. 1. Pause. 2. Pause. 3. Dotty turned, and as Andy rushed up to transition the lotus from dark to light, she thought she heard Dotty sing, "Lady Who Swallowed a Yeti." The crowd hushed as Andy removed the long, black skirt and then released the lotus bud with its cream-tinged pink petals that fell over Dotty's black leggings. Oh. Andy removed the tight-fitting jacket with its long black sleeves, and then she carefully flipped the black onyx overlay to the back of the pendant, revealing that large pink diamond at the center of a rose gold lotus flower. Ah. Perhaps she'll die, Dotty ended the song and posed for the cameras. But not today, Andy. Today, we are triumphant. Andy beamed and backed away, allowing Dotty the limelight, which she eagerly took. First posing like any classy model, then striking the pose made famous by John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. The crowd went wild. Andy couldn't stop smiling. Dotty was making a splash in a way Andy wouldn't have done if she'd worn her own design. The grip anxiety had on her chest eased. Andy drew an easy breath, her first in what felt like weeks. And when it was time to move on up the stairs and inside, another aide wearing a headset and a simple black dress rushed over to them. "Ms. Winter would like to see you at the top of the stairs." Wendy Winter, the organizer of the event. The woman who'd blackballed Dotty. This is where it ends. Andy's spirits sank. But not Dotty's. I love Wendy. She trotted up the stairs with all the enthusiasm of a child running out for recess. And then Dotty gave the queen of the fashion gala a warm embrace, holding on and rocking her back and forth as if they were the dearest of friends. Andy drew a pained breath. I don't belong here. Andy was too shy. Too scared. She needed a team to cover all her flaws. A team like Mom, Garrett, and Dotty. And speaking of which, there was Dotty. 10 feet away. And she was not being carried away by event security. Yoo-hoo! Madam Andromeda. Dotty waved. Wendy wants to have a word. Andy hurried up the next level of steps and introduced herself as Dotty disappeared inside. Madam Andromeda. Wendy's hand was cold, but her handshake firm. You obviously understood the assignment and delivered on both the theme and the drama. Thank you. Andy sensed there was a but coming. But Wendy glanced behind her in the direction Dotty had disappeared. I'm going to assume you didn't receive my message regarding our modeling guidelines. Aha. Andy played along. Was there a message? I'm so sorry. I must have overlooked it in all the rush to finish. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Wendy tilted her head toward the doors behind her in a clear dismissal. Enjoy your evening. I'm in? Andy entered the gala, too shocked to be starstruck. Ladies, over here, Garrett called, standing next to the rented SUV outside of the fashion gala. He'd been waiting for Andy and Grandma Dotty to leave for 20 minutes. Grandma Dotty looked tired and happy. Her light, petal dress looked very chic over her black leggings. The pink diamonds looked fabulous on her and were all accounted for as far as Garrett could tell. But it was Andy who drew most of Garrett's attention. She had a fabulous glow. And she was glowing at Garrett while carrying the dark outer dress. Turtle, I hope you brought a hot toddy and a masseuse for my aching dogs. His grandmother walked slowly toward him, dragging her feet. I brought water and a fuzzy blanket, Garrett told her. Along with flowers for both of you. Even better. His grandmother hugged him. Thank you, dear. We're invited to the after-party, Andy said, still smiling at Garrett as she mentioned the name of the hotel. Are you up to it, Dotty? Birthday bashes don't have after-parties, his grandmother mumbled. Garrett held Grandma Dotty at arm's length. She wasn't quite in sync with the conversation. Was it just fatigue? Or did it have something to do with her dementia? I need to take my grandmother home. We can drop you at the after party, Andy. He helped Grandma Dotty into the back seat of the SUV, then turned toward Andy, noting the odd look on her face. He took the heavy outer dress from her. What's wrong? He lowered his voice to add, my grandmother behaved inside, didn't she? Andy nodded. She was adored. And yet. I don't belong at that after party, Andy admitted with a pained expression. I'm just a girl from the Bronx who had her fairy tale moment. The clock has struck midnight. Did someone pick on you? Garrett demanded. Tell me who it is, and I'll make sure Summer Diamond doesn't do business with them anymore. That's very sweet. Andy touched his cheek. I'd take you up on the offer if I wanted to fight them. But these people talk about vacations in the Hamptons and Paris Fashion Week. What am I supposed to say? Was that all? Garrett resisted the urge to belittle her concern. Why don't you tell them the truth? That you want to be part of that crowd, but right now, you're making ends meet as a working psychic? He escorted her around to the other side of the SUV where he carefully stowed the outer dress. This is your moment. My brother, Chad, would tell you this is your opportunity to make much-needed contacts. Sure, your competition will be there. But so will all the stars, models, and celebrities, the ones who are hoping to walk the red carpets during award season after the new year. And do you know who else will be there? All the diamond houses that supply them with jewelry. Isn't Summer Diamonds my diamond house? Andy asked in a small voice. Do I have to work with someone else? It's yours as long as you want it to be. Garrett pressed a kiss to her hand before closing her in the SUV and getting into the front seat and giving the driver directions to the after party. Grandma Dotty had the fuzzy blanket over her and was snoring softly. They drove in silence for a few minutes until they reached the hotel where the after party was taking place. Andy got out of her side of the vehicle. Garrett got out of his. But instead of moving to help Andy inside, he opened the door where Grandma Dotty sat and gently removed the pink diamond necklace from around her neck. What are you doing? Andy asked. I'm giving you something to talk about. Garrett placed the necklace around Andy's neck. And then he placed his palms on her cheeks, cradling her beautiful face. You deserve to be here. You deserve this moment. My grandmother would say you've lived quite the life tonight. Go in there with all the confidence of Madame Andromeda. Play the game your way. She nodded, smiling a little despite tears filling her eyes. Garrett dropped his hands and stepped away. Aren't you? Andy frowned a little. Aren't you going to? Her gaze dropped, along with her voice. Aren't you going to come inside with me? He thought she was going to ask him to kiss her. Do you need me to? Need? She shook her head. But I want you to be by my side, Turtle. She raised her gaze to his. Only my grandmother calls me that, Garrett said gruffly. She loves you, Andy said softly. He nodded. I love you, too, Andy whispered, shivering. She stood on the street without a jacket in that evening dress. I'm so sorry, I chickened out about the gala. The noise of the city faded behind the roaring in his ears. All Garrett could hear was Andy's soft, dreamy voice. I love you, too. I thought, a wave of emotion filled his throat, stopping the words Garrett wanted to say. He had to start again. I thought I didn't know how to love and support you, the way I didn't know how to love and support Willa. It was fear, I swear, Andy said in a tender voice, one so soft, so considerate, Garrett was sure she would never hurt him again. It may have been fear that caused that argument you had with Willa. I don't want to talk about Willa right now, Garrett said gruffly. There'd be time for that later. I love you, Garrett. Andy wove her cold fingers through his. I love how talented and creative you are. I love how much support you give your family. And me. She drew him closer. I love how you stand up for what you believe in, even if you don't agree with those around you. I love the way you make me a better person. I don't. That seemed far-fetched. You do. Andy slipped her arms around his neck. You give me a safe platform to create from. And that's what I'd like to do for you. As Madame Andromeda. He nodded. Psychic and designer. And perhaps as Garrett Summer's girlfriend. Andy threaded her fingers in the short hair at his nape. You haven't reacted to me saying I love you. Because I thought it was obvious. Garrett swallowed back the nerves. I love you, Andy. And it has nothing to do with your physical resemblance to Willa. I don't see her in you. I haven't since those first few minutes we met. I see you. Andy. The woman who takes chances and dreams big. But also the woman who knows what's important in life. Family. Community. Dreams. We've both made mistakes on our journey together, but we've both worked to fix them. Finally, Garrett kissed her. Softly but joyfully, drawing her close. Never wanting to let her go. The SUV window next to them rolled down. I'll be fine going home alone, Grandma Dotty said in a sleepy voice. Don't worry about me. That ended Garrett and Andy's kiss. But they didn't break apart. They smiled at each other as if this was the happiest moment of their lives so far. I won't worry about you, Grandma Dotty, Garrett assured her. But I will be taking those pink diamond earrings and headpiece because Andy's going to wear them to the after party. As long as Andy promises me one thing. His grandmother removed her earrings, yawning. What's that? Garrett asked, reluctantly releasing Andy. Promise me you won't make me wait long for great-grandbabies. I'm not getting any younger, you know. Epilogue. The first week of December. Business at Summer Diamonds was booming. Celebrities and fashion designers were clamoring for appointments. Chad reopened the private showroom upstairs, stocking it with a bar, a masseuse, and manicurist, because if a customer felt relaxed, they were more likely to buy, plus he put one-of-a-kind jewelry creations on display as fast as Garrett could make them. They sold just as quickly. Andy's business was booming, too. She'd taken over Madame Andromeda's space on Fifth Avenue for her design house, hiring her mother as her assistant. Instead of pampering their customers, they were greeted in a waiting room with all the good energy and karma the original Madame Andromeda could muster. The waiting room was filled with energy and laughter. The inner office had been converted to a workshop and fitting room, which Andy knew wasn't as glamorous as her customers expected. But until the office next door's lease expired, Andy was willing to wait. Andy may have believed in karma and good vibes, but she was still cautious. Andy knew success would come. But she was patient. She had a great team around her, including Dotty, who now had a social media following thanks to her grandson Zach. And according to Garrett and his cousin Kitty, Dotty's new medication kept dementia's progression to a slow pace without suppressing Dotty's irascible personality. Patience was also required with Rocky's training. But just a few weeks in, the Great Dane was learning how to heel, except when they approached a hot dog cart. Garrett appeared in her offices shortly after closing time, having missed Mom taking off with Rocky. He looked the same as the first day they'd met. Tall, sturdy, dependable. How was your day, love? You'll never believe this, but, rising up on her toes, Andy whispered a celebrity's name in his ear. I don't want to jinx it by saying his name out loud. But he wants me to design him a red carpet look for the Oscars. I told him only if you designed his jewelry. Does, Garrett whispered the celebrity's name. Want a ring? A wrist cuff? A bejeweled bow tie to go with the tuxedo you're going to make? He'll go with whatever we recommend. Andy wrapped her arms around Garrett's neck. I'm so happy. Me, too. Garrett kissed her the way she liked, long and slow, and as if they were the only two people in the world. Outside on Fifth Avenue, a motorcycle sped past. Andy ended the kiss and gathered her things, thinking of Willa. She'd be happy for you, Garrett. She'd be happy for us. He gave her a gentle smile. We're both taking risks and expanding our boundaries, making our worlds bigger. Continuing to learn and grow. Andy nodded, shooing him toward the door. She was hungry, and they could brainstorm ideas for her new client over dinner. Life was looking up, even if Andy and Garrett weren't rushing to the altar or to make good on their promise to provide Dotty with great-grandchildren. All in due time.